Hello and welcome everyone to ZaranTech. Did you know that businesses using SAP S for HANA can improve their logistics efficiency by up to 40%? This shows how powerful this tool can be. Today, we're diving into SAP S for HANA Logistics 1909, a crucial part of modern supply chain management. SAP S for HANA Logistics 1909 is designed to streamline and enhance logistics processes. It offers real-time data, allowing businesses to react quickly to market changes and customer demands. This flexibility can significantly boost your operational efficiency. Studies show that companies using SAP S for HANA can cut logistics costs by up to 30%, enhancing inventory management and speeding up delivery times, which boosts customer satisfaction. Understanding SAP S for HANA Logistics is crucial for those in supply chain and logistics, as expertise in this area can create new career opportunities and improve job market competitiveness. In this course, we'll explore the key features of SAP S for HANA Logistics, discuss best practices for implementation, and share tips on maximizing its benefits for your organization. Before we begin, please make sure you subscribe to our YouTube channel and hit the bell icon for regular updates from us. Now let us take a look at the agenda. Agenda 1. Introduction to SAP S for HANA Logistics. 2. Introduction to HANA. 3. Table simplification in SAP S 4. 4. SAP S for HANA system conversion. 5. SAP Activate and Fiori launch PAD. Let's dive in.
See, first and foremost is, what was the need for SAP? SAP had an ERP-based setup, right? SAP had an ERP-based setup. What was the need for SAP to move from the ECC systems which are there previously to now moving into SAP S/4HANA? What is basically the need for building up a new database? Because SAP did not have its own database. What was the need to SAP to build its own database? The answer is this. Because of late, from when you see, if you see the SAP's journey, the SAP, if you see from R1 to R2 to R3, right? And now we are into this S4 era. Let us come to this later. So R1, they were into the client server as one single system. Then they moved towards a bifurcation of the client and server architecture as separate systems, and then they moved towards an R3. Because when you see the computing era was also, because you cannot blame SAP, because SAP was designed this product based on the computing era which it had to survey with. So when you see R1 and R2 came out in a mainframe environment, right? So your R1 and R2 was designed for the mainframe era. Then when you talk about, this was basically till the 1960s to 1980s, were predominantly a mainframe era. When you talk about R3, your people have moved from a mainframe to a desktop computing, right? People started using desktops from just being a mainframe system. They started using more of a desktops. That is when SAP bifurcated a client-server architecture to a three-tier architecture, where they came out with something called as a presentation layer, application layer, and a database layer, right? Or a three-tier structure they had brought in. Of late, this was done in 1992. Then 2000s, when internet was firmly established, right? SAP started leveraging internet to get into more of an integration, because your suppliers, vendors, they could all integrate and they could build their own applications. That is when you see 2004, they came out with something called as your middleware platform. They came out something called as a SAP NetWeaver. And they came out with a new set of computing called as a SOA, service-oriented architecture. SAP was there till 2004, but the problem was, after that they came out with multiple levels of ECC modules, ECC versions, Enterprise Central Component version they came out with different versions of their EHP releases. What was happening is, till that time, SAP is currently also doing well. Even that time, till that time, SAP was doing well. But the problem is, your ECC systems were sitting on a database which is a non-SAP database. Right. Of late, when you see the data started exploding, right? When you see now, everywhere it is about data. When SAP 2004, when they saw, yes, now everything's prominence is coming on data, and they foresaw all the future technologies that are going to rock the IT space. Now, when you see everyone is talking about digital, right? Everyone is talking about the digital era. They're talking about various terminologies, right? Artificial intelligence, machine learning. They're talking about blockchain. They're talking about big data. They're talking about advanced analytics. They're talking about something called as an RPA, robotic process automation, augmented reality, virtual reality, mixed reality, all these terms, which is all IT technical jargons, right? Which was perceived till date. All these things are scaled down to data, right? The priority, the front runner for all these technologies is data. The problem with SAP was they had their database on which your ECC systems were sitting, existing systems, or your BW systems, anything. SAP said if they were allowed to innovate on data, because this was a third party database. SAP said if they want to innovate on data, it has to be their own database, right? So that is the reason there was a team that was formed to validate this, evaluate how the current databases is, how do they can improvise it so that performance of the system could be improved, right? Now, everyone is talking something called as your reporting, right? Every CXO level person work starts with the report, ends with the report. He sees your report, and at the end of the day, he sees what decisions could be made, right? This is based on all your reporting actions translates to your decision making in any organization. So the report is seen as a very strategic part of every business, and that too now they want all real time, right? Your existing systems, they might call it as a real time systems, but the amount of reporting that the existing systems were giving, or with the status of the data that the existing systems were giving, they were a near real time reporting. Why do we call it as a near real time reporting? Because in my old systems, what we used to do is we used to have our ECC system, and ECC system used to push the data to your BW system, and BW system used to work with your BIBO tools. Then the reporting used to be generated. Right? So when the data is created here, and the data has to pass here, and it has to pass to your tools, various tools, and from where the report. Do you think the real time concept is still held? Yes, the real time. What is when you see real time, it should be the data which is presently generated, right? Here it is somewhere around 4 to 6 hours old data. So your real time reporting concept gets lost because this decision making over the report will be on a 4 or 6 hour old data, right? Now everyone is looking at a real time reporting. So for supporting your real time reporting, the major factor is my report should be in a position where, so my database should be supporting it, because where it gets extracted, how the data gets extracted is all at a database level. So when you see the existing databases which were there in the market during that time, you are having your CPU, you are having your memory, you are having your database or a hard disk, because databases are all rotational disks, right? Rotational hard disks. What they said is, whenever the data, a query gets passed, right? It used to go to a database, complete your database, move the database from your to your memory, data from your memory, then used to go to CPU for the calculations used to happen. So they said they started analyzing the time that used to take. When it moves from a database to memory, it was taking nearly 80 to 90% of the time. Wherein from memory to CPU, it was taking nearly 10% of the time, 10 to 20% of the remaining time. So they said, if at all, when I'm structuring a new database now, because I need to have some USP, right? Before I launch a product, it has to be unique. That's when customers also would be delighted in adopting my product. They said, let me combine my database and my memory so that I put my database onto the memory. So this eliminates this 80 to 90% of the time it takes for the data to move from your database to memory, right? So yes, 10 to 20% is the bare minimum time which is required to move the data from a memory to CPU for further processing. That is when They said my database is going to be a in-memory database. Plus, it's supposed to handle calculations at the memory level. It is called as an in-memory calculation. Plus, your ECC systems were called as an online transaction processing systems. Your BW systems were called as an online analytical processing systems. Your transactions as well as analytics, they wanted to club into one system so that your real-time concept could be met. Because when your transaction is created in one system, the same system processes the transaction, right? So your real-time data will still be able to be used for your reporting. That is when your transaction as well as analytics were put into one single system. Plus, additional things that brought in us. So previously, because in SAP it's a relational database, right? Even all the databases which is currently in the market is all relational database, which used to store the data in form of my rows and columns. In SAP, it used to write in rows and it used to read in rows, because when when any data has to be read, it has to pass through a sequence of information or fields it has to pass through and finally fetch a result. For example, if I have a customer table, customer quantity, material, probably an item number. If at all I want to search a particular table, right? Search a particular data for example, what is the maximum quantity of any particular material sold for a particular customer? Imagine if we start reading row wise, the amount of time it takes before I finally get a final result. They have split the data now into columnar tables. Customer has one column, quantity, material, the same data, which is all put it as a row-based column, row-based structure. Now they made it as a columnar structure. So I know my requirement. Requirement is for a customer. It goes to the customer. What is the quantity? It goes to the quantity. Against the customer, it is linked. So the quantity. Against the what is the material? So it will easily fetch in because it goes in a columnar read format rather than a row-based read format. That is where the existence of columnar data structure came in. Then previously had single core processors, right? Because see, products have all been designed by SAP or any company based on that era of technology which was available. Previously, we had single core processors. So any data that has to be passed in, it has to go through one single core of any system processor. Now, thanks to the technology, you have dual core processor, octal processor. The same data, if I'm bifurcating and then sending it to multiple processes, parallel it gets processed. So my data processing is much faster. See, normally that is where your multiple parallel processing concept of database came. Yes. See, the challenge with data is very critical to process. There are two challenges with any data: storing the data, processing the data. See, how do you store it? Now SAP is addressed by in-memory, right? Columnar structure, processing the data, in-memory calculations. Processing is your ECC system or your OLTP system plus your OLAP system, which is all clubbed together, and there are multiple parallel processing, right? This is how the data they have addressed it. And the term the database is HANA, high performance, analytical, appliance. Why is it called as an appliance? We see whatever instrument that we use now, we call it as an appliance because it has a software plus a hardware combination. Because it's not only the hardware, there'll be software coordination. Here in this case, you have a hardware which is provided by third-party vendors. For example, your Dell EMC, they provide you the hardware. Software is provided by SAP. And when will SAP term it as an appliance? Only if it finds a software to hardware compatibility is maintained. Right? That is when the birth of HANA as a database came into existence. 2004, they came out with their ECC. 2011, they came out with the HANA as a database. Only as a database it was launched. Then off late, 2011, 2012, they said, I'll allow you to put your BW on HANA because BW was sitting on your traditional database. They said, I'll allow you to put your BW on HANA. So that people started reaping the benefits of how a BW system used to work with a high performance database. 2013, they said, now with the BW, people started giving more importance towards the HANA database, seeing the BW reporting performances. The same thing, my ECC systems, which are sitting on my traditional database, I'll allow you to put your ECC systems on HANA. So which gives her, so many people would have seen them, they're saying, I'm working on a migration project. Migration project is nothing but first is basically, they are converting your database to HANA. Right? So this is where your ECC systems, when it's put, your transactions, your ECC based transactions were run on HANA system and reports of ECC were run on HANA. Yes. Having said this, 2013, SAP, when they started thinking, yes, we have been running this ECC, which is again an R3 based structure, the same old transactions, same old reports which we are executing, is good enough to handle this future, or should I be continuing with the same set of structure, or should I change the structure? That is what SAP said. One thing is, system has become complex, right? Because 1992 we started this R2, we came across with different versions, different enhancements, everything, but system has become complex. How it has become complex is, from R1 to R2 to R3, there are multiple levels, multiple number of tables that has got multiplied from these three versions. When you see R3 had maximum number of tables, right? So advantage of tables is because till 4.6 or 4.7, right, the version of your ERP, so they did not have much tables. After 4.6, 4.7, they started adding multiple tables. They felt individual tables were not be able to handle the load because your data processing was happening on a traditional database, which was not processing much faster. So that is the reason they said, let me put the data across multiple tables so that those data will be processed much faster if their data is all across multiple tables. But of late, it proves to be a disaster because when multiple tables are there, for running or maintaining all these tables, there are additional programs that were required, right? So if there are standard tables, standard programs will be consumed. If there are any custom tables, there has to be custom programs that has to be written, right? With all these challenges, SAP said, now it is time that I revamp my entire structure so that I eliminate the tables, right? I'll eliminate the tables and keep whatever is a necessary level of tables in the system. That is when the named the term called as a simplification. Simplification is they're going to simplify it under 5 different pillars. One is your table level simplification, code level simplification. One is your business process level simplification. One is something called as a code push down. The other one is basically your UI, user experience or user interface. So what is tables? One thing is they said I'm going to maintain minimum number of tables, right? I'm going to eliminate or I'm going to convert those tables into views, which doesn't have an updation every time. Required, those views can refer to the main tables and they can get themselves populated when some report comes in for execution. So many T codes were there in the system. Of late, they said, I'm going to reduce the T codes because at the end of the day, T codes have to use programs to run, right? At the end of the day, every T code has a backend program which is based on the program that has been executed, that has been designed to run. Then some of the business process. So SAP has identified, for example, some of the settlement process, the way your rebate processing, or the way your availability check process, all they've identified some of the business process. They said, now this process needs to be streamlined. Let us streamline this process, which gives more flexibility in the way it is working, the more simplistically how the way it used to get processed, we can all simplify it. And one is called as a code push down. So this is important from a technical point of view because what is basically a code push down? Because when you see, I was explaining to you about an ECC based structure, right? All the codes were written because the database was a third party database. When any code has to be written or any code has to be run, it has to be written to be executed at an application layer level. Now, logically, if you see, your database is directly running all the programs, right? Because your application layer and database is literally now, because on the memory level, you're running it. So the codes have to be rewritten to be executed at database level. That is the reason when you see many people have a misconception that S4HANA is the upgraded version of ECC, which is not the case. Because ECC is a different system. S4HANA is a different system. Right? Your ECC system, from the scratch, your S4HANA was written because your codes were written from the scratch. Yes, they would have taken a reference of ECC system. Yes, of course, because they had some reference of existing system, but they had to write all the codes from the scratch and based on which your S4HANA system. S4 is the 4th generation version of your ERP suite. S4 generation ERP suite. The difference between, many people have this, what is HANA versus SAP S4 HANA? So HANA was purely a database, right? On which you can place anything, be it your ECC system or any third-party systems, you can place it on your HANA database. When you talk about S4 system, your business suite and your business suite is nothing but your, like how your ERP suite, on your HANA database, it is integrated only, or it is pertaining only to SAP, right? Here, it is an integrated solution where your HANA is supporting your business suite level transactions, right? That is where they simplified the concept of HANA with this S4 coming in. Okay. So first they decided, I'm going to launch an S4 product. What is the module that I need to launch? Because you have multiple levels of modules within sales, within your logistics. You have your sales, procurement, you have your manufacturing, you have your plant maintenance, product lifecycle management, a lot of modules which are there. And your core modules, which is your HR, FI. First they said, let me launch FI, because anything that happens in sales, your account receivables gets accounted in FI. Procurement, account payables. Manufacturing, costing gets realized with the finance. The product lifecycle, if there is any costing with regards to your designs for a production. Then when you talk about a plant maintenance, all your equipments, right? All your work centers, work orders gets aligned with the finance. So that is where, as a logistically, everything gets realized. So that is the reason they came out with a simple finance as a concept. They wanted to simplify the existing finance model, and they brought in as a simple finance. So the major change which they brought in as part of the simple finances. So previously how it used to work, it used to have a GL. For example, you had multiple modules: asset accounting, costing, material ledger. For example, then you have your profitability analysis, and every time that your month-end activity or your year-end activity, when you're closing it, there has to be a lot of reconciliation that was happening. So you see, a finance consultant will have a lot of pain in the last, when the year-end closes or a quarter-end close or half-yearly close, because he has to work on a lot of reconciliation. So SAP said, why don't I put something called as bring in as a unified concept called as a universal journal ledger, where I can integrate your existing general ledger, asset accounting, costing, profitability analysis, plus your material ledger, everything integrated into one single setup called as a universal journal ledger. So what is basically a universal journal ledger? So they wanted to unify everything into one single table, because everything gets stored to a table, right? Previously had a lot of costing tables, asset accounting tables, all your vendor open items, customer open, a lot of tables were there. They said, I'm putting everything into one single table called as an ACDOCA, ACDOCA as one single table, so that any reports that will be accessing or any existing tables, I'm eliminating, in the sense I'm not completely eradicating it from the system, or I'm deprecating from the system, and converting all the existing tables to views, so that it all refers to only one table called as an ACDOCA, so that it gets unified as one single table structure. This is on the simple finance end. Any clarifications? Feel free to come in. Okay. So 2014, they came out with this simple finance concept.
So what is the basic reason for S4 to get popularity in today's business process? So what is the S4 is particularly giving us, because the client might ask that we can go for HANA database along with ECC. Okay. So why S4 then?
So when you see these simplifications, which you see is only in S4, it is not there in ECC, right? Your table level simplifications, your T code level simplification, your code push down, where it is all, because it is all getting executed at your database level, right? And your business process, because a lot of functionalities are there coming in S4. Because when you see ECC after EHP 8, right? No developments have been done. They stopped all developments. All developments are on S4 only, right?
Okay.
So when you see, you are currently on a traditional database, right? Suppose if you're saying I am moving it to HANA, So ECC will have its own set of tables, own set of structures, which has been carried forward from it traditionally from where you carried forward. The same database, same tables will be existing, right? With your S4 is what all the new things that have come in. So this is not going to stay for long, right? This sort of setup is going to be not supported beyond 2021. That's what the official communication. Then this is not going to be supported beyond 2025. Beyond 2025, it is only going to be SAP S4. So client will have to eventually move to the client who is there here. He has to move it to this, and eventually he has to move it to this, because all future lines developments on the SAP side is only on S4 HANA.
Okay, got it.
You got it right, because see, they are giving timelines so that customers have some room for migration, right? So this, see, when you see here, I'll explain to you now. So when you see, it basically came out in 2014. They came out with simple finance, right? 2015 they launched the logistics module. Because logistics was comparatively complex than a finance in terms of the number of modules it carries with it. Logistics, they launched it as two different versions: on-premise version, cloud version. So after EHP 8 on the ECC 6.0, all developments were stopped. All focus was on S4. When you talk about an on-premise version, yes, of course, it is like an ECC-based implementation, where it was all happening at the client side. On contrary, you have a cloud, where it is all done at SAP side, right? Like how you understand a simple cloud system. Basically, like when URLs access will be given, like how you use your Gmail or a Facebook or a Twitter, right? You will be given you'll be using an URL, you'll be having your login credentials, and your page will have all the information pertaining to you. The same thing is the cloud. With all the data that you have an URL and you log in, you'll have all the information which is pertaining to your organization. But it is all not residing in your local system, right? Because it is all residing in either SAP's cloud, or they have something, you have AWS cloud, or your GCP, or you have even your Microsoft Azure, plus even the latest addition now is an Alibaba cloud, right? So SAP's themselves having 47 data centers worldwide across 27 locations and 11 countries. Plus they have tied up with these partners as their hosting service partners for the cloud-based services. So when you talk about an on-premise version, the first version, now previously they were all ECC, EHP, all these things coming up. Now they are not naming it based on YYMM concept, year of launch and the month of launch. The first version that came in is 2015 is what they launched the logistics module. 2015 they came out with the first version is 15.11. It was launched in the month of November 2015. So subsequently 16.10, which is the next version. Because version to version, there have been simplifications. There are there are components which get simplified. Some of the components have been eliminated. Some of the new components are coming. That is called as a simplification. The next version came in is 17.09, which got launched in the month of September 2017. 18.09. Currently, we are at 19.09, which is the latest version. Already, the product has come out with 5 different versions, and they have a roadmap till 2025. So that they develop everything, the product get materialized. So from there, they'll continue support only on the particular product and stop the support on other products, which is the existing products. Okay, on contrary to the cloud, because here if you see every year they have released one particular version of SAP S/4HANA. On contrary to the cloud, again it goes by the YYMM concept only, the way they are naming it. First version got gone to 15.03, 15.08, 15.11, 16.02. Every 3 months there is a release, and currently we are at 19.11. The latest release which has happened is 19.11. So every 3 months there is a release, versus here there is a release every year. What are the reason for SAP to do a release every 3 months? Because they first release any functionality of the cloud. They check it out whether it is all working fine. If there is any changes, it's their own system. They can do the changes, and one simple job run or patch run will fix all those changes. Wherein here it is they cannot do it because it's already reached the customers. You cannot reach out to every customer and say implement this node or this node needs to be fixed. Because that is the reason they have an option. Previously they did not have an option. It is only an on-premise solution. So they used to launch it, And if there is anything, they'll have to go back to the customer. Wherein here, they have an option because their own system is there. Right? Yes, of course, some customers will be using it, but still they have more control in the system than an on-premise based system. Right? There's a whole funda behind having an on-premise to the cloud. And you also see over a lot of things you have seen SAP is investing heavily onto the cloud. A lot of investments are there in the cloud because they see cloud as a very strategic product. Because every company is viewing cloud as a very strategic product, right? Because basically every customer has become cost conscious. So if you want to put up a cloud, imagine the amount of servers that has to get in, the amount of storage, the amount of networking equipments that has to come in, right? You'll have to have the middleware, you'll have to have the runtimes, you'll have to have the OS, you'll have to have the applications, right? On top of it, you'll have to run the data. Imagine because normally if you see any business, the budgets that comes to your business, right? Some part of it business will take, some part of things is bifurcated, is diverted towards IT. So IT is something which is not a one-time investment because every 3 years there has to be a system refresh, and you'll have to, that's a continuous investment that happens. So many customers say every time I cannot be investing because I need money for my business as well. So that is the reason. So customers, if they can use the amount for the business and they can use the cloud because the headache is taken care by all the partners who is hosting the cloud services, who is having their own data centers from where they host the cloud services. There's a major focus of where SAP started this cloud-based service. Plus, SAP has started acquisitions, right? From 2010, a lot of companies that they acquired. For example, they acquired a company called Ariba, Fieldglass, SuccessFactors, Concur. Plus, they acquired companies. They have acquired a listed company called Qualtrics. Plus, a lot of companies, Hybris, right? Plus, a lot of companies like a Calidus Cloud they recently acquired. They acquired a company called Gigya. So all are cloud-based solutions. They're acquiring these companies and they made it as a cloud-based solution-based companies. So everything is put out as a cloud service. So when you're talking about a cloud service, these are all your SaaS-based services, software as a service, right? Software as a service is where your application and data, where everything will be taken care of by SAP. Only your application is providing you on which you'll have to execute the data and you'll have to configure the data.
From the functional standpoint, how the configuration will change based on on-premise and cloud. So for example, I'm going through the S4 HANA Logistics 1909. Okay, probably that's on-premise, right? Yes. So if my client asks me that we are going for cloud, okay, so from the functional standpoint, will there be any change?
The on-premise, you will have room for customization, right? Because in a cloud, there will be limited level of customization, right? Because cloud is more of a standard fit use product because the backend system of cloud is controlled by SAP, right? Okay. You will not be given a much wider access scope for customization, like how you have a flexibility in on-premise. Yes, SAP will give you some level of customization, but again, the requirement has to be returned to SAP. It will be at the discretion of SAP to do the change or not, or they will suggest you an alternate change. So because sometimes what happens is your change might affect other customers also who are onto the cloud, whose projects are running onto the cloud. You're getting it right. So yeah, they try to see which are the dependency changes. If there is any dependency on those changes where other customers' projects could get affected, so they might suggest you an alternate change for this, or they'll say this change cannot be done.
So you mean to say for going in SAP Cloud, so the solution will be SAP standard practice with limited amount of
yes, very limited amount of
customization
changes. Customization.
And in case there is a customization required, we need to raise to SAP and they might release a note. That's what?
Yeah, they work on something called as yes notes, and then they do the changes. They're not release a note. They'll directly do because they have the control, right, where they can execute in the system.
Okay, got it.
Like how we write a FS, right, functional specs to technical consultants. Like that, functional FS has to be written saying with the justification saying this is the functionality I'm trying to execute. So the standard thing is not allowing me to do. So we are expecting that this sort of change could be done, right? So SAP will validate it and check if there is any dependencies, and they'll come back to you saying it could be done or it could not be done.
Okay. Okay.
Right? That is a cloud-based concept, because cloud has, because the backend system. So here what will happen is you will have the complete control here, right? So you can see, as far as concerned, try to see whatever standard is available, because of late in ECC, every customer has gone on a heavily customized environment, right? In ECC, if you see, all major players have gone on a heavily customized environment. Now SAP is suggesting, try to see whichever is required, try to do the customization for them. Because the more customization, ultimately your system gets affected. The amount of load that comes on system, so yes, HANA is supporting the faster performance of the system, but again, it doesn't mean that you start adding more and more load. The system will again become like one more ECC system, right?
Agree.
Try to see minimum number of customization which could be adopted in the system. That's all.
So probably, if I understand, I mean, what you say that you might be working for last 3 years in PS4 HANA. So the big chunks of the SAP customers are going for on-premise, right? Because those are totally customized in ECC. And probably to cater the small businesses into SAP, so they might have gone with the cloud version. Is my understanding correct?
Yes. So what was happening is, see, in the cloud version, if you see, a lot of customers could not afford to go for an SAP solution, right? So what they're going for, third-party ERP-based solutions. So to bring them all onto your SAP platform, SAP said, now I have a cloud as a product where you need not invest much, right? You take as a pay-as-you-go service, start using it for some time. If you get it, you can continue with it, right? Because you're going to pay for what you're using it, right? Because I have the infrastructure, you can leverage my infrastructure and run your applications on my infrastructure.
So now my question to pinpointing towards the existing customers. Okay, so where
even for the existing customers, it all depends on the cost. Literally depending upon everything is based on the cost. Whether it is existing customer or new customer or old customer, it doesn't matter. At the end of the day, money speaks. So if they want to save the money without investing on the infrastructure, they'll go for cloud. If they can invest the money in-house and they want to take the risk, they go for the in-house. Basically, it's like, every version or every option has pros and cons to it.
Okay, and is that possible to migrate between cloud and on-premise at any point of time?
Yes.
Okay,
that's what I was coming to the point next. See, you mean to say a customer on-premise cannot use the cloud service? It is not the case, right? Because a customer can take an on-premise as well as a cloud service. But there should be a provision for integration between the on-premise to the cloud. That is when the concept came in something called as a Hana Cloud integration. HCI is a concept which is based on your API-based integration, application programming interfaces. This opens up the communication port between your on-premise to cloud, or even between a cloud to cloud, on-premise to cloud, because wherever there is a cloud as an endpoint, right, that is where you use something called as a Hana Cloud integration. So if my on-premise system wants to talk to Ariba, right, I have an on-premise system. My supplier, so for example, let me put it in your slide. So I have an on-premise system. My on-premise system has to talk to an Ariba system, right? My POs have to be triggered to Ariba, right? Because my Ariba is my supplier. On the Ariba supplier portal, my supplier has taken that service, so he'll be transacting using this Ariba supplier. So my PO has to go. From there, he'll be sending an acknowledgement. Then, once the acknowledgement comes in, then after that I do the GR of the materials, or if there is any ASN or GR subsequently the full process to follow. Then he sends me a supplier invoice. Then I do an invoice verification in the system. This is a simple process of a P2P cycle which happens between an on-premise. How does the communication happen? That is something through your HCI, HANA Cloud integration, right? Not only Ariba, I'm talking about. There could be multiple systems, even your hybrid system, or your Fieldglass system, or your Concur system, or even now Hybris has been changed into something called a C4 HANA, which is the latest version of the, because your Hybris has been integrated with a lot of acquisition which has happened. There is a company called Calidus Cloud they have acquired, plus your Gigia, plus your core systems. They acquired all these companies and they have made it something called as a C4 HANA, which is the customer experience side. It's another customer experience side which is sitting on HANA database. These are all the new products that are coming, right? So everywhere there is an integration required, on-premise to an Ariba-based solution or any of the cloud-based solutions. Is this clear? So that is where you should have a provision. It is all working on your APIs, application programming interface. There are a lot of APIs which have been released by SAP. So all these APIs facilitate or open up the ports for communication between your on-premise and your cloud systems.
Yeah, pretty clear. Thank you. Thanks, Ram.
So that is where your entire set of applications is now. Now it is free. It is more only a functional knowledge is not sufficient now. The need of the RS, you need to have a lot of integration knowledge, because now SAP is the way SAP is moving, the way SAP is transforming itself from just being an ERP based setup to completely they're adopting all technology which is available in the market. So we being from the SAP background, or we'll have to be on, if we are to be on the SAP front, we'll have to mimic the way SAP moves, right? That is where the need of the RS, we'll have to upgrade ourselves to a lot of technical things, the way technology is moving, a lot of things, but by the way we adopt ourselves into the setup. So this is how your entire set of things. Okay. So now, yes, plus SAP has their own products. For example, you've heard of this product called SAP Leonardo, which is an IoT based tool of SAP, right? You heard of the tool called SAP Clea, which is a machine learning tool of SAP. So they are trying to adopt all these things into the cloud, and they're slowly bringing it into the on-premise. The early cloud adoption, then they're trying to bring it into on-premise. Once they find this cloud is settled, so they're trying to integrate. Yeah. And even your AI integration, right? In terms of your voice-based recognition. So with your voice, it can recognize, it can pull the transactions. To that level of integration is now happening. Right? With your machine learning, where they can do a lot of predictions. Right? Predictive modeling could be done. So all these things are integrated now. So for us, we'll have to be technically as well as functionally strong in terms of the way, because what happens is when you discuss with the customers are having a lot of information from an outside world. So when we discuss with the client level, they come out with the information that they've sought and they want more information from us on the particular point. So they're expecting us to be more on the consulting front, right? More on solutioning front. So that is where we'll have to upskill ourselves to have more discussions with the customer in terms of technically as well as function. Because customer as a functional level, he will be speaking more of a business process front, right? One part is we are good at the business process and more of a technical integration. How will you integrate it? There are multiple systems. I have a lot of third-party systems. How do you integrate it? So I want to integrate my third-party system to my SAP system. In turn, I want to integrate to the cloud. How do I do it? So a lot of questions will come in from the customers end as well. So we need to work out solutions. More of a solutioning perspective is what that is required now. Okay. So when it comes to you, when it comes to your S4 HANA, so we're discussing about logistics. Right? What comes majorly under logistics, which has been categorized here? So logistics, they focus majorly on your supply chain. When I see supply chain, who are the stakeholders in the supply chain? My suppliers, manufacturers who supply the components to manufacturers, manufacturers manufacture the products, and that gets into the distribution chain, distributors, retailers, and your end customers. So they're expecting suppliers is basically your that is your inventory and procurement. So now they're calling this sourcing and procurement. Now your manufacturing is your PP module, and this falls under your SD. As a logistics consultant, they're expecting people to know SDMM and PP based knowledge plus technology. That's how the market is going now. Because why they're asking these three skill sets? Because when they say the product is simplified, right? When it's saying the product is simplified, they're expecting now now the need of the RS customer consultants have to upskill. So that they can have minimum number of consultants to run the show. Normally, if you see in a project, if there are 3 SD, 3 MM, and 3 PP, so they're trying to consolidate the resource having 5. Probably they could be good in as a logistics consultant rather than individually 3 individual module-wise consultants. They're trying to consolidate the number of requirements to 5 because now it's all become cost, right? Again, it all becomes on cost of the consultants. So they're saying, give me 5 logistics consultants who can manage it on all these fronts, MMPP and those two side. That's how the projects are all moving towards now. Plus, whatever we had till date is only your backend system, right? That is your GUI-based systems, graphical user interface. Now you have something called as your front-end system. That's why I was talking about UI UX, right? That's the user experience front of it. They have something called as a Fiori-based system. So let me go back to the system. So this is your backend. Okay, let me show. This is your backend system. Okay, so when you see here, this is my S4 HANA system. This is an 18.9 version of the system. This is an S4 HANA system where you see the nodes would look similar if you have worked on ECC based system, but actually there have been changes the way this have been structured. The nodes have been structured here in an SAP S4 HANA system. So when you see here, you have multiple levels of modules also integrated. So you have something called as an SEM extended warehouse system. So you no more have WM here in the system. It's only going to be an EWM which is integrated. So if you're looking beyond the storage location, previously in ECC based system, you had a WM where you had a warehouse number and your storage section and your picking area, all these things. Plus you had your quant and a bin level. Then you choose to subsequently get, because your EWM system was a separate system. Now they put on this as one single system, which is as an embeddedly they have made one single system as part of your extended warehouse management. Then additional modules have all been integrated into the same box. That's the major function of the SAP S4 HANA is you all put in as one single box. Previously, your ECC systems will be linked to your existing EWM or your SRM systems or your transportation. You have multiple boxes which used to have, and that used to integrate with the ECC systems to your master data and your transaction data. But of late, what has happened is they said too many systems have got added up and too many systems have to integrate and work with the ECC. So they said with this new structure, let us make one single system and try to bring in multiple modules into one. So they already brought in EWM, they already brought in TM, portfolio project, but a lot of modules are being brought in. So every version, if you see a lot of modules have been integrated with your existing, right, with the multiple modules which has been integrated to this business suite. With the introduction of EWM and all the systems, so why they did it is because if their information has to pass on, a lot of inconsistencies or redundancies were there in the system. So just to reduce the redundancies, they had to bring in multiple systems into one, and your data structures have to be aligned. So for example, a simple structure would be a customer master and vendor master. Customer master and vendor master, previously it was all as a master level data. Now your EWM system, for example, was using a BP. Your transportation management was using a BP. Your portfolio and project management was using, so you have multiple systems that are using your BP. So that is the reason they had unified a simple concept of a BP in the system, so that even your customer master, vendor master are using the concept of BP, so that within the system the inconsistencies are reduced. Right? That's the whole funda behind bringing in your business suite as a business partner. So this is one of the simplification which has happened as part of their. So when you see line of business wise, sales has a lot of simplification in terms of your business partners. One of the simplifications that has happened. Your credit management, there has been a change that has happened, right? Because previously you had your FI and your AR component. Now it is all moving to your FSCM component, financial supply chain management, which is a part of your financial base setup. Then you had your ATP, right? You had your normal ATP in the system available to promise. Now they're trying to replace your ATP. The new thing that has come is AATP, which is replacing your GATP from your APO based module. Right? The AATP has come in, a lot of additional flexibilities given the way your availability check, the way your availabilities are all triggered in the system. Then there is additional process change where you have something called as a rebate process. The rebate process is basically changed as part of the SAP. Right, rebate processing, the way your rebates are getting processed in ECC, they have changed the way it is getting processed now in SAP S4 HANA. And for example, your output management, the major changes on the BRF plus. You had a traditional way by which your output was set, because now it is all getting executed through the rules that is written in the system. The way the rules are written, your output management is triggered. This is on the sales front. Plus a lot of Fiori-based tiles. When I say Fiori, Fiori is nothing but more of a reporting based or your transaction based. Everything is run on Fiori here. So a simple example of a Fiori will be, so this is how it would look. So when you see here, so previously we used to run transactions in the backend system. We used to run a lot of transactions, VA01, VL01, a lot of transactions we used. Now they all simplified it by the way it all concentrated as tiles. Similar thing, right? We used to use our old mobiles. Now we are using all the smartphones where it's all based on your application. Click of a button, the application gets open. The reason being because your generation of users are also changing, right? Previously your users were all confined to old way by which they were using. Now is the new generation of users. Everything they want everything to be on a click. Everything they want it to be open on the fly, right? So that is the reason now you have multiple ways, multiple levels of simplification that is done so that the users are satisfied. Because at the end of the day, users are someone who are going to use the product, and any company that adopts it will have to have the user satisfaction. Otherwise, how good the product is, product might not take off. So when you see here, this is a simple app. When you talk about one is a business partner, details of a business partner, the way the business partner is configured, because it's a completely new concept. Plus your credit management, the way your credit management was there to how your credit management is existing in the system. Plus on top of your AATP, right? AATP is now, as I said, it is replacing your GATP. See because every version of SAP S4HANA has brought in some new functionalities into AATP. For example, your product allocation or your back order processing, or they call it something called as an ABC, alternative based confirmations, right? The way previously used to have a single level plan check, now when GATP was doing a multi-level global level plan check. Now the same thing is happening in SAP S4HANA, where you have an ABC alternate based confirmation through your global level plan check. Plus they have something called as a functionality called as a release for delivery. So all these things are all done at a configuration level and at the Fiori tile level. Yes. Plus your rebate processing, the way your rebates were handled through rebate agreements in the past, now they are using something called as a condition contract management as part of the rebate. As part of your BRF Plus, the way your rules have been written, the way your output management is simplified. Previously, you used to go through a NAST and a NACE transaction. NACE transaction, and that used to get updated as part of the NAST tables, right? So now the way your BRF Plus the simplification or the way your BRF rules are going to dominate the entire set of execution of the output management is something which we'll be discussing. Plus everything. So when you see additional things, there will be a lot of table level changes that has happened. T-code level changes, because all the simplifications mode which you discuss.
Ram, one more query. So as you rightly said that currently due to the cost optimization, so the companies are looking for consultants who are cross-skilled into the overall logistics, right? So then, what is the reason for having separate certification being offered by the SAP for sales or procurement or material management if they are going to combine?
See, what is happening is, when you see a logistics consultant's perspective, see now if you take up a certification, so if you take up an online certification, see what is happening is you are given, I'm not sure if you are done, you are given 6 attempts, right? You are given 6 attempts to clear it. So a lot of customers, a lot of consultants, what they do is they take up multiple levels of certification. So as a sales certification, some people take a procurement certification, some people they try to clear multiple levels of certification so that they get. See, when you see previously, if you are an ECC SD certified, right? Now you are going as an SD certification. So you're just changing the database. Your database, which is changed from your ECC based system to your HANA as a database. The same thing if you're doing for a PP or an MM, right? That is where you get skilled in multiple levels, right? It's a career growth which you are taking rather than going only for this set of setup. Many people have started adopting this way.
So, is there any prerequisites for this S4 HANA certification in different modules like MM or PP or SD upskilling? So
first see what happens is we'll have to just see once you create an S user ID, right? Based on SU ID, you will first register, based on which after you pay the fees, you get your SU user ID, right? Based on, again, this has to be against your organization. Not to mention organization. Organization has to give you a letter saying you worked on this particular organization on that. So based on which they give you your SU user ID. So based on which you can take up attempts of 6 attempts they give you for clearing the exams, right? Some people they take 2-3 attempts to clear one particular exam. Some people they clear the examination one shot. So they have 5 different models which they have a room to clear it.
No, my question is something different. I'm saying, if I'm, for example, if I'm going for SD 1909 upscaling certification from SAP, okay, so do they need any prerequisites like, in ECC, the person should be SD certified, then only they can go for S4
No,
HANA?
not necessary. Not necessary.
That's
not necessary.
Okay.
Not necessary. Because people who have not been ECC certified, I know they're directly taken up for SAP S4 certificate.
That's what, yeah, correct.
Because now you cannot do an ECC because ECC is now going to move out, right? So now all certifications are towards S4 HANA. So directly, people who have not done ECC certification, they can take up an SAP S4 HANA certification.
Okay. And do they have any GTS certification? Because I know that in ECC there is no GTS certification probably.
Yeah. So in ECC there is no GTS based certification, but S4 HANA again they have not come out with specific because GTS is again treated as a separate module now as of now. But future the plan is that they're going to integrate GTS into the same box, right? Because GTS is still they have an integration with GTS, but they are not brought into the same box. But future they could bring GTS. That time they could launch specific certification for GTS.
Okay, got it.
Because now you have IBP based certifications. Well, because one more thing, IBP is completely because if someone has worked on APO systems, someone has worked on APO in the past. So APO had your demand planning, supply network planning, GATP, and your PPDS. Right? GATP and PPDS has come into SAP S4. DP and supply network planning, now APO has become completely an IBP. IBP is no more an on-premise solution, only a cloud-based solution. Right? So your demand planning, supply network planning, sales and operations planning, and your response and supply. Right? This all become an IBP solution because some people have worked on inclination with your IBP based solution. That's the reason I'm just giving you. So your GATP has come into SAP S4 HANA's AATP. PPDS has come into SAP S4 HANA's advanced planning. Right? Because previously you had your P2P, procure to pay. Now you have your again one more P2P process, plan to production. Because your planning was happening in an APO based system. And those planned orders used to come into SAP, they used to get shipped to SAP S4 HANA system. Now your planning itself is executed in your capacity planning I'm talking about. Capacity planning level, it is all happening in your S4 HANA system directly using your product data structures. So like that is where you have multiple levels by way everything is getting integrated into one particular box. That's the focus of SAP S4 HANA is basically, you have heard of it, something called as a power of one, which SAP is tagline, power of one. They're trying to bring everything into one single box, or they're trying to simplify everything to one set of tables rather than having multiple tables. That's where everything is all scaling down to one particular setup there in the system. That is where,
so will be your training been involved in the certification related questions and answers as well?
Because I touch base on all the major topics in terms of the simplification, the way your certifications have all been aligned. So that's where we align we align ourselves to the certification oriented training. So when I talk about the sales for configurations, right? So we touch base on critical configuration. So when you have multiple configuration, so what we touch base is on critical configurations, which is required from a logistics consultant perspective. So both on all the line of business I'm talking about. Right? Plus my simplifications. Because each module is vast. So what we touch base is, yes, simplification, we touch base on all the simplification that happen, right? In terms of your backend configuration plus your Fiori level configuration. But when it comes to the individual level of configuration, so yes, there are some configurations which already people would have known. But only thing is if someone is new into the system or they have seen SAP for the first time, yes, we touch base on, for example, what is an item category, what is a scheduling category. So we touch base on that, how one schedule line category, assignment is done. So we touch base on that part and we get into the level of discussions that we are going to. When it comes to simplification, your settlement is a part of simplification setup, which undergoes a lot of configurations, how your settlement documents are there.
So are you going to highlight on the different changes in all the versions of S4 HANA Logistics, like 1809? What are the changes with the 1909? What are the differences? So these differences are you going to highlight in this session as well?
Yes. See, what is happening is when we are discussing about simplifications, because these simplifications have not come in one particular version, right? Each simplification has come in one different version of it. So when you're saying 1909, we don't touch base only on 1909 because 1909 has come in with minimum features which are there in from 1809, right? When you talk about simple logistics, what functionality that simple logistics come out with now? With what change from the time it got launched? So what are the changes that has come in? That's a whole as a product you'll have to learn.
Absolutely, because what I understand is currently the organizations who are going to migrate from ECC to S4 HANA are probably who are the first in S4 HANA. So they might not be going with 1909, right? Might be they're confined towards 1709 or 1611.
Each version is coming out with their own simplification. So some customers might feel, okay, I don't require a 1909 functionality for my business, right? So why should I pay an additional premium for that particular version that has been launched? So they might go for a lower version. And later they will say, now I'll install 1709. Let me wait and watch 2022 or 23. Some version will come up, where my business also would scale up to meet that requirement or the product. Right? Probably they can adapt it that time.
Absolutely. Yep. Okay, that's fine then.
But the only thing is that additional effort has to be done than what people already the SAP background. Well, my headquarters is in S4 on-premise, right? I have a lot of region wise. So for example, I have an office in North American region. I have one sales office. Probably I have a procurement division, right? In a Middle East region. So those regions I can put a cloud service. I can take up a cloud subscription. Because on-premise to close, anyways, I have an option where I can have something called as an HCI, as I said. My data I can directly move or my data. Yeah. So this gives much room of flexibility.
This is the hybrid solution that they talk about, right?
Yeah, they call it as a hybrid solution. Yeah. They call it as a two-tier solution. Two-tier solution. The one tier is on first tier is on the on-premise, rest all tier is on the cloud. So we discuss on two different verticals. One is your technology-based discussions, as well as your functional-based discussions. So I put it as two different verticals. One is a technology and one is a functional. When I talk about technology, so first is your basics of HANA. What is the need for HANA? Your journey for S1 to R1 to S4. Then your data model simplifications. We have something called as a main car or a sidecar scenario. So when I talk about a main car scenario, so you already have an ECC based system. So we are putting our discussions, as I said, is across two different verticals. One is our technology based discussions, which will be more towards the system conversion and migration. All those things we'll be discussing as part of the system technology based discussions. As an overview of data migration, we'll discuss that. I'll discuss. Then we get into the functional level of discussion where we discuss line of business wise, what are the topics that you are going to cover. Coming to the HANA, first a brief overview of what is HANA S4 basics. So we discuss about the basics of HANA. I think we touch base on this basics of HANA and the need for HANA and the journey from R1 to S4. These are three basic overview topics that we covered as part of the demo and the intro sessions. Then the data model simplifications across these 5 pillars, which I said, which is on your tables, business processes, code push down, as well coming on to your Fiori layer. So 5 major simplifications which have happened, which is where the pillars. These are 5 pillars on which the simplifications of S4 HANA is built. Then coming to a main car or a sidecar scenario. So main car scenario is nothing but how you push it across from a. See, suppose I have my ECC system, right? I have my HANA system or an S4 HANA system, right? So my ECC system is on a traditional database. Your HANA being S4 HANA being into your HANA database, the bare code. So whether I'm going to run my ECC system, right, and then use S4 HANA only for my reporting purposes. Right? Some customers even do this. They're running all the transactions, all your things in a EC system. Only for reporting purposes, they push the transaction and master data to a S4 system, and from where they're carrying out the report. This is called as a sidecar scenario. So main car scenario is something where you directly deploy. So parallelly, you'll be implementing your S4, and you'll be running your ECC and your S4. Initially, they'll be using for reporting. As and when they find the system looks to be stable, so slowly they will decommission the system and start commissioning the system, and it will be running in a full-fledged way. That is called as a main car scenario, wherein main car is your S4 system completely running on its own, whereas sidecar is your ECC system, which is pushing your S4 the data to your S4 HANA system, and from where you carry the S4 HANA system for your reporting purposes. This is something called as a sidecar versus main car approach in an ECC. So this could be there till your ECC systems are getting supported, right? So once ECC support, because 2025 is the timeline which has been given to all customers to migrate from the ECC based setup to HANA S4 HANA based setup. So beyond 2025 is what SAP has given a notification to all the customers saying beyond 2025 S4 HANA is not going to be SAP is not going to support the ECC based system. Yes, of course, some companies would be supporting, but without the support of SAP, I'm not sure how far the customers would be relying on the support of going forward. So that is where you have a main car versus sidecar scenario, which is currently being used as part of the architecture. Then you have a S4 HANA Cloud. So S4 HANA Cloud based systems, which is based on your ECC based system. So your S4 HANA Cloud, which you're moving after you're moving to S4, probably they can directly move your ECC systems directly to a cloud. They can directly move to a cloud, or they can move to an S4. S4 can integrate, in turn connect to the cloud. That is where your HCI comes in. HCI is wherever there's a cloud integration, your HANA Cloud integration plays a major role in moving the data seamlessly from an existing source system to a target system, which could be your cloud. Source system in this case would be an ECC, or your source to target here, it will be moving to an S4, and from there, this becomes the source system, and the cloud becomes the target system. That is where your HANA Cloud is becoming more prominent, because a lot of integrations now, right? Because your HANA Cloud systems, eventually every customer is trying to integrate their S4 solutions to HANA Cloud system, because HANA Cloud, when you see it, is more of a SaaS-based product. A lot of SaaS-based products are there on the HANA Cloud, be it your Ariba systems or your Field Glass, SuccessFactors, Concur, everything is on a HANA Cloud integration, on which your entire set of integrations with your S4 systems or even your ECC systems are also integrated to your Ariba and your Field Glass or your Hybris as such. But now SAP ECC to S4 HANA, now as when we move forward, it will be S4 HANA to all integrations, which has been provisioned now through here HANA Cloud integration. That is going to be the future of all this discussion. Then coming to the implementations. When I say implement, there are a lot of deployment scenarios. So there are three basic levels of deployment scenarios. So I'll be toggling between screens. Okay. So we have deployment scenarios when I do a deployment of your S4 HANA. So it could be the case where I have already my existing S4 system, or sorry, existing ECC system. I want to move to SAP S4. There are two categorization of projects. Normally they call it as this category of projects are called as a brownfield projects or brownfield implementation, where you're converting already your existing ECC system to SAP S4. This advantage of this, or customers who go for this sort of implementations, are purely customers who who want all their custom codes, reports to not get affected, so that they could execute the similar reports in your S4 HANA system as well. So in that perspective, customers could go for this sort of system conversion. This is called as a system conversion project. Most of the customers already having an ECC setup, since most of the customers already having an ECC based setup, How many? That's where it depends on how many customers go to SAP S4 based setup. Right? Almost if you see 95% of the customers already there on ECC space. So out of which, how many customers would like to go for a system conversion, or some customers can go for a new level of implementation if they can forego all their custom based reports or custom based codes. If they say I want to get rid of customization, there is a room for them. They can go for something called as a new implementation, because this is only a system conversion project as part of the deployment. And the next level of project is basically called as a new implementation, which is here. It could be a ECC or a non-SAP based system, either SAP or a non-SAP based system. You're deploying it as a, sorry, any question? Sorry. See, HCI is, okay, since you asked me the question about HCI is just a integration, right? Because your cloud systems, the deploying could be happening either from your GCP, Google Cloud Platform, or an AWS, or could be from an Azure, or it could be from your SAP Cloud itself, right? Or it could be any of those things. So your SAP HCI facilitates the transfer of data between your existing source system to your target system, right? So these are the cloud-based providers, right? Because all this GCP, your now you have a recent addition is in Alibaba Cloud. Sorry. So now it is an integration which opens up the port for your communication from your source system to your target system. That is where they use this. Because when you see HCI is based on something called as an API, application programming interfaces, right? Which is based on all your codes, right? Which gets the thing, which posts the data, if there is any update that needs to be there, or the delete that needs to be there, which is all based on an API, right? It's all an API that opens up the interfaces between your source system and your target system. Now coming back to the implementation setup. Fine. So now coming to a new implementation scenario. So your SAP ECC system or on a non-SAP system getting converted to a new system. That is called as a new implementation projects. So this sort of setup, because for getting into a system conversion, there is a criteria. When I say your SAP, it has to be a minimum or SAP ECC 6.0, EHP 7 or 8. So the customer, only if is there, then it gives him a direct conversion path to. First he has to go on a HANA, then from HANA he can go to S4. A lot of customers are still on 4.6 or 4.7. So the option is either they go for a new implementation, where they'll be moving only your, in a part of a new implementation, only your transaction data and your master data gets moved. Your custom data cannot be moved. Or if the customer says, yes, I want all my transaction data and my master data to be moved along with my custom data, the major only thing is that he has to go for a new implementation. Sorry, is there any use case for AWS integration? Let me check. I'm not sure if there is any. I'll check and I'll share it with you if I get a use case. Yeah. So 4.6 to 4.7, they'll have to migrate it, and from there is a path where they can migrate it to HANA or S4. Because this is where a lot of customers are in this. So the option is, because they have not upgraded for a longer time, they're running on the 4.6 and 4.7. The option is they'll have to be on ECC 6.0, and even customers who are on ECC 0 between EHP 0 to 8.6, they'll have to convert it to 7 to 8 so that they have a direct path for your migration. This is called as this is one of the deployment scenario. Your new implementation, customers are going for a ECC, SAP or ECC or because ECC customers, for example, your 4.6, 4.7 or any customer who are less than the required preset criteria that has been set, they fall into this category of going into a new implementation based scenario.
So this is greenfield implementation or brownfield?
This is greenfield.
So from the scratch.
From the scratch. Here you will have to move all your custom objects. Again, for moving the custom objects, this requires there are a lot of tools called as code inspector. Some of the tools that are used, ABAP tool cockpit. Some of the tools which are used to check if the compatibility of the codes are met to be moved to SAP S4 HANA or not. If the compatibility is not met, then the codes have to be rewritten so that it matches to the requirement of what SAP S4 HANA could take those codes and execute in the system. So that is where your entire, this is a brownfield system conversion, whereas your new implementation goes with a greenfield implementation. These are called as a green. So normally, if you see, this is a terminology which is used in the market, saying if you say you are in an S4 HANA implementation, the first question is whether they say it's a brownfield or a greenfield. So brownfield means already an existing EC system if you're moving it, or greenfield is you're altogether go for a new implementation from the scratch. Then you have one more transition technique that is called as a landscape transformation. In a landscape transformation, what you do is you will have multiple.
So one question.
Yeah.
Before you proceed on to the landscape option.
Yes.
So let's assume we are on ECC less than 7 enhancement pack,
Okay.
but we still have the HANA database internally. So in that case, still we need to migrate to ECC 7 or 8 and then migrate to S4 or?
Yes. Because the migration part to S4, the compatibility is more on a 7 to 8 and then moving it to the latest version of HANA.
So being on a HANA database is
mandatory.
Not the mandatory, basically.
Yeah. You'll have to be first. The path is you'll have to go to HANA database, and from there you'll have to go to S4 HANA. That is the path that first is basically you'll have to get rid of your traditional database, move to HANA database, and from there you'll have to go to S4 HANA.
No. My question was especially on the ECC. Let's assume I'm working on a client where they have ECC 6.0 but enhancement pack 2, and they have the HANA database. So in that case, still they have to migrate to enhancement pack 7 or 8, and then only they can migrate to.
There are some nodes which would be implemented so that they give that direct move. But most of the customers, because some customers have faced issues moving directly from ECC lower version of the EHP pack directly to S4. So the transition path SAP given is best practice going to upgrading it to 7 to 8 and then moving it to SAP S4.
Even if they have the HANA database.
Yeah, even if they have the HANA database, yes.
Okay.
Even if they have the HANA database.
Okay.
So then coming to a landscape transformation. Landscape transformation is nothing but a path where you have multiple systems. So maybe you have multiple EC systems. One could be from a North American region. One EC system could be from a EMEA region. Right. One EC system could be from a APJ region. One EC system could be from an ANZ region. So you're consolidating multiple systems and you're putting in a common S4. And from there, they use it for a reporting purpose. Right? But this is comparatively complex because you are consolidating. System consolidation has to happen from multiple systems into S4. There is a technique called as a harmonization, where they will have to consolidate a lot of data from existing systems, and they can within an S4 system they can put into multiple instances from where they can generate reports. This purely is for reporting purposes. A lot of customers, because when they are on a multi-shared environment with different regions, so they move everything to SAP S4 HANA and they go for this sort of reporting purpose. This is called as a landscape transformation. This is comparatively complex and more of a technical activity, very less of a functional activity, because functional activity already transactions and master data is already there. Only thing is that it has to be moved. The data migration has to happen into the respective instances, and from where you generate your reports or trigger your reports. This is more of a technical oriented activity. There are 3 levels of conversion: brownfield, greenfield, and a landscape transformation. And when you're talking about a system conversion project, since this involves more of a customization setup, this is only available as part of your on-premise based setup. Only available as an on-premise, and cloud, it is not available because cloud doesn't allow any customization to be moved. So this involves a customization setup to be moved. So this option is given only as an on-premise. Your new implementation could be going on a cloud as well as your on-premise based systems, right? Your landscape transformation again gives you an option of moving onto your cloud as well as your on-premise based systems. This is how your implementation scenarios are all taken care now. When you talk about your system, because we discussed about the greenfield versus brownfield versus landscape transformation, so we'll be discussing detailing about a system conversion process. So just first you need to understand what is a system conversion process, which is an existing ECC system moving to SAP S/4HANA, which has a lot of prerequisites. There are a lot of tools that are being used. So some of the tools because most of the tools which are technical, which require special accesses, special licenses. So there are some of the tools where some of the tools could be run and some reports could be done. We can touch base, but overall process we'll be discussing as part of your system conversion process. Then coming to your activate. So till date we are using your SAP based methodology, right? Your SAP based methodology was more towards a waterfall model of your life cycle, software development life cycle, where all the projects were running on your SAP based methodology. Accelerator SAP they used to call it when you talk about SAP methodology, which involves a lot of processes, which is basically your project preparation, blueprinting, then you have your realization, final preparation, and your go live and support, right? These are the 5 phases which your SAP methodology were integrated. Now everything is running on activate methodology. So SAP has been designed so that now you get into an agile way by which all the projects gets implemented. Till date it was an ASAP methodology. Now they are said, now let us, because all other technologies, the implementation on all other technologies already moved to agile. SAP said we should not be left behind. Let us also design the process so that all of future projects are all aligned towards the agile way by which the projects get implemented. So your activate based methodology. So what SAP has said, designed it something called as a best practices as part of your activate. They said I'm going to design your best practices so that the best practices could be used as a reference for any future migration, any implementations or migration. When I say best practices, they made a model company code sort of setup so that they have tested, time and tested, they have all these processes, enterprise structure, organization, entity, everything they're done, and all the major processes have all been time and tested so that they are acknowledging, yes, it has all been properly tested. So it can be used as a reference wherever you are implementing the projects. So whenever a system, when it gets for a best practice implementation, so your best practices for the particular region wise. So you have multiple regions where this best practices are all put up. So multiple regions from where you can best practices are all triggered. So you have you have something called as a best practice explorer. So which is basically giving you all this best practice content as part of the SAP S/4HANA structure. So let me show you. This is basically my best practice explorer. So which gives you all the best practices, which is region wise, how all the content is all organized here. So when I see here, when I go here, I have a list of best practices for S/4HANA solutions. If I'm specifically looking at a line of business wise, probably a procurement. So your best practice for integrated or a sales, maybe I can take it up.
So how did you come to this place, Ram?
So you just type it to rapid.sap.com.
Okay.
Rapid.sap.com in a browser. You can directly, you'll get the best practice. SID if you have, you can enter it, but mostly it will be project based setup here. You have an SAP Pro, you can enter it. And, and you can get all the information, mostly all these things available without a login as well. So generically also you can check it out. So when you see, for example, your sales, you have the multiple levels of processes, which is available as part of the best practice explorer. You can select which is the region that this best practice is aligned with. So which are the regions? So basically what I was trying to is, see when you talk about any best practice process, when you see your best practice, so when you see this best practice which has been aligned, so more of a business process, yes, what Keshav was telling is more of a best practice based scenario. When you see here, when you talk about a business process, against the particular regions, there is a process flow setup that has been defined by SAP, saying this is a standard process which has all been defined. Imagine a simple example of a accelerator customer return in a sales scenario. So you're creating a sales order, you're already creating a delivery, all your billing. How do you take a return of it? Right? There is a process which has been defined. That is where they define this best practices. Simple example is you create a return order, generate a return delivery, perform picking, do a PGR, then perform any material inspection after it is brought into your particular warehouse. Then you're pushing it back to your customers, right? Customer option, you create an outbound delivery. If at all you're selling it out, right? Then perform picking, post goods issue, then you're selling it out back to the customer who has placed an order. If there is a return process, because you're bringing in any material which the customer is not happy, you are replacing it. Yeah, you're taking a retirement and you're taking a replacement. So that is where your entire process which has all been defined, and your entire set of processes. These are all the business processes which has been defined. So SAP has its own set of processes. Now as part of best practices, across each version of it, they have defined their best practice based on region. In US based region, Australia, multiple regions are there. So you can define you can see which is the region the customer is implementing his solution, right? Probably in US region customer. So you can implement a best practice for a US based region so that you have an organization unit. Against the organization unit, all your entire set of process all been tested by SAP and saying this is a best practice. So your system can undergo a best practice implementation. Subsequently, with the best practices, but previously, so if you want to have any customization, what sometimes we used to do is we used to go to a 000 client, migrate the customers. That's where sometimes we used to do. So the reduce the dependency on your 000 client is what the best practice concept has come in. So that SAP says reduce the dependencies on your 000 client, directly use, because we are using a golden client to basically pull it out. So they said now let us make for a once particular best practice. I myself am giving a best practice, implement it, use wherever you're doing customization, copy with reference to the best practices. So it makes everyone's lives easier. Your projects gets implemented faster. So because again, it is all based on an activate methodology, the process have also been streamlined now than your SAP methodology. The way your agile projects are taken up, it is also streamlined comparatively. So this makes much more easier the way your projects are getting implemented, much more simpler, because the time value of money which a customer implements also can be realized with this best practices. That is where your best practice content is now being used now in the setup. Yeah. So as and when I discussed, I was talking about the best practices, and there is something called as a simplification list. So every version, right? Every version to every version, there is something called as a simplification list. So whenever I put my simplification list, when I say any that's available directly in SAP.com, 8009 or even 1909, there is something called as a what's new document that has now come in. So, okay, you get a simplification list like this, which gives you overview of all the changes that has happened, right? Overview of all the changes that has happened, so that it doesn't discuss about the configuration level. So it says what changes have happened. For getting these changes, what are the respective nodes that needs to be implemented? What application components have been changes? What application components have come in new? What application components have been deprecated from the S/4HANA's previous version? That gives you called as a simplification list. All the delta changes. When I say simplification, what changes have happened from a previous version to the subsequent version? That is called as a simplification list, which comes in as part of this every release that happens. So when you see even your best practices, which has all been defined here, are all based on your versions of it. So when you see here, currently this process has undergone a best practice version of 1909 version, right? Which is your latest version now in the market. Subsequently, because some customers would be implementing a best practice for an older version, right? Either a 1610, right? From your 1610 or 1709, they would have used this best practices. So they can select which is the best practice content they wanted. So based on which they can implement the best practice, they can see the business process for the particular version of it. That is called as a best practices. Previously, they were using something called as a BB scripts, right? Which is basically a configuration document. Even the best practice gives you this configuration documents. If you log in with your SUSE ID, you'll get all the configuration documents as well. specifically the project, or a project would give project based on the project ID, you're getting your best practice configuration documents, as well as if there is any test-based scripts that has been used for.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is not a core component of SAP S4 HANA Logistics? Option A, materials management. Option B, sales and distribution. Option C, human resources. Option D, extended warehouse management. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing logistics? Our SAP S4 HANA Logistics 1909 course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S4 HANA Logistics. It's like a toolkit for managing everything from inventory to shipments. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced skills. It's created by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been in the field for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you might have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It's very affordable. This great chance to learn won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP S4 HANA Logistics Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
For testing the script, even the test-based scripts will be available as part of this best practice setup. These are the project's implementation setup, which is the setup as part of it. Then coming to the architecture part of it, right? Because you have your Fiori, because your Fiori, based on every click of a button, you get the respective data from your backend system, right? Be it your normal transactions, or be it your analytics, or be it any smart business applications where you can take an action, seeing an existing situation. So all these things are based on an architecture, right? Because click of a button if you're getting the data, because it doesn't come on the fly. There has to be an architecture which has to be set up so that there has to be a seamless flow of information from your backend database structure to your top layer. So if you see our existing structure, you have your database, right? You have your backend system, which is an ABAP-based backend system. Your backend to frontend, you have a NetWeaver gateway, which integrates with your ABAP front-end system. Then your ABAP front-end system, it integrates with your Fiori layer, right? This is something called as an OData service, which integrates your data from your front-end system to back-end system. So I click on a tile in my Fiori layer. How does it populate the information with in a seamless way so that I get my reports, be it your transaction or analytics-based information? It is basically, it all gets stored in a database. Imagine I create this, because your BABA backend is your graphical user interface screen. This is your Fiori layer, your front-end system and your back-end system. So there is an architecture, the way your Fiori is all structured, plus there is a way by which it is deployed. There are a couple of 2-3 ways of deployment. We'll see, because you will not be involved in a directly Fiori level deployment, but we need to understand how a deployment happens, because future, when you're all implementation projects will have a Fiori level deployment. So we need to understand what is on what architecture your Fiori is built, and what are the future deployments, or question. In future, if there is any deployment, so what are the future deployment that happens, and because now what has happened is Fiori comes along with the standard license. It is not something Fiori, there is an additional licensing cost, which whatever S4 HANA license that you buy for any version of SAP S4 HANA, even your Fiori versions also gets a part of this license. It's all bundled as a license as part of your Fiori. So some customers, they implement only a backend system, later they deploy a Fiori, but only if you deploy a Fiori, the real experience of S4 HANA is met, right? Because again, if you just, some customers who just implement your backend system, again, it is like a transaction based. Only thing, performance of the system is all good enough, but only with Fiori layer, if you're implementing it, that's when your power of analytics or power of existing S4 HANA's real data harnessing capability would be felt. Okay. Then When I talk about analytics, there is again an architecture on which your analytics is built, right? Your analytics is not something, your data gets directly populated directly from your database layer. Because in your database layer, in your backend system, so there is something called as a core data services, which is basically a first layer of views, which is accessing your database, physical database tables. And from there, it pushes it to your Fiori layer, right? Through something called as an analytics engine. This is the architecture on which your analytics is built. So you need to understand an overview of all the architecture on which analytics is built. So that is the reason we discuss on analytics. There is something called as an embedded analytics system, and future is all on your predictive analytics, which is more of a machine learning integration plus your voice-based integration. So now SAP is going to that level where they have already integrated a chatbot, or they've already integrated your voice-based recognition. By voice, you can pull out the data, right? So by voice, because you need to have special roles as such for that special license. So what will happen is, if you're buying that ML-based licenses setup, by voice, you can pull out the transactions, right? Not by querying. By voice, the system can realize if I want to see, pull out all the purchase orders for this particular supplier, or pull out all the purchase requisition for the particular supplier. Based on voices, it would recognize and it can pull out. That is more towards your latest technology which is used, your bot integrations which are happening as part of the SAP S4 structure. So we'll discuss that part as well, plus your data migration. Data migration is an important factor because when you're moving from your source system to your target system, when you're moving your data from a source system to target system, there are some middlewares that are used, which does your mapping of the data. So first it extracts the data. These are all basically called as something called as ETL tools. Extraction, transformation, and your load. You extract the data, you're mapping the data, and you're loading the data. Extracting the data from your source system, mapping the data to your in your middleware systems. These are all called as middleware system. SLT is called as a middleware. SAP landscape transformation. This is a tool which is used, which has to be deployed on a ECC based system, from where you can trigger your data from your source system to your target system. They have something called as a business object data services. This require a lot of additional licenses. That's where your data, that's where we see we'll work out on the overview of data migrations. So because a lot of tools which we would not, because these tools are something which is handled by data migration consultants, especially there are specific data migration consultants who work on these tools. So which work on your rapid data migration, or they work on something called as a data migration cockpits. Or a simple level of data migration, something where you can bring it over in Excel. You can directly create a table in S4 and you can directly load an Excel into the table, which is a very simple way by which you can migrate the data and you can get the data getting populated in my tables in my S4. So like this, there are a lot of migration techniques which are being used as part of the SAP S4 HANA. We'll be seeing as an overview sessions of all this data migration. Question, 1 minute.
Okay, Ram. So I have two queries. So
Yes.
one on the Fury point. I understand this Fury is totally technical. Okay, developing a Fury. So how, as a functional consultants, we will have our involvement into Fury, setup? Okay.
See, okay. Yeah. Okay. So when you talk about a Fiori, right? See, one part of yes, there are standard release styles, right? A lot of standard reports are there, which is a standard part of the standard release. Tomorrow the customer says, I do not want the standard releases. I want additional cards or additional things in my dashboard. I want the entire dashboard to be according to my customer's requirements. So in that cases, technical team, they'll be developing the Fiori app, right? But the entire logic which has to be translated to technical team will be from our end, right? Customer says, I want these data to be populated. So we know from where these tables are all, which are the tables which are holding this data, which is going to get into this thing. From where, if at all I'm accessing any reports, analytical reports, which views are referring to which tables, right? Which views, and if I need to create custom views, the custom views has to be referred to which tables. So we write an FS based on that logic. You're getting my point, right? The execution will be done by the technical team because they'll be good going by what you give it to them, right? But our handholding from a perspective of an Fiori will be more towards a handholding or an interface between a client and your technical team or a Fiori team.
Okay, got it. So just like the functional specs we are providing to the technical guys, it will be the same as it is, but
Yes.
it will be app based, right?
Yeah, it will be in most of an app based. Yeah.
Okay,
more of
thank you.
Because a lot of custom dashboard reports, because customers will view the standard listen and say, no, this is okay, fine. Along with this, I want additional data to be populated. So in that cases, you cannot accommodate in a standard tile. So you'll have to copy the existing setup from a standard tile, put additional data or from link it to multiple other tables from where the data has to be pulled in, and from there it has to be populated. Again, then it comes to your administration consultant, because it is all role based. Your Fiori is all role based now, right? Then you create a role. Against the role, if there is any privileges that has to be attached, they attach the privileges and then they deploy the particular tile as part of the standard custom tile.
Just a quick thing. This is all more relevant if it is on premise. If it is on cloud, then it's a different set of scenarios, right?
Cloud is just different because cloud again. See, when you're writing something or when you want to deploy any custom based tile, again, like you will have to write a first basically the SAP saying this is what I need a custom dashboard. Because sometimes what happens is if you're doing a managed cloud deal, if you're taking a premium service, there are teams which support even building this particular custom apps for you. Again, that depends on whether the feasibility is there for developing it or not. Right? What I'm speaking purely is from an on-premise based perspective, where it is all under your control to develop it and deploy it.
Right.
Yes.
Okay, now my second question towards the migration part. So as you rightly said that those are the migration consultants who will be migrating from ECC to S/4HANA. So is there the role of the functional consultants as well? Because I understand that the consultants, the functional consultants are involved in the data migration, and might be, if you can touch base on the migration part on showing us some practical scenarios.
Yes.
Okay, so that will be helpful because I think we can get a in-depth knowledge of how the migration will take place from ECC to S/4HANA.
Yes. So what you see, I'll touch base on, because when you see bots is something which you will have to have specific tools. We'll not have an access to bots. SLT we can do it, or your data migration cockpit, or a simple Excel uploads. We can do it in the system. So which is something which, because when you see data migration cockpit is only about templates, right? You have ready templates. You will have to download the template, fill the data, and upload it, so that the system executes all the actions, and then finally the data, whatever you created, gets populated in your system. You're getting aware? So simple level of upgrade data migrations, yes, as a functional consultant, we can do it. It is not a problem. Or even a simple Excel upload. Excel upload, you can create a data, you can create a table, and from there you can bring it through an Excel. Then you can upload an Excel and you can map the data so that your data comes into your database structure. Right? So like this, we can, data migration, because functional consultants, when you see a data migration, functional consultants work closely with technical team as well, because you will be the part of the migration team. Because what will happen is you will be handholding again the functional consultant, technical consultants there. Which table needs to be migrated? Which are the reports that needs to be migrated? So all these things, again, a handholding from the functional consultants is required. Your question is an LSMW. Yes, LSMW is also a tool that is used. But LSMW currently, as compared to these tools are much flexible in terms of the data migration. LSMW is still being as a tool, but when it comes to your BDC recordings and all, on a Fiori side, LSMW is not compatible. Right? That is the reason LSMW, the use of LSMW, yes, Excel you can upload it through LSMW, but when it comes to your recordings on the Fiori side, it is not compatible. That is the reason specifically they run it through other tools, these are the latest tools which are there. But each tool here, these tools are coming with a license. Please to understand all the license-based tools here. Right? Your SLT, your boards, all these are license-based tools.
So there is a data migration cockpit that was used.
Yeah, this is the same thing, data migration cockpit. Where you're talking about LTMC, right? If you have worked on LTMC transaction.
And Yes, MC, LTMC.
LTMC,
Right.
the same transaction.
Migration cockpit.
Migration cockpit, where you're
And,
downloading a template, filling it, and uploading the template. Yes.
Right. And in LSMW, the issue that we faced was that some of the things through LSMW in S4 HANA, some of the things were not supported.
Okay.
So LSMW cannot be used in all the cases.
Yes.
It was not used.
That is the reason the flexibility, as I said, the flexibility of LSMW is not as good as what you have in all these tools. Because previously we did not have these tools for migration, so we had LSMW where LSMW was used as a tool. But with all these other tools coming in, so it gives more flexibility than an LSMW for migration as part of a data migration.
And SAP said that we don't recommend LSMW anymore.
No, they were not openly. I'm not sure because openly I don't see anything coming up. But still, they're saying LSMW is supported, but with limitations. But with limitations. So the customer can still use LSMW, yeah, but with some limitations there. Saying if there's a lot of ifs and buts there. If this would happen, this might not work. In that way of data migration. Can you migrate the existing Fiori apps? So Fiori apps, from where you want to migrate? If you're already on HANA, there are some apps. But again, if you're migrating from S4, from your HANA system to your S4 HANA system, the basic prerequisite sets, you delete those apps and then only you go for a migration. Because your HANA-based apps, that is your HANA database on which your ECC system was sitting, those apps were all on your UI5 based programming. Now it is all based on a UI 7.5 based programming. That is the reason that compatibility that's not there. So because SAP has its own set of SAP S4HANA has its own set of apps, right, which is coming in, which has already been there. So it is more sophisticated than an existing app. So no need of bringing in existing apps into SAP S4. Yeah, another is clear. Yeah. Now coming to the functional side. So functionally, if you see, because with all the technical level discussion, I think we've given an overview of all the technical discussions. So based on which our discussions are going to follow. Then coming to the functional in terms of the sales, right? The major change as part of the sales is your business partner, which is a part of your master data management. So with the business partner coming in, your entire set of customer master, vendor master, undergone something called as a CVA, customer vendor integration, which is now transformed to a business partner. Right? It's all going to be a business partner based setup. The reason being business partner coming in is, so now you are integrating multiple systems into one box. Your EWM is already integrated. Transportation management is already integrated. Plus some of the CRM functionalities will be integrated. Some of the SRM functionality. Those are not the SRM, complete SRM, some part of the SRM functionalities. And you're integrating with all your additional cloud system, be it your Ariba, which is for that you will have to have your business partner based integration, all these things. That's the reason they have made one single entity called as a business partner, right? Going forward, business partner has all become a role based setup. So for example, for a company code information, for a customer master, separately there is a code role. And for a sales area data, there is separately a role. You have individual rules on which your business partner resides. That is where your business partner has become a unified entity now as part of the SAP S4HANA, and there is a lot of configuration that goes behind your business partner level. We'll see that as part of the simplification based setup. So previously you're creating a customer master, all your XD01, XK01, right? Customer master, vendor master, all these transactions have been eliminated. They have been replaced with one single transaction called as a BP, as a business partner. Then you have your master data governance, which is now with S4HANA coming in, either you can deploy it on S4HANA as a standalone, or you can deploy it as a hub-based approach. A lot of approaches are there for a MDG-based systems. Master data governance. Previously had your MDM. MDM has been end of life, so it's only going to be MDG systems, which is going to be the on which your master data governance are going to be deployed. Then on the sales side, right, we'll be discussing some of the critical configuration. So it doesn't make sense only if I talk about the simplifications, because the core base functionalities, for example, in a sales order, you need to have a sales document, item category, and your schedule and category. These are the base things that any functional consultant needs to know if he wants to handle the sales based configuration. So touch base on the sales configurations. We will touch base, for example, all your delivery based configuration, billing based configuration, we touch base. then all the data model changes in terms of the table level changes which has happened. When I talk about table level, there have been significant number of tables which has been deprecated and they have been converted to views in the system. Right? A lot of tables have all been converted and they have been mapped as views in the system. So what is the need for them to, when I say they have been eliminated from the system, you cannot say it can be eliminated from the system. You can say they have been converted as views in the system. Right? Suppose I have a table X. So what I'll do is I'll take a simple table of a MARC, which is your plant level storage setup, plant level stocks, which I'm maintaining. Currently, the table has been converted as a no more physical table, and that is all linking to my MatDoc as one. What was the need for it to be still holding it in the system? They could have automatically eliminated it and said, going forward, it is going to be only MatDoc as one single table. So the purpose of it is, tomorrow my custom reports I'm migrating as part of a system conversion project. Those custom reports, if it has an MARC, we're discussing on the CSA because there are 4 different step process that is involved in your CSI, or as what you call as a CVI based integration. We'll discuss that when you're doing the business, because business partner itself is a detailed explanation which you'll have to take it up. So in terms of the MatDoc as one single table. So what is the need for SAP to, when you see here, when I go back to my system, I put an MARC, you see there's a proxy object that is coming in. That means to say, this has been no more a physical table, this has been converted to a view in the setup. So when you go back to the structure of the table as well, when you go to SC11, replacement object, you have this replacement object. So entire set of proxy objects, whichever is there, it has all been made as a MRP compatibility view, right? MARC compatibility view, or this is a DDL based setup based on which the source codes have all been rewritten basically to adapt to this data definition language, which is a part of your MARC compatibility view, right? So now, what was the need? As I was discussing, what was the need for SAP to still retain this MARC? They could already saying, yes, everything is going to be MatDoc. With one single table, I'm going to eliminate this MARC. Tomorrow, my custom reports brings in an MARC. There will be a select query that will be passed for extracting the information. That will lead to this compatibility view, which is created. That will get redirected, right? This compatibility view will read from your physical table, right? Which is your MatDoc, right? Because of late, a lot of tables started generating from your R3 systems, right? So that is the reason they wanted to put an end to the number of tables that got multiplied from an R3. So tomorrow, if my MARC report has to be executed, so this will read from there and this will populate the information based on your compatibility view. For this all temporary setup. There is no physical updation that happens every time any metal change happens. All metal changes or anything with regards to metal changes, it will all be through one particular table called as a MatDoc. MatDoc is one physical table that is going to store all your information. Right? MatDoc is going to be one single table which is going to store all your information, even your valuations, even your stock level information, everything. It is having some 342 fields. In total, it is having some 342 fields, which is holding all this information. With your MatDoc, 342 fields in total, which is having all this information, which is storing all this information in this part of MatDoc as one single table. So they identified what are the core tables, because a lot of fields are all duplicated across multiple tables. They said, I'm consolidating everything to one single table. So previously, you had your MKPF, MSCG, all the tables were there. They were deprecated, all the tables. All these tables, whichever you put in here, as part of your SC16N, Mara, Marci, Mardi, which will all have an NSMW. Even your MKPF, which is your metal document header, is also that it has also been converted as a view. MSCG, which is also been converted as a view. So everything will have a proxy object, which has been converted as a compatibility view. everything is linking to your MATDoc in the structure. That is one of the major changes which has happened. I'm talking about like that you have sales level as well, all the core tables which are there, which has all been eliminated as part of, we'll be discussing that as part of your data model changes. So that is where when you're talking about data model changes, these are the things that comes in as part of your data model changes in terms of your transaction based deprecation, T-code based deprecation, table level deprecation, T-code level based deprecation. Then coming to your process in terms of your credit management. Previously, we used to have something called as a credit masters, right? FD31, FD32, FD32, FD33, all these are credit masters from where you are doing either your automatic credit. Yeah, sorry. Now, technical field names are the same. Technical field names, they've retained to be the same. Some of the additional fields have come in. So some of the additional fields like your GUID, because it has to link to multiple systems. So they are using something called as a GUID as part of your MATDoc. So those things have all been some technical new thing. When you see a user IDs have all come in. So some of the things have changed, but most of it has all been the same in terms of the technical names. Credit management. Your credit management is an important structure, right? Because your credit management previously, you had something called as, it was under your FIAR component, financial FIR component. Now your entire set of credit management has moved to your FSCM component. Right? Previously it was all under your billing, right? It was all under your billing. Now credit management is under your finance. That is under your financial supply chain management, which is under your finance. So the question comes in is who is going to handle it now? Whether it's going to be handled by sales or it is going to be handled by finance. Right? It's always there's an overlapping functionality. Always the configuration comes as who is going to handle it. Yes, since the sales was handling it, there are a lot of things which the sales continues, but a lot of integration is there in the finance side as well. So even the finance and the sales jointly handles this FSCM credit management in a project level setup. So because now you don't have any specific credit masters, your credit management is integrated directly as a role in your business partner directly. Directly a business partner as a role for a credit management directly gets integrated with your business partner as a role. So it becomes your key area wherein you don't have any specific credit master which is integrated as part of your business partner into your SAP S/4HANA business partner based setup. That's where your credit management then comes in your settlement management. Settlement management is something on your settlements in terms of your rebate, right? Previously you are calling it as a rebate process. Now they're calling it as a settlement management process. So previously you used to create a rebate agreement, and from there you used to trigger your condition types, which is all assigned to the condition type groups. That's why the set of configuration. Now this structure they've changed into something called as a condition contract management. The way they've simplified the process in which your execution would happen in the system and how your entire set of rebates gets materialized in the system. They've simplified the process. The set of configurations have all changed because your settlement management was under your billing. Now everything is under your settlement management, which is a part of your the separate node where it handles your settlement management. Then comes your BRF plus, because BRF plus, many people have misconception that is only pertaining to your output, but BRF plus plays a major role in majority of our SAP S/4HANA's processes. For example, your availability check, your backorder processing, allocations, everything is based on BRF plus. The way you write your rules, the way the rules gets executed in the system. Because all these things are all rule specific. Even future technologies, for example, you heard of this term called an RPA, where you're trying to automate things, your robotic process automation. Even that is also based on your rules that is written, the rules that used to be written, the rules that used to be executed. All these things are going to be on BRF plus, business rules framework, which is stored directly as part of your rules framework in your HANA database structure. The rules are written, which is written, for example, if you want a rule to be written, that first 3 discounts, that first 3 orders I'm not going to. So if the old custom code has reference to old tables, then there's no changes to be given. Yes. So that's the major purpose. When you're writing, if there is any specific compatibility change, that has to be written. But when it comes to the table levels, right, or a field level, what they're trying to do, the same tables are existing in the system so that you don't have to change your custom reports or codes to new data structures. So if you're having an MARC and MARD, there is no need to change it to MATDoc. right? Because there is a compatibility view that has been designed to handle or structure that has been handled to execute your MARC or MARD. The report will not undergo a failure when it runs in S4. So that is called as a business rules framework. Your output management, which you are using as a NAST and the NACE, right? You are used to use your NACE transaction and then the NAST tables which gets updated. Now when you see they have your BRF Plus is also having an output management. Parallelly, you have one more output management, which is your NAST and ACE, because there are some ALEs, some IDOCs which are not supported by BRF Plus. So they do not want any customers to suffer because of this. So they have parallelly retained your old traditional output management as such. But we do not know as and when BRF Plus completely materialized, we do not know we do not know when that thing would be deprecated from the system. The component would be deprecated. In terms of the sales, again, we'll be discussing on the delivery scheduling, the way your delivery schedulings are all maintained, plus your availability check. Because your AATP, which is completely the base of AATP is your ATP, right? Your ATP availability check, if you are aware of it, that forms a base on which the configuration levels almost the same, which is aligned as part of your availability check. That's your ATP, based on which you have an advanced availability promise. There are a lot of backend configuration that goes. Then you have a normal level of product allocation checks, product availability check as part of your ATP. Again, this ATP requires a separate license. If you are buying an S4HANA system and if you say there's a separate license that need only then your ATP will work. Otherwise, it will be continuing with your normal ATP based checks, right? With your advanced availability promise, there has to be an activations will be possible subject to condition you have a license and based on which all the functionalities currently which is there in SAP S4HANA system would be executed. Based on which your product allocation, product availability check or your product allocations. Product allocation is something, suppose if I have 100 quantity of stock. Imagine I have a customer A, customer B. So a customer A, he might be a new customer. Customer B might be an existing customer. Suppose a customer A gives me an order of 100 quantity. I have only 100 quantity. Based on the first come first serve basis, the entire 100 quantity will be consumed by customer A. Tomorrow the customer B gives me an order for 50 quantity or 100 quantity. There will not be any stocks to fulfill this customer. So this customer, see, always there is a chances that the customer might be in need. He might be looking out for a different supplier, right? In that cases, we might lose him to the competition, right? In that cases, that is the reason they have something called as a product allocation, so that a customer A for a customer B, I'm maintaining saying week 1, week 2, or week 3. I'm keeping 50-50 stock, so that customer A and customer B, right? Customer A, though is giving me 100 quantity, he will be getting 150 only allocated. Customer B will get a 50 allocation. Imagine if the customer B, they are able to convince him. Customer A says, no, I want all 100 quantity one shot. Then the customer B, again, depends on how they manage the sales, they manage it. Probably customer B, they might convince the customer saying in next 2-3 days time, we are getting some stock. So we'll be giving it in a slightly delayed manner. Customer B is okay. That is when you run your backorder processing based on the priority. So a customer B 50 quantity gets assigned to customer A, and based on which the customer A gets 100 confirmation of the entire stock, so that he'll be able to fulfill his requirement. Right. Then they have a release for delivery as an app-based functionality, which is again you'll have to write the rules. You'll have to write the way by which you want to have the set of orders, so that if at all you have run all the backorder processing and you have set of orders that is all populated, right? How do you prioritize it? So when you talk about your WM, see for your unit handling, you mean to say handling unit. So your WM for a unit handling will be based on, again, the same thing. Your handling unit, the packing, all these things will remain to be the same. Here we're talking about only confirmation of the stock. What you're talking about is only about the confirmation. You're talking about only about the confirmations. You're not talking about the next level, because for creating a delivery, what are the stock confirmations that are happening? Yes, the way you say your handling unit is still remains, the process remains to be the same. Okay. So now when it comes to your release for delivery is a way by which you can manually intervene after a backorder runs, if at all there is anything. Then if some very high priority order comes, the customer sees order comes. So imagine I cannot again run a back order because I will again the entire setup will get disturbed. So what I will try to do is I'll manually intervene, trying to deconfirm A and B if there is any C order that needs to be there. Some very high priority order comes. Imagine your entire organization is behind in executing that order. They are not bothered about customer A or B. The customer C orders might be very close to a CEO of your company, so that he wants it to be executed at the earliest. So probably that's when these apps comes in place. So a release for delivery as a functionality. So where you can manually deconfirm and you can go ahead and the confirmation of other orders. That is where your release for delivery app comes in. Then you have something called as an alternate based confirmations. So as part of your ATP check in your ECC based setup, it was all a single plant level determination. Now, as part of your GATP movement into SAP S4HANA as the AATP, they incorporated it from 1809 version. They have come in with single level of where they have a multi-level plant determination at a plant level, not at individual storage location level, but at a plant level. If there is an alternate determination, your plant A and B are there. Imagine I have a stock quantity of 100. A doesn't have a stock, B is having 100 stock. First, we'll go and check the plant A. Previously, in your ECC based system, it used to go and check the plant A, and it used to say there's no stock, it'll get 100, it'll get into back order. Now, there's where parallel you can set up a situation where it goes and checks plant B and confirms it for plant B for execution. That is called as an alternate based confirmation, which is all integrated into the SAP S4. These are the functionalities as part of the AATP, which we'll be discussing. Okay. Then, when you talk about simplifications as part of the sourcing and procurement, one part is the material length extensions. So 18 characters was material length in my ECC based system. Now it has been increased to 40 characters. Maximum is 18 characters in my ECC based system. Now in S4 HANA, the material length extensions have been extended to 40 characters. Right. So because this gives a room for all your pharmaceutical companies and chemical companies, which did not have this room, right? Because they had to customize it to increase their material lengths. So SAP said, now since you're restructuring the entire thing to S4, right from 1511 version itself, they incorporated the 40 level characters extension so that because 40 characters is, I think they felt that it is more than sufficient, which could fit any industry requirement, right? Even if it is all long, they call it as something called as a LAMA, long material number, LAMA, long material number. So based on which your material length extensions have all been extended. Then the data model changes. Data model changes with regards to all the tables, as I said. So in the sourcing and procurement, when I say all your core tables with regards to your EKKO, EKPO, which is for your purchase or purchase orders, or your EBAN for your purchase request, they are not literally not changed. They have changed majorly on the material master level, right? Which is material master. It is something which is a common between all the modules which is using the material, be it your sales or procurement or your manufacturing, even your PLM or any of the other modules which are using your material, which is a common setup which is being. So your data model levels as part of your material master level which has changed. That is something which is so total 26 tables have been downsized to one table now. Total 26 tables are there. We'll discuss that when we discuss in details. We're discussing what are the different tables which has been deprecated to one single table. Then your material valuations and your material ledger. So your IM had inventory management had specific set of material valuations, being it your changes, right? Being it your valuations, right? Basically standard price or moving average price. And on a material ledger, now they're trying to integrate everything to material ledger because material ledger has become been made a mandatory now. Right? Material ledger has been made mandatory now. Previously, material ledger was an optional setup. Now, with S4 HANA coming in, material ledger has been made mandatory setup as part of the SAP S4 HANA structure. So material ledger works on something called as a parallel valuations, multi-currency valuations, and as well material ledger works on your actual costing. That is where your material ledger, because everything is linked to your universal journal ledger, as I explained, right? Your material ledger, asset accounting, everything is linked to universal journal ledger. So material ledger forms a strategic part when it comes to your, because without material ledger activation, no GR will happen going forward. Because all material ledger valuations, because whenever you're creating any particular movement, any GR or anything happens with respect to purchase order, when you see there will be a material document, accounting document, as well as there will be a material ledger document. 3 documents get generated now with the activation of material ledger, which links to your postings there in SAP S4. Then coming to your configurations. Yes, we'll be discussing on critical configurations, which is required from an perspective. Some of the critical configuration plus with all the simplification that we discussed, we'll be discussing. Then if you have a lot of, see in S4 HANA especially, on the procurement side, there will be a lot of Fiori apps which have come in to handle you, because it has to handle your procurement as well as your inventory. Because inventory, especially on the warehouse side, there are a lot of simplicity that was required for handling inventory management. That is the reason your sourcing and procurement especially has a lot of inventory based Fiori apps that has come. Plus your integration with Ariba, because Ariba integration from an S4 HANA perspective, how do you map it? What are the different messages that needs to be there? We'll be discussing as part of your integration with Ariba. As part of self-service procurement, so it has more of employee masters, which is integration. We'll be discussing that as an overview of self-service procurement, because when you're doing a self-service procurement, it has to integrate with the catalog management. Yes. Then we'll be discussing on the simplification, because here we don't touch in detail. So some people wanted to know in my previous setup, they wanted to know what simplifications that happened in EWM. We'll touch base on simplifications which has happened, because EWM consultants handle EWM here as well, right? So some people who already handled WM, or some people who already handled EWM, they wanted to know what simplification. So I've included that to show what simplification as an overview. Just to show the process wise, we'll be discussing on the simplifications on the EWM side as part of the sourcing. Then coming to your MRP, because your MRP and production planning goes hand in hand, we'll be discussing on the MRP logic, on what basics your MRP is getting calculated. Plus there is a new thing called as an MRP live. And what are the changes which is happening in your MRP fields on your material master with regards to ECC versus S4 HANA changes. Plus as part of your PPDS, production planning detail scheduling, we'll be discussing what are the bare minimum steps that is to be used as part of a capacity utilization as part of a PPDS. Because PPDS consultants who are handling your APO-based solutions normally are deployed in projects in a production. The scope comes in for a PPDS consultant, but from a functional consultant's perspective, what changes comes in. Then we'll be discussing on PP-based configurations as part of the critical configuration. Then we'll be discussing on a demand-driven MRP, which is a new concept as part of your MRP and production planning. These are the concepts which will be touching base in our future sessions. Yeah. So we discussed about an overview of how this HANA as a database. So normally when you see the questions that we get normally from a consultant's perspective is what, why, and how, right? Because we have been why SAP S4 HANA, what SAP S4 HANA offers, and then the question comes in is why, how. How is basically a consultant's role. What and why, I think we have discussed on what and why in terms of because that addresses your what and why part of SAP HANA, and then which is basically how it moved to SAP, so the entire journey of it as an overview was discussed as part of this discussions. Now coming to the how factor. See, how factor is, so since we discussed about HANA, basically what was HANA, why they have introduced HANA, we have already discussed. So on the in-memory database, all these things. So normally the traditional database, how it was working to the current database, which is currently using. So normally when you see any business scenario, it would be taking it from your database. You traditionally, how your database was all built is, it was basically picking up from your database, and from there it was going to something called as an ODS, operational data store, and from there it was going to your data warehouses. So data warehouse used to have all your data, maybe your sales data, procurement data, manufacturing data. It used to have a conglomerate of all this data. So based on which they used to further drill it down to something called as your data marts. Data marts previously used to have your sales oriented data, and you have sales or specific line of business wise data. And they used to have a lot of index and aggregates, right? The problem with SAP was it had so much of index and aggregates, right? From R1 to R2 to R3, multiple levels of index and aggregates were there. So which was basically hampering the performance of the system. So any query that needs to be passed, it has to undergo all your index and aggregates, and then your query results used to be triggered, and based on which your calculation engine used to work on this particular thing. Your HANA was developed because based on your in-memory and your things which I already discussed. So when they developed this, that's why they said if it's called going to be on processing on memory, I'm going to negate all my indexes, all my aggregates. For example, when you talk about aggregate, you cumulative all your sales order quantity, cumulative all your delivery order quantity, delivery due index, billing due index. All these are all index tables which were there, not unnecessarily, but this is adding more and more complexity to the data processing, right? So they said, if I want to have an index and aggregates, let us make it on the fly. Let me not make specific tables which is holding all this information. Let me make it on the fly. Let me make all this as resting as your views in the system, so that your core tables will still remain as core tables. All views will be all the views that have been converted will be referenced to my core tables, right? This is the base on which your HANA as a database was built, right? So now everything is happening on your in-memory analytics, right? Which brings conclusion that the performance is faster and you can hold more data in less space. So HANA as a database has having something called as a compression technique. Compression techniques builds it. So when you see your there is something called as a footprint reduction as part of HANA. So traditional databases, it started off with 593 GB. This is the reference of how your traditional databases were there. To on HANA, it has become 118.6 GB. On S4 HANA, further it is drilled down to 42.46 GB. So by 2025, they are expecting it to bring it down to 8.4 GB because of this compression technique, which is HANA as a database is having. It used to compress the data and keep it at a smaller, it used to occupy smaller data into the memory, so that the one is basically they cannot compromise on the functionality. The functionality has to work, or it has to enhance the performance of the system, right? With the particular functionality, it has to work with an additional functionality, it has to work with keeping the system performance in mind. So they are going to come with something called as an event-driven model, which is going to compress it to that an extent that it is the entire database sizes are going to be your 8.4 GB. Imagine it is like a memory stick, right? Imagine a database having a size of your memory stick. That's where the SAP, which is moving towards the footprint reduction, so that keeping more, because the reason being, because when your all your memory sizes, right, it's all going to be in TB, either your TB or so whenever I'm ordering a HANA instance or any HANA database, it'll all be in terms of your memory. So when you see here, you're buying your HANA instance for 2 TB or a 4 TB or a 6 TB. It's all based on memory-based data. Now, when you're buying your HANA instance, previously they had something called as, I'm buying an HANA instance. Suppose if I'm buying it for a 4 TB, I'm almost reaching my 3.5 TB, right? Next, you cannot, previously there was an option where there are no option to increase the capacity. You'll have to stack one more HANA appliance, which was another 4 TB or 6 TB, right? Then you keep on adding it. The customers are feeling a lot of pain in stacking the additional HANA boxes. So they all said, enough is enough. Now we are not going to go with this. So SAP said they have something called as a tailored data center integration. As part of a tailored data center integration, they said, for example, I have my data center, which is having my which is having my storage servers, right, which is providing additional setup for storage. So which is running on your traditional database, right? Or it could be running on any HANA application, it might be supporting other applications, which might not be SAP. Because HANA was initially launched only as a database, right? It is not launched as an S4 HANA, so it can run other applications as well on HANA. Now specifically, they have come out with S4 HANA. Let me come to that point. So they said, I'm buying on 2 TB box or a 4 TB box. Tomorrow, I want additional 2 TB, right? There's no point in stacking additional boxes, so I can divert it from my existing setup to your instance of HANA, so that additional 2 TB I can use it from it. So that is called as a tailored data center integration. Tailored data center integration is with the existing setup. If I want to move, is it feasible or not? That is called as a tailored data center integration. But subject to condition, my servers and storage are of the same make, or of the not the same make, at least which is to be, because they have some recognized vendors for SAP who are providing the appliance. There should be one among those vendors. There are 11 to 12 vendors like Dell, EMC, NetApp. A lot of vendors are there who are providing the HANA appliances. They should be of the one of the recognized vendor which is listed by SAP. That is the catch there. If you're using your tailored data center integration. Right. Now, when HANA was developed, it is not something HANA came all of a sudden, they just off the blue it came in and they started developing it. SAP also started acquiring companies. There was a company called P-Start Time, which was basically an in-memory database, which was acquired. And your text, that is called as a search engine, which was applied. Then your BW accelerators were there, which was basically it's an in-memory appliance-based setup. Because your BW accelerators was used in your BW systems. They said, I'm using this. Plus you had your MaxDB, right? Your relational database. It was basically a relational database. They acquired this MaxDB. Plus you have something, I heard of something called as a live cache. Live cache was basically used in your APO-based systems. They said I can integrate it to my SAP S4 HANA's setup, HANA database, so that all my real-time applications can use the use your live cache or your PPDS application, which are all running on the APO, your AATP or your GATP, which is all running on the APO systems, can utilize this live cache. So all these things are part of your acquisition stream, which SAP has done. They incorporated everything before they came out with this HANA as a database, right? So all these things were new because with this HANA database, it has to support multiple open standards, because when they built this HANA database, they said a lot of open standards are there. For example, your REST, representation state transfer, your JSON, Java single object notification, object database connectivity, Java database connectivity, right? ODBC, JDBC, your MDX, multi-dimensional expressions, right? All these things have to be supported. They are built HANA database, keeping that it has to be an open standard and it has to work on all this data. All these open standards have to be done as part of the setup. So that is where when you talk about your HANA as a database, it is not something, there are a lot of work that has gone behind in developing this HANA as a database. Okay, because easy systems, you had your graphical user interface. I said you have your application server and you have your database, right? When your application server, again, you had a lot of work processes. When I'm talking about a basis-based setup, all your processing codes happen in the work center, and then it used to be extracting the data from here, right? Because your database was purely only hard disk, rotating mechanical disks, based on which it used to work on your database file systems, and all your IO, that is your throughput of this thing, was attached to the cache of the system, and you had your physical storages, right? Traditional disk and a drum-based mechanism which was running it. Plus, you had a lot of application server. It was basically application server were working a lot of filters, aggregates were thing. Your business logic was getting executed, and the calculation logic was all executed at your application layer level. Now it is all driven to your memory level, right? Because your application memory and your database is almost like one unit which is operating. Still, you have your GI, which is now as part of your Fiori-based setup, right? This is where your entire set of HANA as a database has come in, and it has work done and is working in. Coming to, I think I've discussed fairly about simple finance. Before I get into the discussions, there is something called as simplifications. So what are basically the simplifications which has all been there as part of the SAP S4 HANA? Okay. Before discussing the simplifications, I just wanted to touch base on something called as an HANA architecture because normally I try to cover it in the last, which when you get into the functional discussions, we tend to lose track of this HANA architecture, which is required on what basis your HANA architecture is developed. So I talk about your HANA architecture, which is all built on. So when you talk about, I'll just explain to you before you of HANA architecture. Okay. So HANA architecture has basically multiple engines. So you have something called as your multiple servers, index server. You have something called as a preprocessor server. You have something called as a name server. You have something called as a statistic server, on which these are the four different things on which your HANA is all built. So HANA as a database structure is built. So what will happen is, whenever my index server is my heart of my HANA system. So and your name server keeps a track of all the instances on my HANA database. Your HANA database could have multiple instances. All the addresses of the instances are held in my name server, and statistics server is all holding all the performance of each instance, which is all holding it. And all your data processing, right? Your text-based data processing, all these things are happening on your preprocessor server. So each server on which is all designed to hold your HANA information is all stored as part of individual servers into the setup. Okay. Now, how do you see all the servers into my instance? So you have something called as HANA Studio. HANA Studio is basically like an interface between a user like me and a system which is my HANA database. So how all the servers are performing, how the entire set of alerts are triggered, all these things are monitored by in a tool called as HANA Studio. I'll have to log into the particular instance where I'm trying to monitor it. Whenever I'm creating a particular system, so whenever I'm creating any particular transaction or anytime I log into the system for the first place, right? There are different pillars on which your instances gets. So suppose in an instance, consider this is an HANA instance. Okay, now first I log in. There is one layer which is called as a content and session management. Right. Basically, it basically does it. It basically lets me in. So it checks, then it authenticates. There is something called as an authentication manager. There's a tool. In the backend, how the structure is all. So it authenticates me saying I'm the right person to be authenticated. Then once I start creating sessions, it gives it to something called as a session manager. This is where your index server, which I discussed, this is the heart of the system. So I log in and then it gives to the session management. So maximum of 6 sessions, right? Which I add in ECC, that also does your maximum of 6 sessions. And during each session, I create transactions, right? Each transaction is held in something called as a transaction manager. Right? When I'm creating the data, where the data gets loaded, it all gets loaded. It all loads in your tables or your metadata in terms of your structures. That is all stored in something called as your metadata manager. So our entire cycle of working is done. It first does your content, you log in, it first establishes the relation, first you establish the connection, then it authenticates saying you are the login with your login credential, you are the person who are logging in. Then it basically, whatever transactions are created, there is a transaction system which does all your transaction based setup. First is 6 sessions and then it goes for a transactions, and finally you are storing all the data, where it all gets stored as part of your tables, which is held by your metadata manager. That's where an index of your HANA server is based on this. So in the process of doing any querying, right, you are doing any querying on any data that comes in, right, there is something called as an SQL processor, which is basically designed to handle all your queries. The queries could be simple SQL queries, or it could be an analytical queries, which is called as a multi-dimensional expression-based queries. And your SQL processor is also handling one more thing called as a planning-based queries. They have something called as a planning engine, which is designed to specifically handle all your planning, be it your material requirements planning or your budget planning, right? All your demand planning, right? Based on which all your S&OP planning. All these things are designed as part of your HANA database structure. And once you are done with this, they have something called as a calculation, which does your calculation based on the querying that is done, right? All the data gets stored as form of my tables. And now you see all the tables are columnar based tables. Now it's all more of a columnar based tables. So you have a row based and a columnar based. All the querying is done on a columnar based tables as part of the SAP S/4HANA's structure, right? Okay, this is the base on which your HANA as a database is structured. So when I said they have reduced because all your tables, when you talk about simplifications, right? When they move from a HANA to S/4HANA, they went with simplifications where they did a table level changes, T code level changes, your process level changes. Some of the process have been changed. Then your code push down mechanism, as well as your UI based changes, which is all done as part of your Fiori based setup. Okay, now, so I said there are 5 parameters on which your simplifications. So now coming to the major thing, they have something called as your table level simplifications. So they said multiple levels of tables were there. So I'm going to reduce all tables to minimum number of tables in the system. So they're going to reduce the number of tables in terms of they're going to maintain core tables in the system. So when you talk about the different levels of tables that you are maintaining, so when you talk about line of business wise, talk about a table on the sales front. When you talk about your sales tables, coming to your sales order, we used to have our core tables, which is being your VBAK, which used to store your sales header, VBAP, which is your sales item.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which of the following is a key benefit of SAP S for HANA Logistics? Option A, slower processing times. Option B, reduced data accuracy. Option C, increased system complexity. Option D, improved real-time visibility and decision-making. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing logistics? Our SAP S4 HANA Logistics 1909 course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S4 HANA Logistics. It's like a toolkit for managing everything from inventory to shipments. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced skills. It's created by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been in the field for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you might have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It's very affordable. This great chance to learn won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP S4 HANA Logistics Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
VBEP, which is your sales schedule line level, right? Which used to store all these tables. Now, along with this, you had a lot of tables, VEP, VG, which was storing all your delivery due index, which was integrated to a VBAK. And you have your, which was linked to a VBAK, which was VK DFS, which is your SD index for a billing indicator. And you had core tables, which is your VAPMA. You would have heard it. This is basically an SD index, which is orders by material, which was linked to your item level. Then you had your VBAK, which was integrated to VAKPA, which is basically your SD index, which is by partners. So these are the core tables, which was all integrated to your existing setup of your VBAK, VBAP, and your VBEP. Plus, your VBEP was integrated to your VBEH, which is basically your sales document schedule line historical tables were there. Plus, you had a VBAK and VBAP, usually heading it to your VBUK as a table, which is your order header. VBAP was basically integrated to your VBUP, header status tables, item level status tables, right? VBUK and VBUP were integrated on terms of the VBAK and VBAP. They were all integrated to your VBFA as a table, right? Which is your document flow, right? So all these things which was integrated, right? Plus you had your VBKD as a table, which is your sales order header data, header business data used to be held in your VBKD table. Plus all your sales requirements, right? Which is coming from your item level, which is all triggering to your VBBE, VBBS table, right? VBBB is taking all your sales requirements. VBBS was basically considered as an aggregation of all your sales requirements. Now SAP said, I am removing all these index tables. Plus I'm removing all your header and status tables, header item, header status item tables as well. Keeping core tables. Plus I'm retaining my VBFA to show the document flow. And I am removing this aggregate table again, which is a part of your accumulator aggregation of all your sales requirements. Only your sales requirements will be captured as part of your VBV and a VBKD. I'm doing business data, which I'm holding it. Rest all, if you see, which was linked to a VBAK, you had STXH was a table, which was basically having a SAP script, right? Text header folder. Then there was a STXL, there was a table. So which was here SAP script text file item. So all these tables, which was unnecessarily being in the system, I am retaining with only a core tables, which is your VBAK, VBAP, only on the sales order level I'm talking about. VBEP, plus you have your VBFA, which is retained, then VBBE, right, which is taking all your sales requirements, and all the other tables, maybe VBKD they have retained. Rest all tables have been eliminated as part of the structure, right? This is on the sales front, especially only in the sales order. Now, Next, after your sales comes your shipping. When I talk about shipping, that is your delivery, wherever there is a delivery involved. You had your table called as LIKP, which was storing your header of your delivery document. You had your LIPS, which is storing your all item level information from your delivery, which was again linked to your VBUK, VBUP, which was basically linked through your VBFA, which is your document flow, right? Again, your LIKP, if you say, it was linked to more, it was because LIPS was linked to your VBAK, because more of an item level, and your LIKP table was linked to your VBAK. So I'm talking about when the flow happens from your sales order to the delivery order level information. Okay. So then when it talks about your shipping, right? When you're talking about your shipping based, you had your VTDB, which is having your shipping item level, VTTK shipping header level, VTFA basically your shipping document level. They said, I am retaining my shipping tables because shipping is something which is, these are core tables in terms of your shipping, which I'm doing. There are something called as VBLK. If someone has used a VBLK, which is sales delivery note header, which was there. So they have said, along with the shipping tables, I'm retaining only my LIKP and LAPS. All these things are anyways retained. VBFA will anyways be retained as part of your sales document header. So your core table is only your LIKP and your LIPS, right? This is something on the delivery front. Now, coming to your billing. When I talk about my billing, so where you had your core tables, VBRK, VBRP, right? Your billing tables, which there are a lot of tables which are linked to your, because again, anyways, if you're having an order to cash on any physical shipments, that will be an order delivery related billing, or else it will be an order related billing, right? The flow will be either your VBRK will be stuck from your VBAK or from your LIKP, right? Your VBRK will be linked to your VBAP or a LIPS, right? That's where item flow will happen if it's an order related billing or a delivery related billing. And VBRK was linked to other tables. There was something called as VKDFS, which is basically storing your SD index for all your billing items, billing initiator, which is all linked to it, right? So then your VBRK was linked to your NAST as well. That is for your output, right? NAST billing header data was just pulled through the NAST. And you had your VBAK linked to your VBSK, which was all processing of your sales document header, collective processing of all. These are all aggregate tables. VBSS, which is basically storing a collecting process on the sales document. So collective processing for the header level, this is all item level, how the entire set of collecting process, which was again linked to your VBUK, VBUP, which was linked through VBFA, right? Your VBRK was still linked to your VRKPA and was linked to VRPMA. KPA was basically all your SD index, order by partner. This is basically all your SD index, which is billing items by material, these two tables. So these are all considered as index items, right? They've removed all these items and still retain only your VBRK and VBRP. Even your NAST as a table is existing because your output management as part of the traditional output management is still existing in the system. Apart from that, all core tables have been eliminated, right? The core tables stay sales order table, VBRK, VBRP, sales VBAK. So let me write it. VBAK, VBAP, VBEP plus LIKP, LIPS, VBRK, VBRP, right? With all this table, the common table is VBFA, right? Yes, you had your VBKD, all these tables, but apart from that, the core tables, which has all been eliminated, is on the sales O2C cycles. These are the tables that are existing. Yeah.
So in the current S4 HANA scenario, if we need to have the status check for the sales documents, so what will be our approach? Because VB and UP
No,
will be...
VBUK, when I say it is eliminated, it is not eliminated as a table, right? They have been eliminated as a table, it has been converted as a view. So,
okay.
So even if you go to VBAK, so even if you go to any of the tables, right, which I said has been eliminated, They are not physically eliminated from the system. Only thing is that any change that happens at a sales order level or anything will not get captured directly onto the table.
Okay, got it.
When you go to your ST16N, so you still have your VBUK still existing, right? Only thing is that this is all in the backend. If you see, it's all converted as views in the system. Only physical tables are only your core tables. So this will be referencing when you're extracting the report here. When you're extracting the report here, so which will hold all the information through your VBAK table until you give input and then extract it. It will not pull it out, right? VBUK table, VBUP table. It will be there as part of your table, but core tables will still remain to be VBAK, VBAP. The core tables which is there as part of the sales, delivery, and your billing.
Thank you.
Yeah. So this is the phase. So when you see here, which I have put it up here. Okay, this is the complete sales and distribution. When you see here, so you had even other tables, right? You had all your status tables, NAST, even a VBox table, right, which has also been eliminated. VBox is used to store all your indexes. It has also been eliminated. Plus your index tables have been eliminated. Export import tables, if you use EAKP, EAPO, all these things have been eliminated. It has been drilled down to only the core tables, which is used. Even your LIS tables, S066 and S067, right? Even an S066, which used to use for a credit management, right? LIS tables. Even those LIS tables have also been eliminated, 6066 and S067, right? So rest all has been to only drilled down to only your core tables in the system. So because they wanted to have minimum number of tables, because going forward, it has to store all the information onto only a few number of core tables in the system. So multiple modules are going to be integrated. So you cannot carry with the existing system with so much of tables, right? You had huge number of tables from your R3 setup. You cannot run the show with multiple tables, which is already existing. So they said, I'm downsizing it. Yes, of course, it comes to the responsibility of the company who's implementing it also. So SAP has downsized and kept it to minimum number of tables, even if you're customizing it, right? What they're saying is try to see if that could be accommodated in a standard table, or if not, then you customize it based on the requirements. Because previously, if you see your customized setup in large corporations with large companies would be more of a custom number of tables, right? Apart from there are standard, so many tables were there. Apart from that, they used to customize and keep huge amount of data in multiple tables. Now the thing diligently try to see if judiciously try to see if there is anything that needs to be customized or the table is customly required, then go out for a customization on the table front. Okay. Having said this, again, we shift our focus to on the sales and distribution front itself. Again, on the table front itself, you have something called as your master data tables. Before you get into the metal master tables, there is something called as your business partner, right? You had your customer master, you had your vendor master. Your customer master had your general data. Your customer master had your company code data. Your customer master had your sales area data. Your vendor master had your similar general data, company code data, and then it had something called as your purchasing data. Now you are putting everything as to one business partner. So business partner, the role of a business partner came in because they are trying to do something called as a customer vendor integration. Because tomorrow the role of a customer, as I said, could become a vendor could become a customer. So when the interchangeability of a role happens, we cannot have multiple master data existing in the system. So as a common BP, we can save it. Under a BP, it is all role based. Everything has become a role based. General data will be a role based. Company code data will be a role based. Sales area data will be a role based. Again, as part of a vendor master, again, it's role based. You just stack up the roles and you maintain your business partner data. Okay. Same thing. When you are executing as part of the tables, you will have normally when you see business partner will have a number. So whenever you see your business partner as such as a transaction, you are executing using your business partner as a transaction. Okay. Now, as part of a business partner, I'm creating a company. I'm entering the details. So simple way by which business, I'm creating just a generic data here on the first place. Put my language, which is English. Okay. I save it. The business partner gets created with the number of 7332, right? This is a business partner number. Now, if I want to add specifically all the roles, because if you see your company code information or your sales area data information is all stacked as business partner roles in the system. Now, coming to that, you'll have to add the roles. For example, now I'm going to do a company code information data. So here, FI customer, company code information, reconciliation account, because here it's a customer has become an external number here. Let me check. Let me just give an external number here. Enter it. So I'll go to my general data, customer data. I'll give a customer number. Okay, this is an external customer number. It's an alphanumeric number. So based on number ranges which has been selected, you created it. Then you go to your company code information, right? Enter my reconciliation account. I'm entering all the key information. 0004. Okay, sorry, I'm just putting this. Okay, I'm entering it here, saving it. Okay, my business partner information for, in terms of your FI customer is done. Now I'm getting my SD customer, going to my sales and distribution, entering my existing sales, my sales area on which I will have to create it. Then entering whatever information that is required as part of a customer pricing procedure, shipping, plant, shipping conditions, standard billing. Okay, so I'm just putting the taxes now. Save it. Okay, so now when you go to my generic data, so my general data is created, sales area data, or when I go to my FI customer, company code information, all are entered. Now, if I want to add a customer, I've already added a customer, right? Now I want to add a vendor to it. What I do is I go and display change. I'll go to from there, I'll go to here. They again, FI vendor related. That's a company code information for your vendor. So here, reconciliation account. So I'm entering a different reconciliation account, vendor payment information. Okay. Save it. It's an internal number, so it's picked up from an internal number range. It has been there. Now, I go here, I add up supplier information, purchasing data against my purchase organization. I'm entering my order currency, maybe a payment details, all those things. I'm entering it, going ahead and saving it. Now you see my role. I've added a business partner. I've added a customer. Everything I've added it up with one single business partner number. So when I see here, I go to my general data. I have a business partner number. Under this business partner number, I have. Let me go to the display mode. Okay, when you see here, you have your FLCU00, which is FI customer. Go to your company code information, you have a customer number, you have a vendor number, right? So when you go back to your table level information, which is there as part of your customer or a vendor here, so BP number, you already have it. So there has to be a table where your BP details have to be stored. Then the table that is, I'll show you the table. BOT 000 is a table. Again, as part of your general data will have all address related information as part of your customer. I'm talking about as part of your customer, which will store as part of your LFA1 as a table. Customer, KNA1 as a table as part of your general data. KNB1 as part of your company code information data. KNVV as part of your sales area data. So these tables, they have not changed. These tables are remaining that way. This is all linked to your BOT 000. Then as part of your vendor, you have your general data, which is all stored as part of your LFA1. as part of the company code data, LFB1. As part of your purchasing data, LFM1. These tables have also not been changed because that is also because these are all core tables. It's been there from the structure of SAP, from the ECC based setup. So they did not want to change all these tables in the setup. Right? So all these tables as part of the structure, when you see here, so for example, when you see this customer master or a business partner, this is how a business partner gets created. So you see 16M, when you see here, the table is BUT 000. BUT 000, this is the table, business partner. So when I go to the BUT 000, I put my business partner number. This will build the table which regards to whatever information that we are given as part of the address based setup, all these things. Now, I go to my LFA1. So we have not created any generic data, right? Either as a view, we have not created it. But how will it store as part of your LFA1? LFA1 will store all your company customer letter information. So it has to store all your, sorry, not LFA1, sorry, KNA1, sorry. KNA1, I'm talking about customer. And I'm putting the customer number here. It still pulls up the data because it is a copy of your BUT 000 because it is in line with your BUT 000 where you're entering all the address related base level information which is all pulled up from your KNA1. Your BUT 000, so your BUT 000 table will have all your vendor business partner number. When I try to put this number as part of your BUT 000, many people ask this question as to if I put it in BUT 000, it should hold the information. When I put this information, because it doesn't store your customer number, though the table gets replicated, as against a customer number, all your LFA KNA1 table gets stored. Then you go to your KNB1, which used to store all your customer master company code information. You put your customer number, which stores all your company code information, which you create, all your reconciliation account against which company code you're entering it, you can enter it here. Then your KNVV, again as part of the customer, which used to store as part of your. Then coming back to your, similarly is the structure of your LFA1 table. LFA1 table, which used to store as part of your vendor master info. Based on a vendor number, you have this vendor level details, which are triggering it out. This will hold all the vendor level, base level information. It's again a copy of your, since you are stacking it out onto as roles here. So again, it will be a copy of your BUT 000 table. Then you have your LFB1, which used to store as part of your company code information, as part of your reconciliation accounts, whatever you entered is as part of your company code information. That will all be stored here as part of the company code information. Okay. Then you have your LFM1, which used to store vendor based information, right? Specifically with regards to the addresses. So when you talk about BUT and 000, that is where, see, when you talk about your SAP business partner settings, right? It is all linked through your APIs. SAP S4 business partner, as part of your CVA, if you see the link on which your entire set of links, which has all been triggered in the system. So when you see here, the tables, how it is all integrated. So simple. So you have my customer, I have my supplier, right? You have your business partner, which are creating it, right? You have your business partner APIs. In the backend, they mapped your business partner APIs. Once you save your business partner, so your business partner gets saved, right? Your business partner is all stored in your BUT 000, right? So that's where your GID basically interfaces as part of your customer and vendor. They have something called as your CVI. So that's part of the outbound that comes from the API, right? They integrate to your CVI. The CVI has separately your customer API, vendor API. So this will be linked to your tables KNA1, LFA1, right? This is all linked through your APIs, customer API, vendor API. So this stores separately as a customer and a vendor. So that's where based on your GID. Yeah.
Yeah. So 7332 is the customer, sorry, the business partner probably. Okay.
Yes.
BUT 000.
Yes.
Now, what is the reference, I'm sorry, what is the subsequent customer number or the vendor number? Okay. So how can I get on the table level instead of going to BP transaction?
Okay. Okay. So directly there is something called as a CVI link tables. There are some CVI link tables. Directly they basically link you to the customer and the vendor. Whatever is the CVI link tables, they basically give you all the linking related information with regards to a table. They have something called as CVI underscore cust underscore link. So I put my BP number. So probably I can put my customer number. So this is a vendor number, right? So directly I'll put a business partner number.
So basically, it's a mix of SAP CRM and ECC, right?
Yes. 1 minute. When you see here, when you go to your BOT 000, when you go to your business partner, so you have your, if you scroll to the right, you have your BOT, business partner GID number. So this links to your CVA underscore cust underscore link. So this gives you which is the customer which is linked. That's why they have a mapping table in the backend between a customer and business partner through your BUP ID.
Can you refer the same number in the vendor one as well?
Yes, you can refer the same thing. When you see your customer, the same thing as part of your CV underscore link, you have your vend underscore link. Vend underscore link. This will link your BUP ID. It will give you a vendor number as
well. Oh, thanks.
Yeah. This is how your business partner related information, which is all stored now, is all. That's right. Because when you see the core structure of the tables, now they are trying to link it to your CVI custom link, CVI vendor link, lot of tables which has all been there as part of your business. CV underscore link, custom CV underscore link. So previously, I think if you had, I'm not sure. Previously, you had, I'm not sure if you are using your CRM. There was a table, CRM KUNNR, right? This table probably. So your business partner, when you talk about a specific to a customer, the characteristic, they used to have this table previously. Now with the synchronization, now you would have minimum, there are no fields that have been populated as part of this table. Someone has used this table, probably you could have linked to that for the CVA underscore link, customer link, CVA underscore vendor link tables on which your entire set of integration basically works. Again, based on which, that's why you give GUID is linking your entire set of information, entire set of table level linking is all happening through your GUID. Okay, and specifically, all your addresses with regards to the business partner, specifically it is getting stored in a table. It's all stored as part of your GUID because this is where your business partner, all the address related information, which is all stored from your, again, it takes reference of your business partner GUID number only. So this is where you can maintain the. Okay, there's another option in the business partner where you can maintain your relationships with the business partner. Suppose I've created this business partner as 7332. I'm creating this business partner as 7332 now. I'm creating individual as a person, for example, as an individual person. You can create individual as a person as well. Here is part of the business partner. Okay, I'll just save this. You'll get a business partner number 7237333. Okay. Now I can maintain something called as relationships here. So I go to my organization 7332. Right, 7332. I go and maintain relationships. So let me open this 7332. Then go and maintain relationships there. I can maintain that as probably as a contact person or multiple relationship which you can maintain. I can put it as 7333. I'm creating this as a relationship by maintaining it so that he could be a contact person. So you can have multiple relationships which you can maintain it over here with multiple roles that have been assigned. So this comes in handy when you want to maintain relationships, right? You have multiple relationships which could be maintained as part of your business partner level setup. So this is something onto the relationship with regards to the BP. You can have multiple levels of tabs which you can maintain. Maybe one as a contact person, maybe one as a shareholder. you can have multiple relationships. Maybe one as an employee, but that has to be linked to your employee master. So like this, you can have multiple things which can be active. So all these tables, when you see relationships specifically, I can maintain the relationship. There are specific tables which are holding the relationships. So SC16N, if I go here, BUT 050, which is maintaining my relationships. When I put my business partner 7332, okay, contact person relationship here 7332, if I'm maintaining it. It's not, oh sorry, it's an ECC based system. An ECC based system. So when I go back here, AC16 BUT 050, when I'm putting my relationship number 7332. So it stores which relationship against which partner, which I'm maintaining it as part of the relationship. All this relationship gets stored as part of this tables, as part of your BUT 050. Right, as part of your BUT 050, we stores all the relationship based information as part of this tables. So these are the changes on that, because when you see so many things have actually changed. When you talk about a business partner or a core tables which has already been changed to specifically as part of your business partner, they have gone ahead and changed all those tables based on the setup.
So from the business partner standpoint, there are no simplification, right? Because you still see the table of BUT 000, BUT ARDC 20, BUT 51, BUT 50. So where is the simplification here, except for the KNA1, KNA, I mean the customer master tables?
No, business partner, now they are integrating into one system, right? So previously your CRM had, because these tables were existing as part of CRM systems. Right? It was not a part of your ECC systems, right? So all these tables now they are streamlined into your ECC based system now. So for a CRM consultant, if you ask, this business partner is already an existing concept for him, right? Imagine a person is completely an ECC based person. He has worked on ECC. For them, if you see, all the structures have all changed now.
Okay, so that is the new concept.
That is a new concept.
This,
yeah, it is like CRM bringing into SAP S4HANA.
Okay.
So CRM concept brought into SAP S4HANA. That's what they're linking is all to the BUT 000.
Yeah, because previously also in FSCM standpoint, the business partner concept was there in ECC.
Yes. But it was only restricted to your FSCM based setup there, right? You are not executing in your customer or a vendor concept there.
Right. It was only the credit management piece.
Credit management was handled as part of your FIAR component, right?
Right.
FIAR component, you had your credit masters, FD32 and FD33, which you are executing it, right? Now even your credit management have changed, right? Now your credit management is on FSCM.
Okay.
Right? Right. Could you ask me about credit management? So since you asked me about credit management, again, credit management is again a role that needs to be activated, right? Since you asked me credit management, so even credit management is again, you will have to just add one role for a credit management. So just because you're working on business partner, so it's all based on your role. So if you have worked on your FSCM credit management, there is a role called as an UKM 000. I think it was the same role, right? When you're using your FSCM as well. UKM 000. UKM 000. Wait a minute.
So the simplification is the combination of all the customer, vendor, supplier, whatever into one single concept of business partner.
Yes.
The role-based concept.
Role-based concept, yes. Role-based concept.
Just like CRM. Okay.
Just like CRM. See, when you talk about this, so how it gets determined. So when you see your business partner, right, which is again linked to your customer or a vendor. Right? So customer is again defined by its account group, right? Vendor is defined by his own set of account groups. Based on account groups, your partner functions are designed, right? Based on vendor group, your partner functions. That is where when you see a business partner, it's your customer, which is linked to your account group. So you get your partner functions. When you talk about your partner functions, your sold to party, or your ship to party, right? All your bill to party, or your payer, all these are our partner functions, which is defined. Here you have an ordering address, you have a supplier address. These are all part of your vendor-based partner functions. right? When I hit my business partner, again, your business partner, when it hits the particular role of a customer or vendor, they have a set of account groups, which is all aligned, right? At the end of the day, your customer vendor, which was previously aligned this, now this is something which has been added on. Is this clear to? Yeah, this is a business partner is an additional role which has superseded your customer and vendor. Through customer and vendor, it is hitting your account group, and finally your partner functions are defined.
And that too based on relationships.
Yeah, that too based on relationships, additional things, whichever is there. No, not on relationships. See, basically when you see, okay, there's one. So when you see here, when I go to my, see, based on your partner functions, it is all defined, because at the end of the day, it hits my account group here. Customer general data, there is an account group, right? Your account group basically hits your OVT0, where you go to your cust as an account group, right? This customer is an account group. So based on which your customer functions are all defined. Then when I go to your partner functions, based on your customer master, you have your partner functions, which is basically your, which is all defined by your account groups, right? Whatever is hitting my CUST as an account group, it hits it based on which are the partner functions that have been designed. And then your partner determination procedure assignment based on your CUST, whichever has been defined, and your partner function, which have been defined for the CUST, it comes in. So the same procedure, only thing is that now it has been superseded with the business partner as a concept, which is bringing into SAP S4. There's a set of configuration that. So if you're aware of a CRM configuration, it's almost like on similar grounds as your business partner of a CRM versus your SAP S4, right? Because not only when you ask me your existing systems, right? Tomorrow my EWM is already come in. The transportation management is already come in. That's all working on your business partner as a concept. To unify this, one business partner concept has come in, and it is taking all this simplifications ahead, right? Tomorrow my GTS might come in. It is again a part of your business partner, right? So all these things, when they're trying to club into multiple, because some of the CRM functionalities could be integrated. Tomorrow my S4HANA system is talking to a CRM based systems. For example, your Hybris based system, which is again based on your business partner integration, right? This is all based on your business partner that we activate as part of this. From an EC system, when you're moving it to SAP S4 HANA, the concept is you will not directly move as a customer and vendor. So what they do is as a technical activity, that's a technical activity, which they do something called as your CVI integration. They do your mapping, your customers and vendors are mapped to business partner, and business partner from ECC is moved as a business partner. This is a technical activity where they do the mapping as part of, there is a cockpit where they map all the setup, and as part of a data migration, they move this business partner to a business partner. And then in the S4 HANA side, you have your customers and the vendors. So customers and vendors are converted to business partner in an ECC based setup. So I'm just trying to show how these tables are all linked as part of your business partner or your customer or your sales oriented tables, which is all linked. Yes. So again, your business partner will have to have a customer and a vendor. Many people ask, can business partner, customer, and vendor have a same number, right? As of now, we have different numbers. Yes, you can have a business partner, a customer, or same number, business partner, vendor, same number. Business partner, customer, and vendor also could be a same number. But when you have a vendor and customer to be same number, this will lead to inconsistencies when reports are drawn. So as a normal business case, they would keep a business customer and vendor on different numbers. Yes, they could keep a business partner and a customer could be a same number. Business partner vendor could be a same number, but very unlikely it will be a customer and vendor would be on a same number. Yeah, this is the role of a business partner based concept in a scenario. Okay. We'll discuss that. Business partner configuration itself is pretty exhaustive. We'll discuss the business partner configuration. Currently, I'm just touching base on the table front. Okay. Having said and done, now coming to your material master tables. So you had multiple tables as part of your material master. All your Mara, Marcy, all these tables were there. They set all your Mara, Marcy, all these tables, which are there as part of the existing structure. Because you had your Mara, Marcy, all these tables, plus you had all your total tables. Mara as a table is, to a certain extent, they're holding it in the system because your Marcy and Mardi, which are storing all your aggregate level information, they have been eliminated from the setup. MKPF and MSCG has been eliminated. Plus all your tables, your sales data table, all these tables which are there, which has been eliminated, all your historical tables have been eliminated. So total 26 tables have been eliminated to accommodate to only one single table called as a MAD doc. So when you see here, okay, let me go to SC11 probably that will be. So your MAD doc is one single table is holding 342 fields. So this holds all the information with regards to your quantity, valuations, everything is all stored in one single table called as MAD doc. Plus all your MARC, when you see your MARC as a table, is having 305 fields. So a lot of fields are common fields. So when they're mapping into MapDoc, most of the common fields have come in, and most of the critical fields, so which normally gets populated when any changes in the material level happens, that has already been set up as part, that has already been accommodated into your MapDoc. Your MARC had 305. Your MARD, which is your storage location stock information report, has your 72 fields. MARD has 72 fields, which is all saved as part of this structure into your SAP S4 HANA. So it's only one single table. Standard tables are all been changed to only one single table, which is your MAD doc, which is your single table, which is going to be holding in the system. And even when you go back to your SC16, so when I put in my, okay, SC16N, probably I can give you detail. So when you see your MARD has something called as your NSDM_V_MARD, this is basically your compatibility view, right? As I said, tomorrow if my MARD comes into some report from my ECC, if I want to move my MARC and MARD into my reports, right? My reports are bringing in if I want to read it. So there has to be a compatibility to be read, right? Tomorrow you cannot see the tables are not there. So they have converted the views. The views gets populated through this proxy object, which basically leads to my MAD doc as one single table, right? So for all these things, whichever has been eliminated, especially in the system, you'll find a compatibility view. Even your header tables for your material documents, MKPF, which is a header material document, right? That has also been simplified. MSEG, which is again your material documents as per item number, which has also been simplified as part of the structure. So all these tables, totally around 26 tables have been eliminated. So when you see your MSTQ, a lot of tables, if you put all these tables which are there, so we would have not used most of the tables in our existing scenario. So all these tables whichever has come in, which has been eliminated as part of your structure. So mostly if you would have used our MSKU, special stocks with the customer. So that is again be a proxy object. So all your batches, MCHA table is still existing, all your batch stocks, which is all aggregating all the stocks. So they have eliminated this MCHB as a table, and all your MSK, sales order stock, it's all aggregated stock, sales order stock. That also has been eliminated with this NSDM_V_M. That's why your compatibility view is holding all the information. So for example, as I said, your MARC is coming as part of the report. The query, the select query passes to your compatibility view that redirects it to your MAD doc. It reads your MAD doc and that populates your MARC as a table. So your MARC that's executed. The report doesn't get into failure mode, right? Similarly, these are the tables that has come in as part of your MARC as one single table. You have something called as material ledger. So a material ledger, it was not mandatory, right? Was not mandatory in your ECC. Now material ledger, because they are finally integrating to your universal journal ledger, which is linked to something called as ACDOCA as a one single table. So ACDOCA is linked to multiple setup. Now is linked to your profitability analysis, is linked to your general ledger as well, is linked to your asset accounting, controlling, is linked to your material ledger. So just because they had made this unified concept as part of your ACDOCA as one single setup, they said, I'm going to make this as a mandatory. So any particular movement that happens in the system, so when a GR happens, for example, you have to have an accounting document, material document, as well as now additionally material ledger documents also comes in as part of the setup, right? So your GR happens, so these things are coming. Your material ledger has become a mandatory setup. So with the material ledger coming in, all your material ledger is closely linked to your accounting document with your ACDOC as one single functionality. That is the reason when you see here, in the table front as well, your material ledger is closely linked through your accounting entries here, right? So that is where your material ledger, they have a table called as MLDoc, which is a material ledger document, which is linked closely to your BKPF and your ACDoc as one single table. So your material ledger, which is because we had your previously in your ECC based system, you had your, as part of inventory management, you had your valuations, right? In terms of your standard price, how your price used to be moving average price, right? It was a standalone setup because material ledger was not mandatory. Now, this has been integrated with your material ledger as part of the valuations there, right? Based on your valuation area, valuation via your all your MBW, EW, EBW, all these tables have been integrated to your material ledger. Plus your material ledger in a ECC based setup, it had multiple tables, which is some of the index tables have been eliminated, and core table is basically ML doc. So when you talk about your material existing in a ECC based setup, only difference is now it has become a mandatory setup. It's become a mandatory step which everyone is bound to follow as part of the implementation. So normally when you see your material ledger, right, your material ledger, which is a part of your material document, right? Whenever you create your GR, you have previously you're getting your accounting document and your material document created. Now along with this, with the activation of material ledger at the material level, you have your ML document also getting created. So ML document gives you an option of maintaining in multiple currencies. One is your group currency and your local currency. When you have a material ledger, normally when you see, for example, any oil trading company, maybe in a Middle East region, so they cannot maintain only your local currency. Tomorrow they'll be trading in an international market where they'll have to maintain it in USD, right? So material ledger, you can have it as a group currency or you can have it as a local currency. So you have an option of how these metals are evaluated at a material ledger level. That is where your activation of your material ledger happens at a material level, not specific at a material level, at a valuation area level. Normally, will be a valuation area will be a plant or a company code, right? This is your ML gets activated here.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Your ML gets activated here. So you have a local currency or a group. Sometimes some companies maintain it as same currency. Some companies maintain it as different currencies.
So that means going forward, whenever a material is created, it has to have this checkbox selected.
Yes, because I'll show you. I'll let configuration. So just because to help you where exactly it is created is basically you're activating the material ledger at valuation area level, right? You're activating your material ledger at valuation area level. So valuation area being a plant, right? Valuation area being a plant. So what will happen is any metal that is created for the particular valuation area of the plant, the metal ledger automatically gets activated. So because metal ledger has become a mandatory step now as part of the structure, because the reason being everything is linked to your ACDOCA now, right? Because the finance level, it has become mandatory. See, what happens is the configurations are done by a logistics consultant, but the realization happens of the metal ledger happens to the financer, right? Be it your costing or evaluations, everything that you trigger it out based on your, that is at your finance end that gets realized. Because
So is it a standard SAP that this material ledger is mandatory in the material master, or
yes.
Is it a config that MM consultant has to do?
No, this one has to be activated in the first place.
Okay.
He has to activate this material ledger in the valuation area level.
Okay.
See, otherwise, what will happen is your GR will not happen.
Right.
The components have been aligned now, saying that GR mandatorily will check the ML activation then before doing a GR.
Gotcha.
Quick question on this: that let's say this is then if it is mandatory, why it is not coming? Or as already, like when we are defining the valuation area, why it is not getting the material ledger activated at that very moment?
So you mean to say at a plant level you want to activate the material ledger?
At the valuation area level, I'm talking about.
See, first is we'll have to, because depends on valuation area. Most of the companies keep it at a plant level. Very few, if you're maintaining a central, but centrally you are managing it, then you do it at a company code level.
Company code level. Yeah.
Company code level. So when you're doing it as a valuation area level, see, you are creating a valuation area, defining the valuation area to be a plant.
Right.
Then you activate the material ledger. The activation of a material ledger happens here.
Yeah. So what I'm also trying to say is that, so whether maybe it's a SAP's thing.
Yeah.
That even if whether it's the valuation area is the plant level or company code level, whatever is the level, the material ledger should get activated automatically based on whatever the level we are choosing, instead of us going and doing it again. Because this is what we were doing in ECC. In ECC, we had the material ledger also. In some cases, we had this activated. In some cases, we didn't have, based on the choice of the company. But since S4HANA cannot happen without material ledger, so why are we still keeping this option? So because if it is optional, then under what circumstance then we will have a valuation area which will not have a material ledger updated?
No, because see, what you're saying is why a material ledger has been made as a mandate, has made as a step for an activation, right? That's what the question is.
Right.
See, material ledger is based. See, in material ledger there are 3-4 functionalities. See, one is basically it gives your parallel currency valuations. The way because you had your IM previously, you had your IM, right? Inventory management, which was handling all your valuations. It previously had your inventory management, which was handling all your valuations, which was basically because when you see your valuation predominantly was at standard price or a moving average, MAP, right? And previously they had something called as a SMAP, statistical moving average price. Probably if someone would have known, the background it used to calculate your SMAP, that is a standard statistical moving average price. So with the introduction of material ledger, what they've done is they have removed that particular SMAP. So either you have your standard price or your moving average price. And your actual costing is also getting calculated, because your actual costing gets, again, that's actual costing also gets calculated. That's based on the costing runs that you do in this step setup. So in order to activate this SMAP, which has been deactivated in the system, so they could not directly activate it at a valuation area level. So what they've done is they're given this still retained with this existing ML activation step. So previously, so to clarify it, there are something called as, they had some transactions where, because when you talk about your production startup for a material ledger, see, when your material ledger was there, see, material ledger advantages is basically to remove all your variances, right? A lot of variances were there. When you talk about your, for example, your production-based variances, which used to come because of your raw materials you're procuring from different vendors. Then based on your procurement variances, which happen because of the exchange rate differences predominantly. So they're trying to bring in, reduce all these variances, so that as a material ledger, when you draw the cost of for example, if I'm manufacturing components from different regions across the world, which belong to the same company, I'm trying to draw everything from different locations, and I'm trying to assemble probably a car in China, right? Probably I'm assembling the car China, bringing components of the car from different regions. So every region will have something called as your transfer pricing. So for example, so you have something called as your parallel valuations that was happening. Suppose if I'm assembling a plant in China, a car in China. Suppose I'm bringing my engine from a different region. I'm bringing my axle from a different region. So there are different, maybe all this controller units from a different region. I bring in all from a different region, then I'm finally assembling the car engine. Okay. Now, when I draw because every division has something called as your transfer pricing, TP. So when I finally assemble the car in China and I'm trying to draw the cost will be so high because there is transfer pricing involved. So now, because now your material ledger was not there. Now when you introduce your material ledger, so what will happen is all this pricing cost will get triggered, and finally when you're drawing the cost, it will all hit on common repository from where you can draw the cost as part of your COPA reports. That is where your material ledger has become a mandatory step, so that when it's drawing, because everything is linking to my ACDocker now, so that your COPA reports are aligned to my ACDocker, which your material ledger, again, as I said, your material ledger is linked to your ACDocker. So your COPA reports, when you draw it, it all pulls it based on your ACDocker. Yeah.
So Ram, one question on this, and then I'll leave you. So previously in the, I think someone asked a question, why is it mandatory? Why can't it be like, why is a configuration step rather than, like a system check?
Yes,
So if someone forgets, because it is a configuration step, right? If someone forget, what happens? Material ledger. If they forgot to activate it at the valuation level or at the company code level, what happens? So do we still do in the old way, or is it a mandatory step? You will get an error when you
No,
do
it
that
is a
COPA
mandatory
errors.
step. It is a mandatory step. It is a mandatory step. So
So
not
that means
only
when
the COPA level, when you're creating when you're doing a material level itself, right? When you're doing it at the material level itself, the ML will not activate it, so your valuations will not get calculated there. Because your accounting view, right? When you're extending it to an accounting view, there itself how your entire set of material ledger valuations. That's why it has to have multiple levels of valuation. Your previous year runs with activation of material ledger. If you see here, when you show here. So when you're trying to extend it to an accounting view, so when you activate this material ledger only, you have multiple periods on which your entire set of valuations gets captured, right? Based on your material ledger. Previous year's current period, previous month period, previous year's last period, and a future costing run, current costing run, and your previous costing run. These are 6 tabs that gets activated with your material ledger. So how will the valuations get captured there? That is based on your material ledger, which is based on your material price analysis. Right? Which basically checks whether it's a company code currency or a group code currency on which your metal prices have been arrived at. Right?
Maybe a dumb question. Okay, material master level, it is mandatory. That means every user has to select that checkbox. But what if in the valuation configuration, if someone misses that checkbox selected?
Where you're talking about here? Here?
No, in the valuation configuration. In the configuration.
The configuration, like where you're activating this OMX1.
Yes. If someone forgets to activate the checkbox.
Here you're talking about?
Yes, exactly.
Okay, because material ledger it is a mandatory step. It is a mandatory step as part of the activation there.
So, okay. So that's what I was asking.
It's a mandatory step. It's a mandatory step as part of the activation there. Okay. Otherwise, your valuation, see, even if I activate it there, it goes and check what is my valuation area, right? So when you see here, so it goes and checks what's my valuation area. Valuation area is a plant, right? Then it goes and checks whether my plant level is that material ledger activated.
Okay.
Right? So if it is activated, then it has to be mandatorily activated. Only then the valuations will get captured in your material master level.
Gotcha.
Because the data design of the inventory now valuation is aligned to your material ledger activation. With S4 HANA, so there will be changes in the data design, right, for inventory management, which is based on your actual costing is still an optional as part of your material ledger, because when you do an actual costing, again, you'll have to activate an actual costing. Okay, so this is basically on the valuation area level, so as I said, since on the material ledger part we are discussing. Okay, now coming to this is the level of tables which I have put it across in this slide. Existing tables which are there, to specific on the tables which. So when you see here, as part of the sales, as I said, your which is your VBAK, VBAP, all these documents are all there, and your VBFA document has been thing. Then your on your finance side, your BKPF, BSCG, and your ACDOC has been there. Then on the metal side, only your ML doc is one single table, and your MBW, which is all valuation-based tables, right? Which is all put used for your master data. Then your metal document is only MAD-doc. Rest all is used for your master data only. Like your MARC, MARD, they are taking backend, they are taking those views, and based on which your entire set of views are all. Okay, this is all industry-based core-based solutions. So these are the industries where SAP is working continuously, right? These are all, they have categorized few industries saying, yes, all the industry core solutions, which is aligned to your SAP S4 HANA, be it automotive, your discrete industries and the mill products. They call it as a DIMP industries. You heard something called as DIMP, discrete industries and mill products, which handles all your pharmaceutical and your mill product industries, aerospace and defense, and heavy engineering construction, and heavy maintenance projects, wherever it is there. They call it as a DIMP. So their industry solutions are categorized for the automotive, discrete industries and milk products, specifically your oil and gas sector, then your IS retail, predominantly retail and retail setup, where they are focusing more towards the industry solutions now. So because they feel that acceptance of oil automotive is strong enough for the acceptance in the European market on the.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. Which feature in SAP S for HANA Logistics helps in optimizing transportation planning? Option A, Transportation Management System, TMS. Option B, Customer Relationship Management, CRM. Option C, Human Capital Management, HCM. Option D, Financial Accounting, FI. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comments section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing logistics? Our SAP S4 HANA Logistics 1909 course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S4 HANA Logistics. It's like a toolkit for managing everything from inventory to shipments. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced skills. It's created by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been in the field for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you might have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It's very affordable. This great chance to learn won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP S4 HANA Logistics Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
And especially in the North American, especially the American and Canadian market. If you see milk products and industries, again, it is wherever there is a heavy industry base, so acceptance of this industry solutions are specifically being used. Oil and gas, it's more towards the Middle East orientation plus European region, right? Retail is across your European, UK, as well as your Middle East region. They are also strong in this retail-based solution. So they are continuously improving in all these specified parameters on which SAP is focusing on. Now, this is the path. Suppose if having an SAP S4 HANA, what are the things that one customer has to see when it goes for a new implementation? What criteria on which he will go for a new implementation versus a brownfield project, as I said? Because you have two categorization of projects. One is a greenfield and a brownfield projects. So because your greenfield and a brownfield projects has more towards, so when you see here, your brownfield projects versus my greenfield projects. Brownfield is very clear. It is only people who are on a customized environment. If they want to move ECC 6.0 bare minimum, he has to be on EHP 7 or 8. If a customer is less than that, he has to upgrade it to 7.7 or 8, and then he has to go for an SAP S4 migration. Before he goes to SAP S4 migration, he has to go for a HANA based migration for an ECC on HANA, then he goes for an S4 migration. This is the path which any customer would be taking when he's going for a system conversion process. Greenfield project. So yes, predominantly all your non-SAP customers will go for a greenfield, but some existing SAP customers also could go for a greenfield. Customers who are on 4.6, 4.7, the older version, who says, yes, it's good enough, now I'll go for an S4 HANA new implementation. The advantage is, if you are on a customized environment here, right, you have to forego the customization when you want to move to SAP S4 HANA, right? Forego the customization. Now, if a customer has already, if he wants to go, he has to go only for a system conversion project. What are the cases where the customer, in spite of being on an ECC, he could still go for a new implementation or a greenfield project? Right? One case is where SAP is not fully leveraged for a customer. When I say leverage, so one part is where some business requirements, when they are doing the initial implementation, business requirements would have significantly changed, right? So where your ERP could not be, what existing ERP system or ECC system could not be keeping it pace with all the business processes which have got updated from the time it was installed, right? It was implemented, right? Because the assumptions which were there where for that level of that particular setup, of late the business has expanded. So a lot of dependencies would have come onto the business. So they would have not kept the entire scope of expansion into consideration when they were implementing the solution. So that is where fully leveraging where they were not fully able to realize it. So the customers could go for a greenfield implementation. Right. The other case is your poor data quality. When I talk about poor data quality, so the structural definition of a master data. When you talk about a master data, there could be some issues with a master data where your account groups, vendor account group, customer account would have not been maintained properly. Of late, they would have been moving with their ECC-based setup for quite some time because they already implemented it. A lot of things are running on that particular setup. So they would have been running with that particular structure. So they have said now with this poor data quality, it is difficult to go with the same master data, with the same set of master data which I'm migrating it to SAP S/4HANA. So let us all together go for a new set of implementation so that I can start afresh there. Then your lack of governance, which would have been a market master data, because you would have had multiple instances, right? So you would have understand creation of master data across different instances. So you do not have a proper data mechanism or a master data mechanism in place. So that could be cases where they could go for a poor data quality, based on which they could have decided now they let me go for a new level of customers who are on a high customization. Right? Because the problem with the customization is one part is yes, it is difficult to adapt to new changes, right? Which requires a lot of cost and effort for every change that needs to be implemented. And there was heavy maintenance because if you see people who are on many Zs, right, the amount of cost that they incur in maintenance is predominantly high. Because you'll have to have the respective resources, then service companies, a lot of service companies will have to take your support projects. So again, we want to move again on a customized environment. So customers would feel, yes, I've been doing this for 10, 15 years. So let me try to go for new implementation. Where because of the customization, you are not able to harness any new innovations that were there, right? Business was not able to adopt any of the standard practices. So which we based on which this could be the case. And the other is just multiple system. So of late, there have been a lot of mergers and acquisition that has happened, right? For example, a Dell EMC, for example, IBM, that a lot of companies which are acquired other companies. So probably they would have been on different ECC systems. They could be on different systems. Now they want to consolidate it. They'll say, let me make one S/4HANA system. And anyways, I have multiple systems. Maybe they could have been on different ERPs. They could be one could be on ESCC, one could be an Oracle, right? They could have been on different enterprise suites. So based on which they'll say, now I'll go to a common system so that I can migrate all the master and transaction data and start off afresh in that particular system. So these are the cases where another could be where they have not enterprise structure has not been defined. So suboptimal enterprise structure could have also been the case where they were not able to maintain the proper enterprise structure. Definitions would have not been properly maintained in their ECC based setup. So these are the pain points which a customer could have to move to a new implementation process. So which it could have encountered. So when we discuss with the customer only, we'll come to know what sort of pain points he undergoes, so that when we suggest him to go for a greenfield or a brownfield, so that's when the decision of a customer would come in there. These are the parameters on which because customization, yes, you have no other go, you have to go for a system conversion. Even those customers, if they want to go to a new implementation, there have been pain points which those customers would have encountered, which makes them move towards a greenfield approach into the SAP S/4HANA structure. So when you run this particular programs, when you run all these tools, so what happens is they have a lot of tools. Okay, so they have tools like this. So I have screenshots of it. Because we don't have access to these tools. So this is your simplified item content. So again, it gets to you for which are the simplification items, right? You need to have the valid user ID for accessing that in a project level. Yeah, so this is your simplification. So let me expand this. So you have a simplification item catalog. I'll explain you the process, but since you asked me how the code content works, so basically they run your readiness check for a simplification item check. You're downloading all your local simplification catalog from here. You download it, then it gives you all the components which is there and the respective nodes which needs to be implemented, right? When you are uploading this downloading the simplification catalog content, this gives you the simplification item list. right? Here it does all the consistency checks, and based on which it gives you a readiness report like this. So it says whether my simplification items are all ready, where there are issues, everything it gives a holistically, they give you this particular link. It's basically a link. Then, okay, since you asked me this, so you are integrating with your simplification database, which links to your customer system landscape. So it pulls out all the custom code which have been there as part of this setup. Then it simplifies the database, checks with the simplification database, it's in line. Then it gives you custom code migration work list, right? Which are the nodes that needs to be implemented, whether each work list item refers to a specific node where the different application needs to be installed. So then this gives a compatibility. Yes, it is available, it is good to go, or it is not good to go in your existing system. Similarly, in your ECC setup as well, you had something called as your ATC checks. I'm not sure if you had come across this in your ECC. This is a ECC system. Any Z program, if you're pulling it out.
I was like asking, is it done in addition to the code inspector check?
ATC checks, you have either you do it as a code inspector check or you use an ATC tools. There are two different ways by which they can check it out. So any particular code, Z code that you're checking it out, you have your program, check, ABAP test cockpit. So if there are any issues, when they integrate with the system, it pulls all this ATP check results from your existing ECC system, and then it pulls it out in your S4 HANA system. So you have something called as ATC. The transaction itself is ATC for you to check all the system level. When you want to have whether you want to have local checks or any specific object providers, you can go and check this particular system. So that is where your process itself, it continues based on your system conversion. That's where when you see your simplification code list, right? It basically picks up from your, how is a simplification database imported? It is picked up from your service marketplace. And then your customer report is taken, customer system landscape. They both have been downloaded as part of your simplified database, which takes your custom code analysis result. And then it creates a report saying which are the custom code which is ready to be migrated versus which are the ones which needs a review of those codes which are existing in the system. So in that cases, that's what I said, the complexity of the report runs, and by the time you check because when you see a lot of codes which needs to be reworked, most of the cases, if you see more number of codes needs to be reworked. In that cases, then your technical team has to get into every code, do the rework of the code. Again, they run this particular report. So that all compatible is all pulled in particular in this report saying these things, because next subsequent step is you're running one shot through a migration process. Before that, these are all readiness preparations checks that is done before you migrate your custom code to SAP S4HANA. I'm just trying to show you the process, how it executes in the system. The different levels of screens that are used when you're doing, because once you're done with the custom code checks, they use something called as an SUM DMO. SUM DMO, you need to have the port ID and all, host name and all, which they give it for your target system where you want to push this data to. So there you do the set of, once you're uploading it, it gives you the different levels of checks which it executes to your, first it extracts the data, then it does the configuration, then it just the checks, then it's just the pre-processing, execution, and the post-processing. What has happened is simplification is all about changes that has happened. So when you talk about simplifications, when you see 1610, they have come out, 1511 to 1610, they have come out a simplification list. So what are the changes that has happened from 1610 to 1511? That is called as simplifications, right? That is captured in a simplification list. Similarly, 1709 has got a simplification list. 1809 has got a simplification list. 1909 currently has got a simplification list, right? But when you're implementing 1909 version, of the simplification content catalog for 1909. One thing you will have to understand, 1610 to 1709, especially the database itself changes, right? 1610 is on HANA 1.0. 1709, the HANA database itself has to be upgraded to HANA 2.0, right? It not only goes with the hardware upgrade, even your processor update has to be done, right? It was basically Ivy Bridge Intel process was supporting your 1610. 1709 is supporting your Haswell processors. Even your hardware structure has to be changed, right? And even your Fiori Fiori version 1.0 was supporting your 1610. 1709, your Fiori 2.0 is supporting. And 1909, now it has come out with Fiori 3.0. So then your readiness checks of the tool that you use, till 1809, they were running with 1.0 version of it. When you're running with 1909, they're running with 2.0 version of it. So lot of, it's not only goes with only with your buying a license and upgrading it. There are a lot of dependencies on your existing hardware as such, right? It's not your HANA database has to be upgraded, your process have to be changed, your Fiori levels have to be changed. So that is why I said, depends on the version, your simplifications have been aligned to the particular database structure. Now, because when you see 1610, they had supported your normal level of embedded analytics, something called as embedded analytics, the base level analytics. 1709 and 1809, and to a certain extent 1909 is all going for an advanced analytics, right? Because the intelligence part, the way your analytics is handled, it started off actually from 1709. Because your intelligence part, which got introduced into the SAP S4HANA structure, was from 1709. Till 1609, a normal level of implement. You see, most of the customers would have implemented 1610. Normally, when you see, even now, some customers are going for a 1610 implementation. If they find, okay, this is not required for me now, let me go with that base level 1610 versions, and let me go with the base level 1610 version. Later, maybe I'll see 20, 22, or 23 when my business requires, right? If my business requires, my business grows, probably I can go for a 20 or 23 years of that version of the implementation, right? So because it's not only because the cost escalates when you go for an upgradation across the different systems. Even that as companies have to be taken into consideration when you're doing. So when you're discussing these things with the customer, these things have to be put forth. So maybe we do it or a pre-sales do it. When we discuss with the consulting side as well, we should tell them that, okay, these are the things that are required when you're doing for an upgrade, right? If a customer goes from ECC to, if says I want to go to 1909, we'll have to tell them, yes, these are the things that he has to take care when he's going for a 1909, right? So that he can decide whether really does he want 1909 or he can go for a 1610, settle off for a 1610. See, what will happen is previously they were giving you a 1610 baseline and then they were upgrading it to 1709 and 1809. Now what has happened is again 1610, because you can move to your HANA and directly your SUM DMO will upgrade it to 1909 going forward. First thing is we'll have to go for HANA migration. So your ECC, which is sitting currently on your traditional database, has to be migrated to HANA. That is the first minimum requirement. You'll have to migrate it to HANA, then go for a migration procedure of your 1809 or a 1909. Yes, that is what when I was trying to tell you, there are a lot of dependencies. So when you say system conversion process, it is not that as easy as we say, okay, just a conversion process that happens in your structure. See what happens in a normal implementation based scenarios, they check whether first the feasibility. See, not every system is feasible. Not every system is feasible to be moved. That's why they run some tools to check if the feasibility is there. So first and foremost, I'm not sure if you've heard of something called as a Unicode conversion. If someone has worked on some projects in the past, because a lot of ECC systems were on your multi-code, multi-dimensional pages. First and foremost is the system has to be Unicode converted. So this is a process which you take when you're doing a system conversion. First, it has to get into a Unicode conversion. What is a Unicode conversion? It's a universal accepted code practice because all these things were on multi-dimensional pages. MDAP conversions were there. Now they have moved everything to an Unicode-based conversion. Going forward, all projects will be running on an Unicode-based conversion. So because only if a system is Unicode compatible, only then you have a possibility of migrating it to S4HANA. So what is the difference between Unicode or multi-code? So when you write multiple levels of code, it has to be in multiple pages. And when an application has to execute, it has to refer to multiple pages before it reads all the codes and then it executes the process. Now, as part of Unicode, in a single page, it can accommodate multi levels of code, multi languages of code, right? You're using Java, you're using .NET, you have multiple levels of codes which you can put it in one single table. That is called as an Unicode conversion versus your multi-code conversion. Normally, when you see your Unicode conversion that itself is a project when you are migrating a project. Unicode conversion itself is a separate project because that itself has a lot of work to be done in a Unicode conversion project. So when you talk about your Unicode conversion, how do you know your system is Unicode converted or not, right? Because currently, if you're on S4 HANA system, currently you don't have you need to have the system which is a Unicode converted. So basically, currently this is an S4 HANA system. This is an S4 HANA system where how I check it is a Unicode converted. A simple check from a functional perspective is I go to a table called TCP DB, which gives you if there are any values or something, if there are any specific values, it is a multi-code, MDMP they call it, multi-dimensional multi-page system. Now with this Unicode system, it is if there are no values that are populating as part of the structure, it is a Unicode system. That's where you define whether there are any tables that are populated, values that are populated. It's a MDMP system. Now with this conversion that has happened, you go for a Unicode conversion based structure. So then you have something called as whether my ABAP codes are all Unicode or all compatible to the Unicode in the system. So what they do is in an ECC system, when you want to see my ABAP codes are all Unicode compatible. So they have something called as a UC check. This is basically check your programs based on your structure. So where I go and execute this particular program. So this is all done basically to check if my ABAP codes, this is done by a technical team, but still they run this program to check. That's what a lot of work, as I said, that goes behind your Unicode conversion itself. So they run a lot of reports. They check all the syntax errors that comes in your existing ABAP code to check if those codes are compatible to your to be moved for the first place to an Unicode environment. Because when you want to migrate to HANA itself, your system has to be on Unicode.
Right.
Not only to S4 HANA. Even if you're going for a HANA migration,
right,
only Unicode converted systems are compatible to be moved to HANA.
okay,
Because
that's
most of the ECC systems, if you see, they're all on MDMP, multiple MDMP systems. Now, when you want to move to HANA itself, the first and foremost, it has to be Unicode converted. This takes a lot of time because it gives you it has to check all the code specifically, and then it has to UC check, Unicode check. It basically checks against a specific object name. If you are moving it, probably you'll have to check. We know specific object check code. Then it goes and checks whether the particular object code is in line or not, or else it has to pull specific object types if you're selecting. Whether there's any program which is linked to this object type, it goes and checks because that's what they run it for all objects in the one shot. So just check if there is any ABAP codes that have been there, if there are any RX, if there are any programs which is linked to this. So this is one thing that they run as part of your UC check. This is called as an ABAP's Unicode scan tool. They run this particular tool to check whether this thing is in line with your. So as part of it, see, Unicode itself has the different stages. Unicode project itself, if you say they have different stages. One is a pre-conversion in Unicode actual conversion, then a post-conversion. So that's where they set up all the UC content project, all your prerequisites that is done, because that itself is a big project, as I said. Once you're done with this, all this compatibility checks, all those things that you're maintaining in the system. So next, it makes a provision for you to go to something called as a maintenance planner. If previously have you heard of something called as maintenance optimizer? Someone has worked on optimizer in your previous projects. MPOS, they used to call it MOPCS. So now you don't have any more MPOS. They used to call this MPOS, maintenance optimizer. Yes, it's MOPC, maintenance optimizer. Now you don't have any more MOPC. No, it is only your system conversion, which is your maintenance planner, which is replaced your MOPC, right? Which is replaced your MOPC. So all your system maintenance planner, they run this maintenance planner to check if there is any path for us to move. If this gives you a first level of check, your maintenance planner as part of the structure gives you a first level of check whether this can be moved or not. That's why when you see, first and foremost, you have your system requirements, which is your converted to Unicode, then you go to your maintenance planner. So maintenance planner, its role is to give you whether the feasibility is there for you to move or not in the first place. Once the feasibility is there, only it'll allow you to proceed. Otherwise, it will stop you there and there itself, so that it will not have anything that you can help you. So this is where, when you're talking your maintenance planner itself, that integrates with your simplification list. That's what I said, the simplification list. So your maintenance planner checks if there are any business functions, any add-ons, or any industry solutions. All these things it checks in the first place. That's where a maintenance planner does this entire activity. So when you see a maintenance planner here as part of the structure, so this is how your maintenance planner will be. You plan for an SAP S/4HANA system. This is how your maintenance planner tool will be. So because you will not use these tools, but still that's the reason I've captured this screenshot, so that you'll know how the process actually starts. You want to install a new SAP S/4HANA system, or convert your existing ERP system to S4, or upgrade or update any existing S/4HANA system. Then when you want to install it, then it gives you all the way by which your backend systems is all configured, which are the components, target instances where you want to do it. One shot you can move it to the new system, and then add any additional systems, so that your maintenance planner gives you all this entire set of conversion into the structure. And one more thing you need to understand is, previously a lot of systems were all dual stack systems, because many people know you had a lot of systems which are all having your AS ABAP and your AS Java. Now you will have to bifurcate your ABAP and your. That's why they use something called as the dual stack systems are bifurcated, and only your AS ABAP components are taken into. They split the system and they take only your AS ABAP components into SAP S/4HANA, because your Java components are not compatible when they do this migration into the SAP S/4HANA structure. Right. So your maintenance planner takes care of this step. So in the system, after Unicode conversion, you check whether your AS ABAP components are only picked up by your maintenance planner. So maintenance planner, once there is a path, once the path is clear, they have something called as a stack. Once this maintenance planner run is there, they create a stack.xml file, so that it creates this is basically a stack report which creates saying you can move further, because this creates a first level of movement into your HANA database. First and foremost, this is for a HANA database. The same thing continues when you're moving from an HANA to an SAP S/4HANA database. Now, then they go for a pre-checks phase. In your pre-checks phase, right, because you're done with the maintenance planner, then you go to your pre-checks phase. Then, as I said, they pull out all the simplification catalog. Then they run this particular program. This is your readiness check. So here, they run it in your SC38. This is where you download your custom current simplification catalog. You need to have the target version. So you need to, once your thing is that you will have a list of systems. This you got it. This you're getting it right. This where the same screenshots where I mentioned here. This is where when you enter this particular report, this gives you want to download your current simplification catalog. Once you have your target S/4HANA system, this will give you all the simplification catalogs which needs to be downloaded. Same screen which you are doing it, right? Then subsequently, when you have the simplification catalog, this gives an access of all this information. Then you pull out all the information. Specifically, you run this particular program, right? You run all the simplification catalogs. Then you run this readiness report to check if all these things are fine. Right? This is one phase. Then there is something called as a pre-checks phase in this. So what we have done is we have completed our maintenance planner phase. There is some pre-checks phase. In a pre-checks phase, what they do is in your 000 client, right? In a 000 client, they run a report. So this is a 400 client. In a 000 client, what they run is they run a report called I'm not sure because here it doesn't run. R_S4_pre_transition checks. This is where the report that they run. This is run in your 000 client. Once they run this 000 client, it will give you a report called as a consistency class checks. Consistency class checks gives you whether technical feasibility is there for you to move it or not. So when you see here, I think I have included that. So consistency class check, I'll try to get it out because I don't have some tools where I've got it. I've just uploaded it here. So consistency class checks gives you whether the technical feasibility is there or not to run. So once your consistency class check clears, so that it creates a path for further movement where your stack.xml file, which is created, right, the report, it gets placed in that particular path for it to move forward. Only if that is there, your consistency class checks will give you all this movement to happen in the system. Right? Then you have a custom code preparation. So custom code migration, the bare minimum has to be a NetWeaver 7.51.
What is technical feasibility?
Technical feasibility is basically they check because when you're moving it from multiple systems, your sandbox, develop quality, and your production, all these things are in line, so that the simplifications can be moved across in the particular landscape. One. Then it checks whether my existing system, which has been created as part of the maintenance plan, the stat.xml file, which is created, whether that stack.xml file, which has been created now as part of maintenance planner, whether this particular 000 client, because your 000, what you do is you try to get some customizing, right, from a 000 client. So that sort of client, when you're moving it, whether that particular consistency class checks, because they have something called as a CC checks, that will give you ranges from 0 to 12, 0 to 12. So whichever is less than 4, less than or equal to 4, those are good enough to be moved to SAP S4 HANA. If the consistency class checks fail, there are some nodes that are implemented. They have a node that needs to be implemented. Then the consistency class checks again has to be run. That particular report again has to be run so that it falls between that 0 to 4 range, right? Because your report that is run, it will be from 0 to 12, and anything less than or equal to 4, it is good to my. This is the consistency class check score. If it's between less than or 4, then it is feasible to be moved to SAP S4 HANA. If it is not feasible, so then you run this, but there is one node called as 2182.725. This node needs to be implemented so that again they run the report after the node implementation, so that the consistency class checks comes between your 4, below your 4 or equal to 4, so that it can be triggered, because that is where there will be a path that will be created where that stack.xml file is placed. Stat.xml file, which is created as part of a maintenance planner, gets placed so that it can further move. Otherwise, what will happen is, if you run your software update manager, if you're not done all these checks, this will fail, because this is a tool which is run as a one-shot process. It's because most of the time that you spend will be there in you have two different phases. One is a preparation phase and a realization phase. In your preparation phase, you do most of the work is your preparation activity, because this is just one software update manager, data migration. Do your data migration, software update, and data conversion one shot, right? Because it is just you're uploading that all this content and you're running it in that particular tool. Then you do a follow-up in your existing system, right? Because once you do this, there are some sort of activities which needs to be carried out before you start your realization phase. That's the reason your custom code preparation phase takes a lot of time. Custom code preparation phase, once you're done with your maintenance planner pre-checks, your custom code preparation phase, as I said, you will use your existing custom codes. As I said, your SYCM transaction, which I was mentioning it here. So I know it's a bit technical, because the process itself is very technical here. The way you involve in an implementation project, the process itself is technical. But for us, we need to understand the process, because when you're working on a system conversion project, you'll be working closely with the technical team in undergoing all this process, right from the time. Maybe Unicode, you might not get involved, but at least from a maintenance planner side, you'll be working closely with them when you're working on any migration project or a system conversion project. Right? Your custom code preparations, basically they do a custom code evaluation. What is your custom code evaluation? Then they check if there is any unwanted, unused code. See, what happens normally is not all codes are moved. So normally when they say any particular project, if you see 30% of the codes will be unused, right? Rest maybe for 30% of the codes, 30 or 40% of the codes will be seldomly used. Frequently used codes will be normally a 40 to 40% of the codes. So priority wise, they'll try to move all the 40% of the codes first, right? Then they try to move your 30% of the codes, because more based on the usage of the codes, they try to see how much last 30%, it depends on the business whether they want to move. Normally, this is how the number of codes that are there, custom codes, because they would have created for some purpose, they would have not used it. Right? So whether that codes are required or not, it is to be business to decide whether those codes are really required, or else if those codes need not be moved, right? So basically, the more codes you move, the more complexity of the project. If your workload gets down by 20 or 30%, if you say, okay, this 20-30% of the codes are not required, it was written for some purpose, off late is not being used. So when you're migrating it, only a 72% of the code. So the project timelines would be still, it will be in line with your project timelines. Yes. Custom code preparation itself takes time. That's what I said. It goes by your SYCM transaction, which integrates with the simplification database. You're downloading the simplification database, then you're uploading it as part of the structure. The simplification database itself takes a lot of time when you download it, because there has to be a set of processes that are involved when a system code or simplification database itself gets downloaded, and then your entire set of process needs to be triggered. That itself is a big process in how you put into your SYCM, upload it into SYCM, and from there how you run this particular custom code report. Custom code report gives you this way. It gives you all these codes which are compatible with your, because again, your code inspector has to connect with your system language to an ROC connection. Then you run this executed report. It gives you what are the issues that this particular custom codes are not compatible with. What are the codes that is not compatible with, based on which you implement some of the nodes, or some of the codes have to be rewritten before they finally trigger your entire processes. Above kernel levels has to be on 7.5. So based on which your entire set of system conversion process gets executed. This is how your entire set of processes, which are, because that's what I said, a lot of technicalities are involved in this, how you handle it in the system. So that's where the project complexity increases. As I said, the more and more technical objects comes in, the more and more complexity of the projects gets installed. So based on which your entire set of activity. So that's where it basically runs. This is a process flow only. This is a process flow only. What you're seeing is all a process flow. What you're seeing is a process flow set of process flow, which anyone undergoes when you're doing a system conversion project. Having said, because that's what I said, a lot of technicalities involved in a system conversion project, right? So, see, normally when you see, when you're downloading the simplification database itself, see what happens is, there are some reports which are run. So when you see here, so when you are downloading a report as such, you run by SYCM _download _repository info. This is a custom code analyzer report. You execute this. When a system is integrated, you directly download your. See, here you don't have an option because the system integration is not there. Otherwise, directly this is where you download your zip file. Right? This is where you download your zip file, or you can schedule a job to download a zip file here. Once you've done this, then you will have to upload this particular repository into your NetWeaver 7.51 system. Right? Under your NetWeaver 7.51 system, you'll have to upload this particular SYCM _. You'll have to upload this simplification list. So when you see here, simplification info, upload it. Whatever the file that you're selected here, the zip file, because once you have the zip file, once you selected it, you upload that into your NetWeaver 7.5. So once you run this particular report, it uploads it into the NetWeaver 7.5 information. Then when you want to run this report, display all this simplification changes. Again, they run a report just for the display purpose of your simplification. It is again your SYCM display simplifications, display _ simplifications, which is executed. This is where they run this custom code migration work list. I was showing you, right? There is something called as a custom code migration work list. Okay, here it gives you all this custom code migration work list. You need to have the proper code inspector to run it, and then this integrates with your system. So that is where when you're running this particular report, it gives you all this custom code migration work list. This where when you're running this particular report with your custom codes, with your SAP system ID, you need to have the respective system ID where you run this, and you'll have to upload it. So your custom code migration request, import a simplification database, that zip file what you're doing, you update it here, then you run this particular data. This gives you a custom code, which are the custom codes which has to be integrated. So that's what I said. Your SYCM process, which is a code inspector itself, it's a huge process which undergoes. You'll have to download the simplification list, upload to NetWeaver, then you see all this simplifications. Again, there's a separate report that is run for executing all this details separately. So when you talk about custom fields, a lot of custom fields would have been there, right? So the customer would say, yes, I want all these custom fields to be incorporated now, right? Because those custom fields are mandatory. So for example, you have custom fields in an MERC or MERD table, which have been converted to views now. So the only table which is physically present is MatDoc, which physically gets updated is MatDoc. So what they do is because you cannot append those custom fields directly to MatDoc, because every time the custom field, anything changes, one entire table has to be refreshed, right? The entire table has to be updated. So what you can do is you can create a custom table and link it to MatDoc. As and when only that table gets updated, right? Only that table gets updated, so that whenever you want to draw a report, it can be in line with the custom fields plus your MatDoc when the report gets triggered. No, in the cloud, they don't have room for customization, right? They don't have much room for customization there. In the cloud setup, right? That's the reason your system conversion process is only for an on-premise. System conversion process, if you see here, this is a system conversion process where you're converting ERP system to an on-premise system only. They are not given a provision of a cloud, because you cannot move all your custom objects to the cloud and say, I want to provision a custom setup there. So when you see there are a lot of tables, for example, see those tables would have been converted to views, as you said. For example, in your existing standard tables itself, so some people append it as part of your standard tables, Mara, Marci, some custom table, or Z tables, they would have appended it, right? They have appended a lot of custom fields. If you are moving it to SAP S4 HANA, right? You don't have Mara, Marci, all these tables have been eliminated. It is one single table called as MatDoc, right? So if you want to move your custom fields, so you cannot append it directly to the MatDoc table. Some people ask, I want to append it directly to the MatDoc table. So why? Because anytime any particular field level changes, your entire MatDoc has to be refreshed, right? Every time small change happens, already MatDoc is there with 350 fields. It is there already with. So every time, if you add more and more custom fields to MatDoc, so the best practice is to create one Z table and link it to MatDoc, right? When a report gets generated, you can create a view from the report, and from there, your reports will be triggered. Your data will get triggered, and the reports gets executed. Z table will hold the data. That will be a physical table there. This table, with so much of additional custom fields, if you have very few custom fields, it's okay. You can append it to MatDoc and you can use it. Imagine you have huge amount of custom fields. Already they have put it on one single table just because of the performance issues. Again, if you start, add on more and more custom fields, again there will be performance issues. The throughput will take a hit there. So if you want to add more and more fields, yes, it's up to the business. What I'm saying, it's up to the business. But the general perception is that don't strain one table which has been there, because that all your locking, all your reports will be referring to MatDoc, right? Because all tables will refer to MatDoc. Because in previously ECC you had multiple tables. So one table or other, it will be utilized for the reporting. But here, even if you take any table, it will refer to MatDoc and pull out the information, because the compatibility views, right? You're bringing a report from ECC, there will be a compatibility view. For example, if Mara gets executed, Marci gets executed, it will again lead to your compatibility, which will be hitting your MatDoc and then fetching the information. So there will be a lot of stress on the MatDoc table, right? Because you're reporting, yes, when you're talking about Fiori-based reporting, dashboards and all, it accesses your physical table, right? Even if a Z table is there. You heard of something called as core data services. There are a lot of core data services views which accesses the tables through SQL queries, and which is linked to your Fiori directly through your OData service. That is called as a core data services views. You have both ABAP-based core data services. I'll explain to you that when I discuss that. You have ABAP-based core data services as well as HANA-based CDS views. ABAP-based views as well as HANA-based CDS views. Right? So you can have multiple levels of views. Plus, you have a lot of custom views which you can create it, which can refer to multiple tables. Right? When you're working on reports, you can still that is also feasible, where you can have multiple levels of information from where you can extract and you can pull the information. That's the purpose of core data services, which has been introduced as part of the SAP S4HANA structure, specifically for reporting purposes. So where you can write your database procedures directly, it allows basically ABAP consultants to write your database procedure directly in ABAP directly. So because basically database procedure would be like a functional function that is stored and executed at the database level directly, right? That is called as an AMDP. Again, that but that is too technical, where you have a lot of programming which is involved, in a lot of methods. The way they use the methods are also different when you use your AMDP. But for us to concentrate only on the process, right? So for us, we need to have an understanding of how a system conversion project works. System conversion projects works this way only. Your maintenance planner, preparation. In the preparation phase, you have maintenance planner. You have a pre-checks phase. Then you have a custom code migration. That's where you download a simplification list, upload it to a NetWeaver, then run the simplification list along with your code inspector, which is again connected to your database, to your customer landscape using your RFC connection, and that generates a report saying which are the codes that are compatible versus which are the codes that are non-compatible. So based on which there needs to be rework on the existing codes which you find it non-compatible. So SPDD converts here, right? You're talking about all the modifications that comes as part of your post-processing. That is a realization after you moved all the things. That's where SPDD and SPDO for all the because once you adapted the custom code to SAP S4HANA and related changes, SPDD checks all this modification that has done as part of the custom codes. Then it tunes the performance based on a critical database queries. So when you go back to your SPDD transaction, basically checks what are the objects are marked against the packages which has been executed in the structure. Against the package and the component ID, it goes and checks your. So based on your DDL sources from where it has been moved, and based on which they do some adjustments as part of the SPDD. So adjust modification, because basically it adjusts all your ABAP dictionary objects during an upgrade, right? That's the reason. Since you are moving a custom codes, they're using your SPDD here. Not specifically tables, but since you're moving your custom codes, so that it has to, and your SPAU transaction has to adjust all your programs or all your FMs, functional modules, all your screens, interfaces, all those things. That needs to be adjusted after an upgrade. That is the reason they use your SPAU transaction. SPAU selection list by the way that's what I said. It's more of a technical upgrade as part of your SPDD and SPAU, because whenever upgrade projects are more technical upgrade and a functional upgrade, basically they use this SPDD and SPAU. For 1709, what is the platform upgrade as against this? What are the minimum requirements for a 1909 upgrade? These are things, because it has to be in HANA 2.0, right? Bare minimum, I said it has to be in HANA, and your application server has to be 1909. Your basis kernel has to be for 1909 to 7.54, 1809 to 7.52 are sufficient, and SAP kernel has to be on 7.77. This has to be there. That's where your technical upgrade executes. And even this execution process now goes by your activate methodology. Next session, I'll be discussing on the activate in terms of the implementation, the way the process is all there. Previously, using your ASAP methodology, now it's completely on an activate methodology, the way your agile way by which you handle your project. That's our activate methodology. I'll be discussing the activate methodology projects so that which will help us in understanding the way your process or projects are taken forward. Yeah, that's a process basically, the way your projects are handled. So when you talk about your activate methodology, so activate methodology is an existing setup. It was already there as part of your SAP's method as an ASAP methodology right now. Now activate methodology has been introduced the way the new projects are handled. All your implementation projects, system conversion, that is your brownfield versus your greenfield. So that's where your activate methodology plays a major. It's more about the process. Yeah, it's more about the process that you define. So now, whenever you see your activate methodology process, there are 3 pillars of activate methodology. So one is something called as a best practices document. So all this best practice document, which has been defined now by SAP S4HANA, saying that I'm going to define best practices for everything, right? Be it for all the standard business processes, I'm going to define a best practice saying, okay, for a US-based customers, I'm going to define my enterprise structure for an US-based customer, do the set of configurations and test it saying, okay, these configurations are working as against some of the standard business processes, so that any customer who would like to adopt a best practice, they can send their system for a best practice implementation. For example, US-based customer is going for a best practice implementation. Where is going for implementation, he can give his system for a best practice setup, so that at least one US structure would get into this company, into this particular system, so that he can take a reference of it and create all the other additional Z configurations. That's the role of something called as a best practice. So like that, they have done region-wise, all region-wise, they have made a lot of best practices, and that has been put up as part of your best practice explorer. So all the best practice explorer is defined like there is a portal called rapid.sap.com, which gives all the best practices based. So you have all this best practice which has been put up as part of your best practice explorer. You need to have an SUSE ID from logging in. When you check this, you have a lot of best practice set up for on-premise, onto the cloud, everything. There is something called as a best practice that has been offered. Now, when you come to your best practice against line of business wise, for example, is sales. You have the set of best practices which has been defined for an order and a contract management. A simple example, which is maybe you can take a process of create memo processing. Simple example of a create memo processing. Here you define all your key process flows. The process flows will include create your create memo request, approve workflow for create memo request. If there is any billing block, you review the create memo request, then create your create memo. So then the entire set of process flows which has been defined. These are the process against each role. What is the scope of each role that comes in your create manage process? So it could involve a sales department. It could involve internal sales representative. Sales manager's role, what is it? It basically goes for a workflow approval. Then your billing clerk, you'll be creating a create memo. Then again, it comes back to your sales representative who creates attachment for create sales order because he has to justify, right? Then it goes by creating your sales order fulfillment monitoring, where it goes under the process, which is handled by your billing clerk as well as your account receivables, who basically ensure that on the receivables part, this is taking a realization. That is a create memo processing. So all these things have been documented and it has been neatly precised as part of your processing. That is where your best practices as such gives you. One is the set of best practice. If you see region wise, they have made it. So when you see a region, you see the different regions for which the best practices have been given, right? So many regions for which you have been given a best practice. And while you're selecting a best practice itself, it will give you which is the version of best practice under which region you want to implement the best practices, right? If it's in the US region, for which version of the best practices you have from 1610, the best practice actually started. It gave you a different region from 1709 or 1809 or a 1909. All these things are documented as part of your best practices. Yeah. So this gives you a more, because previously we are dependent on your 000 customizing. To reduce the dependency on the 000 is what the best practices have been formulated. Because best practice is something which SAP has been there in the industry for quite some time. They have gone and seen success stories of many customers, and based on which they have defined something called as best practice, which they have taken from different customers, and they have put it as one repository of best practices, right? For all major processes, right? Be it your credit management. So people who are new to SAP, because we have an audience, we have some people who are new to SAP versus some people who are. So this gives you an overview of all the processes. This doesn't require, as of now, this doesn't require any login. Directly it's available. You can go to rapid.sap.com, message you this, I'll ping you this. Okay, directly you enter this thing, it'll lead you to this particular access against a line of businesses wise, right? Based your line of businesses wise for a sales or for a services, because services is more to do with the integration, right? With the integration with the C4C or hybrids. Now, coming to your activate methodology. So previously, as part of your ASAP methodology, you had 5 different phases. One is your requirement gathering. Second one was your blueprinting. Third one was your project preparation, final preparation, and your go live. Right? Now, what has happened is they have optimized to 4 different phases. One is the preparation phase, exploration, realization, and your deploy phase. There are 4 different phases on which this activate is resolved. So, first and foremost is your preparation phase. When you talk about your maybe your design thinking, as you said, right? Maybe it will more to we do it in exploration phase. Is it to do with your workshop setup, right? How you, based on which you do an ASIS and 2B, that's where, right? So when you see, actually, see what we have started is with the preparation phase. So since the previous phases, in terms of something called, they have something called as your discover. When you say discover phase, is more to do with your assessment based setup, right? So when you talk about, so you have your phases with your requirement gathering, to your blueprinting, to your project preparation, final preparation, and a go live. This was a part of your ASAP. Now, coming to your activator. So you have first is your discover. Discover phase basically does is, it basically does all this assessment. They give you a trial system, and based on which the customer's experience with some basic functionalities, they do all the setup, and then finally, that's where the customer, because customer has to first see what is the value addition that the system is offering, so that he has to put it upfront in his management, right? Because there are a lot of budget approvals, all those things. He has to justify, yes, we have tested all those things, we have got some POC setup or some POC system where we have worked on that, we have seen that all these things are part of your discover phase. Then once your discover phase, once the customer says, yes, it is good too, that is where they go for your preparation phase. Preparation phase is more of a setup and enable. When you see a setup and enable, so then that's where you onboard all your customers, project team members, and enable them on the solution and deployment approach. That is basically done. So that's where the project lead takes up the set up the project, they define the key milestones, then they set the initial project scope, and they invite the team members into the project. So the basic, that's why they use all these implementation portals, especially when you're saying on the cloud, they use more of an implementation cloud product. Then as part of your preparation, then you complete all the setup, then you move for a fit to standard analysis. That is a part of your exploration phase. In your exploration phase, so they define the detailed scope of what is the specific business process against specific area and the company, and they select what are the scope items that are there as part of the deployment. So then they define what are there are some state sequence process. There are some things which needs to be customized. That is where we are more often ASIS and 2B, right? They try to see which is all fitting to standard, which required some sort of customization. That's why they do a lot of workshops during this particular exploration phase. Then once your exploration phase is there, that's where your realization phase starts. So when you see your realization phase, they have something called as sprint mechanism. Sprint is basically breaking down a larger activity into a smaller set of activities, so that it becomes easy to work and easy to test, and it doesn't require much of a rework every time. When you're beginning with a larger activity, this previously your ASAP methodology were taking larger tasks, right? We're taking larger tasks, and it was done with set of specific processes. And when it finally tests, yes, sometimes it used to give it error, sometimes it used to pass. But whenever the error are coming again, we'll have to come back here, then come back to the square one, then do check of all this configuration. So that was leading to a lot of time that was getting wasted in the project. So they said, let me break a larger activity to smaller activity, and they call it as individual sprints. And then I make all the sprints, and I finally say this is something called as a firm up sprint. So that all the sprints are finally put it as one firm up sprint, so that I have multiple levels of firm up sprints across the different activities, so that it is easier for me to test it as part of an SIT because you do unit testing across this, then you have a system integration testing, which you do a lot of firm up sprints, you integrate a lot of firm up sprints and do the testing activity. Maybe some people have already worked on agile projects, maybe you can add your inputs there. Maybe if you find that there is something which needs to be added to this. So that's why they do more of a sprint based mechanism, right? Sprint is all, they have a lot of scrum masters in this process who review those sprints, and they see if there is any backlog that is encountering. So if there is anything where the corrective action needs to be there, right? Or if there is any, because once you are not able to complete a sprint, normally they don't try to spend more and more time on, because for every sprint there will be a set of timelines which have been defined. So if you miss one, maybe it'll affect all your subsequent sprint timeline. So they leave the sprint, then go back to the next sprint, they do work on this. And later when the review comes in, they will see where exactly, what was the dependencies that affected this particular delay. That is why they do the sprint activities. And then finally, as part of your realization, they do the sprint. Then you have your deploy phase, which is more of a production where they do the cutover activities, send it to the. Now this is how the entire process. Then finally you deploy. Then you have a support team which takes it up from the implementation team with the minimal support which implements. The support team picks it up. See, normally when you see the sprint pickup is decided by the business and the consulting team normally. So SAP cannot, because depends on the volume of the number of objects that needs to be created. What is the volume of tier work? That's where they decide what is going to be the sprint size. As second, what is going to be the.
All right, let's test your knowledge. Here's a question for you. What is the significance of the 1909 version in SAP S/4HANA Logistics 1909? Option A, it represents the year and month of release, 2019 September. Option B, it's a random version number. Option C, it represents the number of features. Option D, it's the price of the software. Take a moment to think, and when you're ready, choose the correct option. Remember, each choice holds a key to unlocking the answer. Good luck. Type the correct answer in the comment section. Hey there! Want to get good at managing logistics? Our SAP S/4HANA Logistics 1909 course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S/4HANA Logistics. It's like a toolkit for managing everything from inventory to shipments. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced skills. It's created by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been in the field for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you might have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It's very affordable. This great chance to learn won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP S/4HANA Logistics Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.
Activity that is going to be, how the sprints are going to be is defined by either the customer as well as by the consulting company. They have a set of best practices which have been defined, because best practices have been aligned predominantly for this activate process only, right? For the sprint based mechanism, there is a best practice. They define the best practices based on which they define, okay, this is going to be the standard best practices which are going to be defined. And again, not sure how customers could adapt into this, because they will define their own set of sprints based on which they will work together in the project. Depends on the workload and the resources that they have. So now when you talk about your best practices here, as part of preparation, exploration, realization, and your deploy. So first, as part of the preparation, they do the initial project setup, resource mobilization, all your sort of budgeting, all these things as part of your preparation. Then they have what is the roadmap and approach. So roadmap, because the customer would implementing in phases, right? Maybe 2 years down the line, they have some other there are additional functionality which needs to be integrated. They see what is the roadmap and they approach it, your entire preparation phase towards the particular roadmap. And they see what are the initial system requirements, including the best practices. Because normally as part of the activate methodology, the best practice is a part of activate methodology. So when the customer wants to deploy, use an activate methodology, he goes by the best practice, right? He gets the system, gets the system best practices, and based on which they see what is the scoping that is there as part of the thing. And they see, so that's where when you talk about your activate methodology, so when you do it, they do a lot of workshops. You have something called as a solution validation workshop. Then they define what is a delta scope prioritization that should be done. Solution validation workshop, they see what is your existing solution, and they show and tell what is the SAP standard key design elements, which is there as part of the SAP S/4HANA structure, and see what is the customer's business process, and they see how the gaps get identified. They identify what is the gaps to the standard, and they log additional scope items which needs to be there apart from the standard which is there. What are the additional scope items that needs to be defined or designed? Then they define at something, they arrive at something called as a delta scope prioritization. They do a solution validation. That's where they give you as is and to be. That's where as is and to be. That's more of a blueprinting setup there, BP blueprinting setup. Then you have your delta scope prioritization, where they prioritize objects based on your must, should, could, and would, right? The priority of the objects, must objects, then they go for the should objects, then could and would, that would come in as part of the prioritization, number of days that they use it across these set of scope items that they validated. Then they do a delta design. they check what is the business models and what is the business model design. Then they have something called as a solution valid. So they have something called as a solution validation. So based on which all the solution validation, then they verify and accept and give it for a client acceptance, right? Once the client acceptance is given, they have something called as a solution builder as a tool, where as in the solution builder as a tool itself, they put all this analysis and to be whatever the scope item that needs to be done. The solution builder, where in the solution builder itself, they take an acceptance from the client. So that becomes a product backlog as to what are the things that are approved by the client, which needs to be taken forward. Once that backlog setup is ready, that is when they will start designing the sprints, right? Based on the scope items that have been designed, they break down the larger activity into smaller activities. So they break down the larger activity into smaller activities. Then they work on this product backlog as to which are the must, should, could, and would. And they break a larger activity into small sprints. Then they do the unit testing and give a firm up sprint. And that entire set of unit testing, which happens individual sprint and the complete firm up sprint, that is called as an epic scenario. That is where when you see your exploration phase ends in your product backlog and next kicks off is your realization phase. Under every sprint, you see multiple sprints are there. Under every sprint activity, they have something called as an epic scenario that is completely an agile based release mechanism. And based on individual epic scenarios, that's where you do an integration testing and take a sign off from the business. Right? That's where it becomes an organization readiness setup. Yes. Then once a sprint execution, then they walk through, then you do an end-to-end testing. Then finally they do an operation setup. Then they go for the deploy phase where they check all the readiness checkup. Then they do cutover activities for a go live structure. Right? This is the process that is being followed now as part of your SAP's agile-based methodology process. This is a process that's nothing to do with any conflict. It's more of a process-oriented structure which is being used now. Okay, now, so what they do is the product owner also keeps a track of whatever is the scope items that are to be done. Then they check what is it against the product backlog, where they do something called a sprint meeting regularly, and they keep a track of all the scrum goals. So this is all defined by agile practices. Depends on how the project adopts it and how the project utilizes that. The scrum boards are being, then they have daily scrum teams. Then they have a sprint burn backlog and the burnout. Whatever the backlogs is there, they put it as part of their sprint activities, as part of a daily scrum meetings. Scrum Master reviews it and they say where exactly there could be timeline misses there. Then they review each sprint and the retrospective action is taken. This is now the day-to-day flow which happens in an SAP Agile-based project. See, SAP's motto is to ensure that everyone has to get onto SAP S4 HANA. So that is the reason they have set timeline saying, okay, 2021, I'm going to do this. So that's the reason if you see the adoption is pretty slow, right? Many people are saying, yes, I am okay with ECC. I'm running with ECC. I'm just migrating to HANA database and I'm happy with whatever is done, whatever I'm having with, right? That's what, see, SAP there in that case, the product is also still the slower, comparatively slower adoption, right? When you see now it is picking up slowly, but comparatively it is slightly a slower adoption because people are saying, yes, I'm happy with my ECC, which is sitting on HANA. The performance wise, it is good. It's okay. Simplified database, I'll see later. Simplified version of my ECC business unit, which I'll see later. So SAP has given timelines, which was communicated, I think, 3-4 years back itself. 3-4 years back itself, when HANA came in, maybe 1 or 2 versions later, they started communicating, saying, 2021, I'm going to stop the support of this. 2025, they're going to stop the support of your HANA database support. So it's going to be only on S4 HANA. So when you see your entire set of activate methodology, which is coming in. So your activate methodology is more, that's what I said, it is more to do with your, this involves, when you see your system conversion process, this involves your configuration, plus your existing migrations as well, right? When you talk about things that migrations also are getting captured. That's why when you talk about migrations, again, that goes by your project preparation, planning, all these things, right? Your entire set of planning. That's what yesterday we discussed all about your preparation and your realization phase. Preparation phase has your maintenance planner. Preparation phase has your consistency checks, right? Consistency checks. Then a custom codes. A lot of custom code we need to migrate. They'll do a custom code inspector, all these things that analyzes. And finally, they run it through your SEM DMO. What are the, that's again a migration setup. They use your SEM DMO, then migrate. That's where they capture all these things as part of your exploration phase itself. They captured this as part of the exploration phase and design based on those. The sprints are designed as part of the. And every phase there is a Q gate. They call it as a quality gate, which is integrated so that they review the quality of the work that has been done, and the review becomes a preview for the next phase. Whatever you are reviewing it, that becomes a preview for the next phase before you take up that particular phase activities. And they have ensured that in every phase they have come out with the minimal number of steps as part of the processes, right? So not more than 7 or 8 steps they have defined across each processes. If you get in detail of it, let me get into detail of your project preparation. So your activity methodology. So when you see here, you have an entire project management and how your solution design, integration preparation, customer team enablement. So some of the activities will be in overlapping functionality between your preparation, exploration, and realization, or something will be specified to the particular phases. Then a solution configuration, solution walkthrough, then a data migration here. Even your data migration, integration setup, solution testing, solution audit, all these things are the serious set of activities which works in any project. So normally when you see any project, let me just give you. Okay, now when you see here your projects, okay, so that's where you're across each phase there is a Q gate or a quality gate they call it. That because you see when you see you have a huge project under which there will be a lot of work streams, there will be a lot of deliverables. Under deliverables there will be a list of tasks. That's how the project structure is, right? You have huge project management under which you have different set of deliverables. Under each deliverable, you have a set. You have a big work stream. Under each work stream, you will have deliverables. Under each deliverables, you will have a set of tasks that needs to be performed for the deliverable to be completed. When you see that, that is across these 4 phases which has been defined. The entire phase will have a project management, and there will be a set of work streams under which you have a set of deliverables, and then execute it based on the deliverables. So when you talk about a preparation phase, is what actually takes off from the sales handover. That's what I said. Your discover phase is more of a sales-oriented, pre-sales oriented setup. Yes, when you see your design thinking workshops are also design thinking workshops based on which it is discussed with the client. That's more of a pre-sales and your POC based setup. Right? That's where you do your POC based setup. From there, you pick it up in a project phase from the sales handover. That's where you do your project initiation, all the infrastructure setup. Then all your kickoff workshops are there. Then they integrate all the so that's where your set of activities which comes in as part of your preparation phase. You identify what are the objectives, then you define what are the project management roles and responsibilities of the project team. Then you establish all the project management tracking, all these things. This is a part of your preparation phase, which is already a part of your requirement gathering, right? RG requirement gathering phase. That has been in line with your preparation phase. What has happened is, as part of your realization, final preparation and your preparation phase and your final preparation phase, which is as part of that, they have been merged together as one single phase here. As a realization phase. That is previously you had 5 phases. Now it has been reduced to 4, with a realization phase getting clubbed with phase 3 and phase 4 of your SAP methodology. Okay. Now when you talk about a project management, again, the same structure based on which you have a level 1, level 2, which is handled by your executive or team board or member sponsorship. Then you have your steering committee. Then you have a set of PMO. Then your project teams executing it. Project teams are basically consultants who works on the project, and project management office takes care of all your budgets, all your value monitoring, everything is taken care by your project management team. And your level 1, level 2, it's more of a sponsors who is going to sponsor the thing based on it. They define the business priorities, goals, and objectives. That's where your decision rights and decision criteria is defined by your level 1 and level 2, and your project management office and your project team which executes this particular structure. Exploration phase, right? In exploration phase, so they have some on your project management, solution design, integration preparation, all these things. I think there is a book in your document that you have got, ACT 100. If you can go through that, is in detail of all the project all this activity methodology in detail of the process. Have you gone? Just check on your ERP. There is a book which is on ACT 100. Which defines in detail about your individual phases, how each phase is taken care, how each phase is executed in a project. In your ERP, that mail which you have got, there is an ACT 100 book. So now when you talk about your exploration phase, that's what I said, it's more of realization, the validation workshops, your backlog prioritization, and your design, how you design, then you define your product backlog in the structure. This is what we define as part of your exploration phase. Then realization phase. Realization does all your configuration, walkthrough, data migration, and your end-to-end testing, right? Which involves even your data migration is all considered as part of your realization phase. But the preparation for the exploration phase defines the preparation part of it as part of the your when you solve a system conversion process, especially a system conversion process, whatever you do in the preparation phase, that comes as part of your exploration phase in your activate methodology, right? Your maintenance planner, all the setup, your maintenance planner, the system readiness checks, then your entire set of custom code validations, whether those things. Because actually, when you execute the process, your data migration executes that particular tool SCM DMO as part of your realization. So that's where your project, more of a project management in terms of the solution configuration, solution walkthrough, the data migration, then data load and validation, which happens in the system. More of an integration setup which you are executing as part. That's what it's sprint based, right? Everything is all sprint based. How the individual sprints are created, individual sprints, the combination of sprints are tested, and finally you take a sign off. As compared to the book, this is more to do with the ready go through of activate methodology, which I put it in the slides. So that's where maybe you can go through this, because this is a complete set of activities which goes in all the 4 phases, right? In detail of all the project management or the solution design, which comes across each phases as part of system management, or what are the custom extension management, whichever it comes in. I put it as all as part of this particular phase. Plus, they have said not more than 10 key deliverables per phase. That's how the scope of this 4 phases which have been designed. They ensure that not more than 10 key tasks are there against each particular phase, right? Against each deliverables, against each particular phase. Yeah, just there'll be subsequently 1 or 2 tasks across each phase, each particular deliverable, but not more than 10 deliverables across each phase. In that perspective is what they have designed this key deliverables. Yeah. So with this, I'm done with the activate methodology. I'll go to the next topic, which is on your Fiori. So before we touch base on Fiori, I'll touch base on how a Fiori launchpad is designed, how a Fiori launchpad can be managed based on our preferences. Okay. So when you see this is, I was just navigating through the system, so I did not talk. Okay. So now when you see this is your Fiori launchpad, they call it as an FLP Fiori launchpad, and these are all called as your groups, and you have a set of tiles which are all, these are all individual catalogs they call it, under which you have a set of tiles that comes in. So whenever I add a role, so all this, whenever I add any particular role, you have something called as, under each catalog, all the tiles will be accommodated. So for example, all your ATP based tiles across the roles that you have been aligned, so that particular tiles gets added up. So you have multiple levels of roles that have been added to this particular user. So you have multiple levels of tiles that is getting populated. Suppose you don't find any tile here as part of your catalog, maybe you can put it, you have a home screen where you have an option where you can directly go to your app finder, search a tile, search the tile in the catalog, search a tile in the catalog. So see, it is a UI based, right? The guidelines are given by any UI based platform, right? Because this is an UI based setup, right? So all these guidelines have been defined by the UI based platform, which is SAP is adopting to define its architecture on the Fiori side, right? It's an UI based guidelines which comes in. The way your schemes have to look, the way your schemes can be customized, the way you can add all those tiles and you can categories under one catalog, right? How you can add all your business groups there. So all these things are the set of guidelines which SAP has adopted, and it has designed its process to align that into the Fiori launchpad. So when I say I want to add any, I can go and add it. So it says it added to 2 groups. Now I go and check my track sales order tile. It will be there as part of your tile. You can click on the particular tile. It will launch the particular tile for you to work. Now, suppose if you say I want to add any new catalog, I want to make specified to my requirement. I go to my edit my home page. So I put a catalog here. Specifically, I design a catalog. I specify I can put my own set of tiles. Only my sales orders, all this document related tiles if you want to have. I can put everything. Or I can delete any tile over here. Whichever is there, I can make it. If you want to add in a specific group, I'll add a group, right? I'll add a business group. I enter a group name, for example. So under my, I want only specific to my, I maintain the tiles. I'd add as many tiles which I require it specifically. If I'm specifically looking at something more to do with your ATP based tiles, only regarding to the ATP, I add that. So I add this backorder processing. If I'm an ATP user, I use only on the ATP side of it. I use all my ATP related tiles, specifically all my ATP related types. I maintain it. I maintain all the tiles, which is all added to my particular business group. When I go to my home page, then I go to an edit mode, exit my edit mode. So when you see here, I have specifically a group which has been created for me under which all my tiles are created. All the tiles can be monitored in the structure. Now, again on the search criteria. Suppose I want to search a tile, right? Suppose I want to search a tile. I can go here and search based on any app, or I can go for all search. I can directly do a search on the particular tile. Now, when you see here, suppose I want to search any particular document number, right? I have one document number. I do not know whether it's a sales order or a purchase order. In that cases, I am putting only a number I know. It gives me all the documents, which is a key search for that particular document. So it will be easier for me to search all those things. Or specifically, if I know it is my sales order, right? If there's a stamp sales order which is there. If I know specifically it's a sales order, rather than going to the tile and then searching it, I can directly open it. It gives me a search option there. I enter into the sales order, directly I can go and see what my transactions all about. Because all these things are based on something called as your enterprise search. Enterprise search is all defined by the way you can search the particular process through a set of objects that have been defined here. So all these search options are all defined by something called as your enterprise search cockpit. ESH underscore. Yeah, tell me.
So is it based on Trex previously?
Yes. What you said is based on Trex, because Trex was acquired by SAP, right? Trex was off late acquired by SAP. So they have accommodated the Trex functionality through this cockpit mechanism.
So now this Trex functionality or this enterprise search is part of Fiori.
It's a part of Fiori, yes.
Okay.
No,
so that means if
they have adopted it, they're trying to adopt that into the Fiori architecture. They adopted that into the Fiori architecture.
Okay, but still, if I have to activate a new enterprise search, I have to do all the settings that I used to do previously.
Yes.
Okay.
That is done through this. That's what I said. We have a lot of connectors which needs to be activated for this link to be established. This is where you have something called as a connector administration setup.
Yeah.
The same thing, right? You are using it when you're using a Trex as well here.
Yes, exactly.
The connector administrator. Now it is incorporated into the Fiori directly, because when you see your entire set of search is happening at a Fiori layer directly here. So based on which, if you find that sometimes it's not there, then again we'll have to check if there are any connector settings, connector search options which is there, which is triggering an issue here. So based on which, a lot of object connectors or search connectors are there. A lot of connectors which have been defined, which is all loading here. They define. This is similar to your enterprise. This is this enterprise search. They define all your connectors, which tables it has to access, right? As against which are the tables it has to access. So which are the key fields it has to access in the table level, right? How it has to fill all this information. That is based on your connector search, based on the schemas, because your HANA is based on your lot of schemas would be there. which schema to access. Under the table, you have a lot of structures, which structure to handle. That is all based on, that's where your search connectors have all been defined to structure, to read that particular data from the table level. So when you see just giving a 45, it has to go and index all the things, all the tables, and it has to go and fetch the information on the fly and give it to you. That is where you have a connector based objects which are working on this particular activity. This is a functionality which helps especially the end users to basically access this particular information. And we have all these things as part of your, there is something called as a Fiori Apps library. I think I have shown you that. Fiori Apps library, which gives you all the apps, right? All the apps are one set of repository which is available as part of your Fiori Apps library. So when you get into this Fiori, it's available directly in Google directly, you can, because all latest apps, whichever has been defined, you just type it as Fiori Apps library. Fiori Apps library. If you type it in Google, Fiori Apps library, it gives you all the apps which have been defined. So you can go by the search, go by your, for S4 HANA, defined by your all apps, by line of business. If you see by line of business, you can go to specific sales or procurement. Because that your first model being sales, so I'm just more towards the sales side. Then you have your sales. You define all the apps which is coming in. So every app, for example, when you take your manage sales order, it is one of the app where this app is both for a HANA on-premise as well as for a HANA Cloud. When you want to see this particular and to get to the implementation information, it gives you what is the latest upgrade that this app is subjected to, right? Right from 16.10, we are currently at 19.09 version of it. Every version has two upgrades. Feature pack stack 01, feature pack stack 02. Normally, if you see the first version gets released in the month of September, October, and the first upgrade normally happens in the month of January or February. And the second upgrade predominantly happens in the month of maybe April, May, before the next upgrade releases as part of your structure. So that's where we see every version from 16.10, whichever is there, it has come with two upgrades before the next version gets launched. So currently, people who are on 18.09, or they would have upgraded to FPS 02, because this 19.09, if they want to have a readiness, from 18.09, it has to be on FPS 02, and from there they go to a 19.09. Okay. So all these apps, yeah.
So Ram, these are for on-premise, correct?
This for on-premise, yes. This for on-premise. When you want to get into the cloud, yes, the versions changes there. When you see a cloud, currently the latest version of cloud is 19.11. So this gives you the latest, because cloud is something where predominantly you have the latest upgrade normally, right? It will be either the old version or the new version in the cloud level, right? Your projects are going on, so they would have retained the old level, old version of the cloud. If the projects have got completed, if the customer says, confirms that the project is completed, then they automatically, if it's a private cloud, they upgrade it to a latest version of the cloud. Or if you're taking a shared environment or a hybrid environment, they will do a normal direct upgrade there. If it's on 19 or 8, the next version is 19.11, you automatically do a 19.11. Right? Next version of cloud is going to be 20.02. Directly when 20.02 is getting upgraded, the entire instances will be upgraded to 20.02. Sorry. This are your cloud based. So when you see the functionality of see on a technical side, there are changes when it comes to the skill set of a technical consultant handling your on-premise version versus cloud version. But from a functional consultant perspective, the skill sets remains to be the same predominantly. But only thing is that in the cloud side, you will not have much room for customization. You will not have scope for customization. It's more of standard fit to use product. Minimum level of customization would be entertained based on the agreements that has been gone with SAP. Yes. So when I talk about an on-premise version, let's coming to, because currently we are doing an on-premise based version. All these apps, whichever is there, you go to a configuration here. They have something called as an OData service. So OData services is something which activates your information from your NetWeaver, from your backend system to the tables. It sends the information to your front-end server, and from there your OData service gets activated. That's the major role of a OData service. So when you see an OData service, what is the role of an OData service predominantly? Why was an OData service introduced into the SAP S/4HANA structure? So normally when you see your ECC systems, right, you have a 3-tier where you have your presentation layer, application, and your database layer. Now when the data gets accessed from your database layer, it goes to a presentation layer. Presentation layer in ECC was subjected to only your desktop and your laptop, right? And it was all on a local LAN, right? Now, LAN or WAN. Now, you see now when Fiori coming in, the additional devices which have got added up is your mobile plus your tablet, right? Plus they're on different OS platforms, right? Be it your Windows, be it your Android, be it your iOS, right? Now the different operating systems. So now your entire set of Fiori is on your internet, right? Of course, it checks the authentication, all this thing, but it runs on an internet which is supported by your HTTPS protocol. Right? Till these days, it was okay because you had it was running on a local LAN. It was restricted only to your desktop and laptop. Now your Fiori layer is extended to your mobility, right? It is more towards your mobility, moving towards more towards your mobility. That is where you need to have an additional layer which converts the information from your application layer into a format which could be read onto the internet or which could be translated onto your HTTPS protocol. That is called as an OData service, Open Data Protocol, which translates the information which is coming from your application layer, which is accessing a database, to be read into a format which could be transmitted over the internet into HTTP, because your browser, because now you see everything is through a browser which runs on your HTTPS platform, right? That's the reason now your entire set of application layer as part of your OData service has to read based on your HTTPS. That's the reason you see every Fiori app will have a set of OData services which needs to be incorporated. So this, when you see here, you have an OData service. Now this particular system has already having an OData service here. This app has been installed in the system. Now when I go to my OData service, how do I check whether this OData service has been there in the system or not? Because I have an app, definitely there has to be an OData service. You have something called as an SICF as a transaction, where you enter your service name, executed, the service is existing, right? Because with the implementation of that thing, the services have all been integrated, right? Again, your SICF, it goes through the path based on which your service has been triggered existing in the system. Because it's all based on it, yes. And your business catalog, right? Business catalog is your sales order processing, right? And your business group is your sales order. Suppose when I see your, when I'm adding this particular role, so you have something called as a role. You need to have this particular role to have this particular app. These roles should be there for you to access this particular sales order app. So you're adding the role here as part of your SU01. You add those roles. Any role that you want to add, it comes in here. You have an option of adding the roles here. So many roles are added under my, I need to remove many of the roles which I don't use. A lot of rules we are using it for. So you have additional rules which you can add it here. Then you can save it. That adds your role directly. That apps gets aligned to your Fiori. Right? The backend system you added, definitely those roles gets aligned to your Fiori. So see, specific apps, when you see, it has to be specific role. You don't have an SAP all like you have for your, because you previously used to have an SAP all where you have all the accesses. But for specific for the Fiori, you need to have an individual setup. See, what happens is one role will not be assigned to only one app, right? Adding one role, that will be assigned to 10 different apps that have been categorized based on the functionality. For example, your managed sales order, track sales, so will all be aligned to one particular app, which a normally sales executive or whoever is into sales processing would be using it. So it's not one-to-one relationship. There could be one role assigned to many apps. Once you add that particular role, you could get some 10 different apps. See when you talk about a Fiori apps, it's more confined towards the business users, right? Because your sales within a sales level, some people will be handling only the sales orders. Some people you need, because you don't have in that cases you need to add those roles and you need to test it out on the Fiori side. So when you see your SAP all is confined to an backend access, where you have more SAP all access gives you an access to all the functionality which is available in SPRO, right, for your configuration. Now, when it comes to a Fiori, they don't have an SAP all factor where you have all the apps where you can access it. So in that cases, what you can do is you will have to take multiple roles, but again, that requires a lot of technical. You will have to have multiple roles, put it to one Z role, and then create a Z role, and that Z role has to be assigned to you. And so that once you assign the Z role, so all apps will come under your. Because there is no standard role, you'll have to be having a Z role for that particular purpose.
Ram, is there a client available for Fiori or is it web-based?
No, it's a client. There's a backend client that is there. So when you see here, that's what I said. When you see here, when you see this Fiori apps library, you have your front-end components as well as your back-end components here. Right? You have your front-end components as well as back-end components. So when you see this particular Fiori, so it depends on how your Fiori is deployed, right? Because when you see here, a Fiori can undergo one single deployment as a hub deployment or as a central deployment. So when you talk about a hub deployment, I'll explain to you. So I have my Fiori layer. You have your front-end system, back-end system, which is accessing my database. So my Fiori back-end to front-end is to your NW gateway. Right? Now, in a backend system to front-end system is integrated, and front-end system is speaking to a Fiori through an OData service. Right? You can keep it as individual systems, right? Two different systems. This is called as a hub-based deployment. Or else I can have my Fiori layer. All the components of Fiori are concentrated on one system, and which is accessing my database. This is called as a central deployment. What system we are using it is a central deployment system. That's the reason when you add a role, automatically get a Fiori app. If you are having a role here is as part of your hub-based deployment, your Fiori layer, if you're adding a role, you will have to add it in the client level client of your Fiori system. If you add a client here, you will not get this, you will not be able to add a role here. You'll have to add a role in this particular, log into the particular client. There'll be a similarly GUI screen as you see here. There you'll have to go to your SU01 and then add it. Is this clear? So when you add a role, only then the Fiori will be able to take up the role and display the particular tiles there. That's there are two levels of deployment. One is a central deployment or hub deployment. Depends how you want to, how your client wants to have your deployment. Again, it has its own set of disadvantages the way you can use it. But again, it depends on the client whether he wants to go for a central deployment or a hub deployment. This is how the actual architecture of Fiori is. It accesses your database from the backend system. So whenever I click on any tile, right, it goes to my database, picks it up, goes to the front end, backend system. Then your NetWeaver gateway passes on the information to the front end system. Through your OData service, your Fiori displays the particular. And when it comes to analytical, your Fiori is integrated with your BIBO tools as well. Right? For example, your Lumira integration is there. For example, your Crystal Explorer integration is there. Office Explorer is there. Crystal Reports, Office Explorer integration is there. Based on which it analyzes the reports and then basically it throws up the reports. For NetWeaver Gateway, you need to have the settings for your backend system to your front-end integration. Right? When you see here, so how your entire set of entities are all. So when you see here, let me just show you. So this is where you define your SAP Gateway Services Builder here. You define a project. You define what are the data models under which what are the different ways by which your gateway services builders are all triggered. Then you define the set of entities types which are going to be added, right? You can add any number of, under a project, you can add any number of entities, create any number of entity sets, and you can create any number of types and entities and association. This is where you define all your NetWeaver gateway settings as part of the structure. So you need to have that NetWeaver gateway settings. That's where you have established all your RFC connection for a backend to front end communication for a NetWeaver gateway settings. Yes. So with this, so when you see here, how whenever I go to my instance of Fiori, not in the backend system, when you go to your system, when you go to your status, you see your components, product version. So when you see here, you have, so all these Fiori components which are integrated, all your product version, whichever has been integrated, that's where when you see your front end server and your backend server integrations are all been, that's where your NetWeaver gateway exists, ensures that it has all this information which is accessing this particular client level details there as part of your NetWeaver gateway. When you see now the structure has been defined for a gateway based configuration now, right? When I see here, let me show you, I'll run one report so that you will get a clarity on that. So when you run a particular report, there is something called as an SAP underscore. I'll show you that report. There is one report which is executed to give you all this. There's a task-based, the task manager execute that particular report to give you how this entire set of SFCS, SICF services and your gateway configurations which have been there and your set of services that have been active. I'll give you that particular report. Currently, I don't recognize the particular report. I'll check and let you know that particular report. There is one gateway report which they executed. Yeah, I'll give you that particular report when I execute. But when you see your gateway is basically for using your information from your backend system to front-end system. That's for that's why the architecture of your S4 HANA itself is structured in that way. Yeah, so I'll touch base on the Fiori, some of the concepts of Fiori. One part is architecture in detail, plus we'll be discussing more on how you deploy a tile, how you can configure your own set of catalog, how you can configure your own set of groups, right? How do you do a target mapping? How do you add a semantic object? That setup I'll discuss in the next session. So we'll discuss further on Fiori, because Fiori is something where you can deploy your own tiles, where you can add your own tiles, where you can create your own catalogs. Where only thing is that there are some things which a functional consultant will do, something that a technical consultant will do. So whatever scope of a functional consultant, we'll discuss that. Technical consultant, he has to create an OData service. He has to create your rules for doing that. That's the role of technical consultant.
Hey there, want to get good at managing logistics? Our SAP S for HANA Logistics 1909 course is here to help. You can take it at your own pace on our platform. In this course, you'll learn all about SAP S for HANA Logistics. It's like a toolkit for managing everything from inventory to shipments. Our course covers everything you need to know, from the basics to more advanced skills. It's created by experts who know their stuff. Your teachers are pros who've been in the field for years. They're here to help you learn and answer any questions you might have. And don't just take our word for it. Our students love the course too. People just like you have found our course super helpful. Best part? It's very affordable. This great chance to learn won't break the bank. Ready to become a SAP S for HANA Logistics Pro? Sign up on our page now. And for more info, check out ZaranTech's website.